Good morning, everybody. Oki, Dadanastada, Ambawastich, and Tansei. Greetings to all of you in the mother languages of the Treaty 7 peoples who stewarded these lands at the confluence of the Bow and Elbow Rivers for generations before many of us came to settle here. Madam Clerk, if you could do a roll call, please.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. On the roll, Councillor Walcott. Councillor Wong. Here. Councillor Wyness. Councillor Carra.
I'm here.
Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Chu.
Here.
Councillor Demong. Councillor Dhaliwal. Here. Councillor McLean.
Here.
Councillor Meehan. Councillor Penner.
Here.
Councillor Pootmans.
Here.
Councillor Sharp.
Here.
Councillor Spencer.
Here.
And Mayor Gondek.
I'm here.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. We are going to be starting, when we start the panels, with panel 91 today. But before we do that, can I ask, is there anybody in the audience today that was on a previous panel who couldn't make it and is interested in speaking today? Could you just raise your hand? Thank you. So that's Mark Soehner, right? Nobody else? How about online? Is there anyone that missed your panel in the last few days and you're here today? Okay, well, let's find out who we have from panel 91. Do we have Susan Fox? Do we have Denise Gibson? Hi. You can both, Mark and Denise, you can grab a seat up here. What about Sharon Huddle? Hi, Sharon. You can grab a seat up at the front there, too. Regina Verdelin. How about Louis Dufresne? Hi, thanks. You can grab a seat up front, too. All right, so we will go with 4 panelists on this one. We'll start with Mark Soehner, then Denise Gibson, then Regina Verdelin, then Louis Dufresne. And let me just tee up who's going to be after that. Let's just see if we've got people from panel 92. Do we have Chris Hilty? Do we have Yvonne Hilty?
I'm online, yes.
Hi, this is Yvonne.
Yeah, that's Yvonne. Chris will not be speaking. I will be speaking for both. We're at workshops currently.
Okay.
So we decided to combine. We pretty much have the same thing, so
okay,
I'll be listening in.
Okay, perfect. You'll be up in about 20 minutes or so, I think.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Do we have Holly Bauer? What about John Radic?
Yes, online.
Thank you. What about Trudy Robson? Okay, let's start with this panel. Go ahead, Mr. Soehner.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Mark Soehner. I'll go to the conclusion first. I don't agree with your strategy, your plan. I would trash the proposed bylaw. And I'm going to announce something radical. I suggest you go to Park Plus system throughout Calgary's roads, laneways, everywhere. Charge people for parking 24 hours a day. Maybe that'll help the congestion situation in many of these areas that are being overbuilt. My first question to you is there a housing crisis in Calgary? I don't think there is. We heard on day one that 38,000 people come to our city at the current rate over a 12-month period. We heard yesterday that 23,000 homes are being built in a year. When people come to our city, are they en masse leaving the city? We hear of the people coming. We don't hear of stories of thousands of people lining up for airplane tickets or moving property back to Ontario. So my point is everyone who's coming finds a home. And if they don't find something, they'll quickly find something. When I came to Calgary in 1974, the Herald had shared accommodation ads, and I answered several of them. And I also ran my own ads over a time period. So the young people out there that say they can't find a place, if you're trying to find your own unit, your own house, you're mistaken. You have to establish yourself, get your funds so that you can build your own house, and that does take time. In my case, 1978, I had sufficient funds and I bought a used house in Haysboro. And I'm approaching 50 years in that house. And I'm objecting to this plan that there could be multiple homes on Havenhurst Crescent where I live. So I'll show you the letter I sent to you people. I'd like to show you the letter. My complaint, I read, I live in Haysboro on Havenhurst Crescent. On the crescent are 100 bungalows built in 1958. Approximately half the lots have a garage. Lots are 50 foot wide, 100 foot deep with some deeper. Approximately all of the homes have a car parked on the street. The way I understand your proposal, an owner could convert their residence to a 4-unit house, townhouse rather, plus 4 basement suites and 4 garage suites. That's a lot of density, too much density. I object to your plan. So Haysboro came about with the plan of arrangement in 1957 with the city, and 1,800 bungalows were being built in Haysboro, and pretty well all of them stand today. And I would be upset if there was a movement, as we've seen in Altadore, where one house is knocked down and then the next, and it just dominoes. And I'm not too far from Southland LRT station. I'm probably in that 500 meters from Southland. And Heritage Station at the other end of Haysboro is probably 1 kilometer from me. And then over at Glenmore Landing, many of those homes on the west side of Haysboro, on the west side of Elbow Drive, they're within that 500 meters. So I can envisage that someday redevelopment will take place in Haysboro, and the landscape will truly change. And the expression, there goes the neighborhood, will become a reality. We heard on day one that 95% of the applications get approved. If you go to the blanket rezoning, that means 100% of the applications will be approved. What about those 5% that failed to make the grade? They'll automatically be approved? Will others slide in there? It's sort of like saying the cops pick up 100 people accused of murder, 95 are tried, put in jail, the other 5 are released. Under your scheme, everyone who's charged with murder in that fictitious example would be put in jail forever. If it's to reduce your work, I can empathize with that. Half your time apparently is spent in chambers listening to land use. Yeah, if you could avoid spending that time, makes sense.
Thank you for your presentation. You're just at time.
Is that it?
Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
How time flies.
It does. And you know, I should let everyone know, because we're at the start of a new day. You have 5 minutes to present. There's a little timer in front of you there that lets you know where you're at. So thank you very much. If you grab a seat, I'll let you know if there's any questions for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Let's go to Denise Gibson, please.
Good morning, folks. Thank you to the Mayor and Council for this opportunity. Bit nervous, so we'll just get right started here. I guess to clarify where I am and where I'm from, I'm in Councillor Pruten's ward, Ward 6, and I'm representing not only myself, but a small cul-de-sac. It's called the Signature Estates. It's called the Peak. It's a very 30-year-old plus estate sort of neighborhood nestled on Signal Hill. So I guess I've been trying to tune in for the week. You guys have done a Herculean job. What's the goal? I got some very basic questions. What is the goal? Because I think it's becoming clear through many of the presentations we've heard thus far, densification does not necessarily equate to affordability. And who defines affordability? Is it the municipal government? Is it the federal government? Because they seem to be involved at this point. Homeowner, purchaser, developer, or perhaps it's just straight economics, 30% of your household income. That's, or 60%. I'm obviously against blanket rezoning. And with that said, I do understand the need for density and area structure plans and access to homes and creating livable living spaces. Where density made sense was said earlier in the week. My concerns are that there was a lack of public input. Although listening to what you folks are doing this to gather input, that seems an erroneous statement at this point. But perhaps maybe more accurate would be the meaningful engagement and the timing of that meaningful engagement. This was passed September 2023. The plebiscite was voted down. Everything I received was supports more housing choices and improves affordability, so there seems to be a little bit of a bias. There was limited engagement. There was one open house in our ward that was full very quickly. And then it leads to the confusion because I think a lot of the presenters, myself included, started off with a presentation requesting pause, sober second thought, voting down the course of action, moving it to down the road, kicking it down the street, implementation of a plebiscite. Is this even possible, or is really what we're talking about here is not a reversal of what's on the table, but only amendments? I do have some pictures because, again, trying to make it a little more current. I think the infrastructure concerns haven't been answered. We've heard it all: water, traffic, parking, sewers, natural gas, getting electricity. But if we can pull up the slides that I have, I did go into our community, and on the hill, as we affectionately know it, there is very large developments happening. Truman is one of the primary developers up in that area. This rental property I looked into, it's $1,730 a month. If we could advance the next slide, please. This duplex townhome, you can see, I'm not sure it's exactly clear, but they're starting from $600,000, and the next slide will show the actual building structure that's available at the price point. Please advance. Hoping? Nope. Okay, well, we missed that one. Anyway, I had some other pictures in terms of developments up there, 1 to 2 bedrooms, starting at $300. I would argue that this is a well thought out development. It's close to Aspen Landing, close to amenities, very close to the C-train station, the West Side C-Station. However, when we're talking about infrastructure, that is the one public high school. That's Ernest Manning. 40 to 45 students per grade 12 class, and they actually cannot get in between classes due to the congestion in the hallway and the 2 minutes allowed. Infrastructure. The city's professed a mandate to increase canopy tree base. I was introduced to a new term this week: hard landscaping. With 30% of the lot taken up by the building, the square footage, basically I think that represents concrete. We've also heard, and I know you've reached out and had a meeting with 42 community associations, comprehensive urban planning. There's been very eloquent people, very informed people prior to me speaking in terms of a need to consider the broader perspective and looking at supply and demand curves. One side doesn't fit all. The current approach takes away from the community controls and shifts it to the developers and not people that work in the community. It also shifts the asset focus from the home to an actual land-based asset. So what's the goal?
Ms. Gibson, you're just at time.
Okay.
So thank you very much for being with us. And if there's questions for you, I'll let you know.
Thank you.
Let's go to Regina Verdelin, please. Sharon Huddle. Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor and Councillors. I am strongly opposed to blanket rezoning. I am an original Calgarian, born and raised here from the 1950s, and a population of under 200,000 people. I was born in the Sunnyside district and moved to a modest single-family home in a single-family neighborhood in Kingsland. I rode my bike down a rutted lane as a child, and that lane is now called Glenmore Trail. I watched Chinook Center being built, and I enjoyed the 39-cent Italian sandwiches with a 5-cent cup of pop. As a young adult, I rented an apartment, a basement suite, and then a single-family home. This culture of a single-family home was wonderful for our family. I then desired my own single-family home. I looked forward to having a garden, swing set for my children, and a yard for my son to kick his soccer ball around. I noticed in 1977 and 1978 there were single-family homes and duplexes in their own sections available with low down payments and mortgage subsidies based on your income. This was reviewed annually. Many homes in Falconridge were purchased this way. There was also Calgary housing that helped with low-income housing, but it always had a long waiting list as it does today. I believe in these times, the city, federal, provincial governments need to build, own, and manage affordable homes for those that need it. These types of programs need to be expanded and ramped up, but not by destroying our single-family homes in single-family areas of a district. Now, I am going to touch on culture. We are supposedly a multicultural, inclusive country and city. Our culture of a single-family home in amongst other single-family homes is under attack. This lifestyle, quality of living, and shelter I believe in is predominant all over North America, including Calgary. I do not believe with forced blanket rezoning that inclusiveness, multiculturalism, and choice exist. It's worth noting that the private sector is profit and market-driven, so housing prices and rental rates will be the going rates based on supply and demand and what the market will bear. With the current federal irresponsible immigration policies, the housing and rental demand in Calgary will remain high and unaffordable. The only winners in blanket rezoning will be the many investors, developers, and property tax collectors. I have recently had 4 to 5 phone calls from strangers asking if I would be willing to sell my home if I was given my desired price. I have not heard of how this blanket rezoning that will not result in affordable homes will address our homeless and vulnerable. We have 57% with mental illness, and the rest with addictions and unfortunate life events. We also have animals being dumped all over our city as more and more apartments, condos, and rental units refuse to allow pets. They are also affected by the housing choices people are forced into because of affordability. The assault on our single-family neighborhoods will make this even worse. My husband worked for 2.5 years of 7 days a week, 12 to 16 hours a day. I have worked a full-time job and a part-time job every weekday for 34 plus years. We saved and made sacrifices so we could buy our single-family home in our single-family area. We were promised this type of housing, and there was a huge area map of our district provided by the developer and rubber stamped by the city. It was assured, I was assured that the zoning promise would stay that way. I feel lied to and betrayed. This is extremely unfair. We have invested in a gorgeous yard with cobblestones, a pond with a waterfall, a gazebo, beautiful flower beds, a screen room, a cedar garden shed, 4 rain barrels, and 21 trees. An oasis is what everyone calls our yard. We now are forced with possibly 11 to 12 square box suites next door to our home. I am beyond angry, upset, and disappointed. To make matters worse, I've had real nasty comments from young people, including, sell your lot, move to a small town, leave, bye. We need affordable housing, and it is your fault we don't have it. And just for the record, when my senior dog passes, I will be looking for a full-time job. My aunt is 102 and living in a single-family home and just required some help this year. My neighbors are 90 and not leaving and wrote it into their will. So notice to all that are trying to kick us out, we're not going anywhere. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Louis Dufresne, please.
Good morning, Your Worship, Gondek, and City Councillors. My name is Louis Dufresne. I am a retired professional engineer. Yes, I am another immigrant to Calgary. I grew up in Montreal, attended university in Ontario, and I've resided in Calgary since 1983. My wife and I have lived in Lakeview since we were married 35 years ago, and we have been in our 3rd and current Lakeview home for the past 25 years. This except for a 2-year period during COVID when we experienced firsthand living in an older community undergoing densification. That was in Marda Loop. That area is fine and great for many, but certainly not for us, newly minted senior retired citizens. This was due to parking issues, road congestion, preventing simple access to our home, to name a few. So, we returned to our property in Lakeview, which had been rented out during that 2-year period. When acquiring our first, second, and third property in Lakeview, we were very mindful of the R1 zoning attributable to Lakeview generally, to the properties we were buying, and that of our neighbors. And for that R1 zoning, we were willing to pay the price. To eliminate any confusion, I generally support densification, but where it makes sense and through such mechanism as LAPs, near transit corridors, and on unutilized city land. To be frank, the views of non-property owners, renters, students, and support groups expressed this week has been quite moving. However, rezoning of properties is a matter for the actual property owners. On the other hand, the self-serving, biased opinions of developers should be entirely dismissed. Now, good intentions may have unintended consequences. A likely unintended consequence is the general increase in housing costs due to developers focusing on the highest margin redevelopment areas first, the juiciest, lowest hanging fruit. There could be hundreds of prime city properties, those backing on ridges, parks, or with spectacular views that could be redeveloped into million-dollar homes. There is a very limited construction workforce, and the highest margin projects would sop up the brunt of this workforce. The blanket rezoning would launch inflation in construction costs never seen in the city, resulting in very limited new affordable housing. Another example of unintended consequence can be shown at the property where we live. We have 4 immediate adjoining neighbors, all R1 zoning. With the blanket rezoning, it is possible, albeit incomprehensible, that in a not so distant future, these 4 properties each are redeveloped with a 4-plex and each with a secondary suite, thus resulting in 32 new homes, 4 times 4 times 2 with the secondary suites. Say they are occupied by 3 residents each, then that becomes 96 residents. That is a 10-fold increase to the number of resident neighbors we currently have. Simply shocking. Improbable, nonetheless, what isn't speculation and prevents such a gross possibility is the fact that our neighborhood is currently zoned R1. Obviously, blanket rezoning can have very serious unintended consequences. In addition to the fact that R1 zoning is a right and limitation of property owners at the same time, here's another fact. Mayor Gondek and councillors, none of you ran on a platform to advance blanket rezoning during the last civic election. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. You were elected by the citizens of the city to protect their rights. The electorate at large votes believing that the elected mayor and councillors will protect their rights and go to bat for them if something unforeseen occurs. Nobody thought you would use the bat on us, the electorate. You're supposed to protect us from unforeseen events, not cause unforeseen events. Without a mandate from the city's electorate, by way of a plebiscite or a civic election, you do not have the authority to support any form of blanket rezoning. Those of you who would support blanket rezoning are attempting to expunge my rights and those of tens of thousands of other property owners in favor of others. Where do you get the audacity? You were elected to protect our rights. Please do your duty.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to questions of this panel. We'll start with Councillor Chabot, please.
And my question is for Ms. Gibson. Ms. Gibson, you had indicated that you had other slides. I'm not sure if administration was able to isolate those slides. No? Can you give me a bit of a brief description of what that slide was that we missed?
What I was trying to demonstrate there was you're interested in a variety of home options. So there was the rental properties in the high rise. There was a condo type construction or a condo type offering at the $600,000. There's down the street there early development, lots of vacancy. Again, a condo construction up to about 1,200 square feet, starting in the 300s. So it was an effort to indicate price point and the housing options that are being constructed at a very rapid rate in that area. It's done with a structure plan. They picked off the old acreages and that entire, so one of them was the pan of how much land space was actually being utilized.
So as part of what you were trying to demonstrate is that there were some affordable options through that process?
Yeah, on the Hill, which is considered a fairly nice area in the city, I think, there was affordable options. There is options that are available next to corridors. We've heard it with city lands, there's Airbnbs that people use, whatever. But there is options in the city without impacting and infringing on established neighborhoods and existing homeowners.
It's interesting that you mentioned the Hill, because that area in particular has been very challenging to do any kind of master planning because of how much it's been, I guess, broken up into small 1 and 5 acre lots. The fact that you've indicated that there's options even within some of those areas that doesn't infringe on agricultural lands kind of suggests that there's still opportunity for us.
What I've seen and I've watched, I've been up on there for 30 years now, is basically either the older neighborhoods, the 5 acre, Gemma has a 5 acre plot and their family owned quite a bit of land, so they developed that themselves into a series of cul-de-sacs. Granted, they are single detached homes. The larger developments, Truman took area in West Cedars. Again, Councillor Poodman was there when they put the new road in. That was developed, and this area, it encompasses from 77th Ave, almost from 69th Ave to 85th Ave, south of 17th. I'm sorry, 69th Street to 85th Street, south of 17th Ave. And it's that entire block that is being converted to density options, housing options. And it all used to be 2 to 5 acre homesteads.
Right. True urban sprawl. Anyways, thank you. No further questions for me.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Putmans, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Gibson, for coming in on a Saturday morning. If I may have a moment, please. You mentioned you started your presentation with you're okay with density, and then that went through the things that concerned you about density. Could I drill down through that a little bit and get into some detail with you about what are the top things, what are the top issues as it relates to density that concern you?
I think it has been said. I think density where density is appropriate. Density with area plans. We've heard it all time and time again on corridors, nodes, next to amenities. Density is not appropriate where you are impacting, a 30-year-old cul-de-sac that people have put their life savings in, that they want to age in place, that you probably don't have the infrastructure nor the parking nor all those other considerations that affect the daily night lives of those residents. That was my point in showing the Truman development, that in that case density is working. It is increasing housing options on the Hill by a large portion and offering a variety of housing options without impacting existing neighborhoods, well-established neighborhoods that offer people the respect that they had when they bought their homes, in terms of the zoning that was in place, and they were assured that it would stay in place, and their living space.
So it's the established areas that concern you the most. You don't want to see much of a change there.
No, I don't. I didn't buy a single detached home until I was in my 40s. It wasn't a right when I got out of university or post-grad studies. It was something I worked very hard, and my forever home is this bungalow. I could age in place, and I accommodated my parents. I was in my 50s, and I don't see how it could change. Prior to this proposal, I didn't see how it could change. And I don't see how it can accommodate the change that you're proposing in blanket rezoning.
Do you have a laneway?
Pardon?
Do you have a laneway?
I do not.
Okay, I was going to suggest that a lot of people consider laneway opportunities to house their parents and on the property.
No, I house them in the basement suite. I don't have a laneway. There is no laneway in that cul-de-sac.
Okay then, thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions for this panel, so thank you all very much for being with us today. We appreciate your time. Let's move on to panel 92, and I'm going to go into panel 93 too, so we can try to assemble some more people. Do we have Yvonne Hilty still?
Yes, I'm still here.
Perfect. Do we have John Radic?
Yes, still here.
Okay. Have we got Holly Bauer? Trudy Robson? Okay, we're going to dip into panel 93. Do we have Damian Robson? Do we have Brayden Farell? Hi, you can come on up and grab a seat. Do we have Anaya Farell? Hi there. And we have Janet Weiss. Hi, you can come on up as well. All right, so we will start things off with Yvonne Hilty, please.
Okay. Morning, Your Worship and member of council. My name is Yvonne Hilty. I'm a homeowner in Meadowlark Park who will be impacted by the proposed blanket rezoning to RCG. I'm strongly opposed to the blanket rezoning. We have been living in the community for 20 years. When we purchased a home, we were looking for a community with little traffic where kids can roam and not have to worry about their safety. A lot of the points that we have are the same that were repeated over and over and over in the last few days. Tree canopy, hardscaping that will come with rezoning, which is a big issue, and we've seen things in the past with certain areas flooding because the water just can't run off except the storm sewer. Traffic being a big issue, parking definitely being a big issue. All those things repeat themselves over and over with every speaker we had. We're away this weekend on a camp with our son, calling in remotely, and last night we had a meet with other people here and other families, and we struck a conversation at the table, and a couple of things hit me, talking with a couple of families. One was a family in the deep south of Calgary. They have a family, single-family home, and they are worried about this blanket rezoning. This is a new community that was well planned by planners, know what they're doing, and they're worried about what this will do to them. But their worry is that they will not have the opportunity to voice their concerns or have a way to stand up if something gets changed, because it will not be going through council anymore. And we heard that over and over as well. And the second family that struck me even more was the comment she mentioned to me is like, why do you even bother with talking at council? Council is not listening to residents in Calgary anymore. Why do you bother? They're just going to do what they want to do. And that really struck me and had my mind going all night. And it's very true. And I know Mark Henry brought it up on Tuesday. The change that will come with the rezoning is how things are going now. We have the opportunity to go to council, speak up, bring our concerns. And with the blanket rezoning, this important step will be taken away. And like many, and just before, I think it was Louis this morning, mentioned too, council is voted by the people of Calgary. But Calgarians don't feel they're being heard. And that's another thing that came across with a few times this week and a few speakers. So I might be a little bit going over the different logistics here. I had a nice talk written down, but last night after those talks, I kind of started rewriting my talk in my mind. But that's the one thing that really struck me last night. We should still be able to go to council and speak up. There's ways to streamline the process for developments and how things are done. But this is an important part that should stay so that we can bring up our concerns, that we can speak up when something doesn't make sense. Developments are good, and we do see them happening. They're all around our community. There's new condo buildings coming up. Chinook Centre has big plans. We support them. But some of the developments that are happening with that new RCG zoning just doesn't fit in. It's not in context with the rest of the communities. But community members are not being heard. They feel like they're just being ignored with their concerns with all those things that were brought up in the last few days over and over and over again. So for you, it must feel like a repetition by now.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hilty.
In conclusion,
Ms. Hilty, you're just at time.
I want to say thank you.
Thank you. Just hang on the line in case there's any questions for you. You can mute yourself, and I'll let you know if there's questions.
Yeah.
So let's go to John Radic, please.
Yeah, hello there. My name is John Radic, and I'd like to thank you, Mayor and Council members, for your time to listen to myself and fellow speakers this week on our opinions on the blanket zoning proposed in Calgary. Our family, with my wife and I, and our 2 young children, moved to Calgary 38 years ago. After surveying numerous diversified residential areas to live in Calgary, we decided to purchase a lot and build our first home in Calgary in Lake Sundance, which was in its development phase. We enjoyed the lifestyle of living in a lake community with the amenities of the lake, as well as the commercial services available in our area, including medical, dental, and shopping areas. I commuted downtown every workday and enjoyed the evenings and weekend lifestyles our community offered. We chose Sundance because the single detached homes in our neighborhood had similar family lifestyles to our own. Our lake community became fully developed over time, and the neighborhood we invested in maintained its appeal to us and our neighbors. Our children are now grown and have started their own families. They have fond memories of our lake from their childhood and regularly visit with their grandchildren, where we continue to enjoy the lake amenities, including the playing and swimming on the beach and kayaking around the lake in the summer, as well as skating and tobogganing in the winter. Over our multiple family generations, our community has continued to appeal to all of our extended family. Our lake community has already seen extremely heavy usage on our lake facilities, particularly in the summer, resulting in limits being set to reduce the high usage of the lake. Increasing the density in our community will increase lake access and negatively impact our available services for all of us to enjoy. We have all invested our savings to pay for our down payments and mortgages on our homes with the current zoning in place. A density change in our community will negatively impact our property values as higher density infill properties propagate across our neighborhood as the developers and builders try to maximize their profits with these zoning changes. We planted our roots in our community because of the single detached zoning in place. There are many newer communities that already have higher density zoning available. To address the affordable housing issue by rezoning established lake areas like ours without our agreement is simply wrong and should not be taken. We live in a quiet cul-de-sac, with many of us having no back lane access whatsoever. We already see parking issues, as there is already extremely limited street parking on our pie-shaped lots. The development of multi-unit homes and basement rentals in our area would be unthinkable with no parking available. Our schools in our community are already full. Increasing our housing density, bringing more families with school-aged children into our community does not make sense. The children will have to bus to outlying schools for their education, as the schools in the area simply cannot increase their capacity to accommodate the influx. The established lake communities in Calgary all have limited ability to increase the capacity of their facilities to accommodate an increase in density. I propose that lake communities such as Lake Sundance are not rezoned and are maintained status quo. An increase in housing density will result in an influx of new residents and, unfortunately, an increase in criminal activities such as break-ins and vehicle thefts. We've already seen an increase of crime in our area as a result of the population increase in Calgary, as more criminal elements make their way to our city. Increasing housing density will only make this situation worse in our area. Summarizing, what this rezoning proposal will do to our community will increase the density of our area, resulting in more pressure on the lake facilities, reduce parking, cause children to endure commutes to other subdivisions for schooling, negatively impact our property value, which we invested in, and increase crime. We already have urban sprawl in Calgary. Let's add the housing capacity in new area developments rather than established ones such as lake communities that are unable to support it. I feel we should have a say in whether we should have our community rezoned. I'd just like to add that my wife, Anne, and I would like to thank Councillor Damong and Devon for hosting a zoning information session with city planning for Ward 14 in our community, which was informative and very well attended with many active discussions. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you for your presentation. Just hang on the line in case there's questions. Let's go to Brayden Farell, please.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Brayden Farell, and I'd like to thank you for this chance to add my voice to the hundreds speaking this week, well, and right into May. I've been hopping on to watch the live stream when I can, and I'm impressed with the thoughtfulness and passion that has been put into these presentations, both for and against the blanket rezoning. It is warming to see respect and collaboration between the citizens and Council. Although I have heard that the majority of Council has already made up its mind from several people, I want to believe that you're keeping an open mind and open to persuasion. Affordable housing is a driving force behind these proposed changes. I have done some research and discovered there are programs like the city's Calgary Housing Company. This City of Calgary subsidiary is responsible for managing the development of new affordable housing projects on behalf of the city. I had no idea they had almost 7,000 on the wait list for affordable housing. Yes, I am against blanket rezoning, by the way. There are already 27,000 currently being assisted. I did not grasp how dire the situation was. I now understand the frustration of those exposed to this unforgiving housing market. This being said, I am concerned that the blanket rezoning will have little effect on affordable housing. At a high level, the inner city communities must sound very appealing as they're close to downtown and have very large lots. I feel that any development close to downtown will be attractive to downtown employees as well, and therefore the prices will be driven upwards. Of course, homes closer to downtown always cost more. These row homes would be filled up by professionals moving away from the outlying areas of Calgary. So what needs to be done? Prices follow the rules of supply and demand. We need many more developments with a good proportion of them being operated as affordable housing. What do we need? We need high-density homes near transportation corridors, particularly the C-train lines. We need to ensure more developments have designated affordable housing. The Calgary Housing Company has a couple very large projects planned in Bridgeland and Rundle that will add 330 homes, helping over 900 Calgarians in high-density format. I didn't know that before. It sounds great. Here are some concerns with the blanket rezoning that I'm sure you might have heard once or twice. The parking. My mother-in-law lives in Altadore and was explaining how the increased parking on the narrow roads is making it harder and harder to pull over to yield to oncoming traffic. Some communities, of course, will be hit much harder than others. Sewage pipes and infrastructure. Last December, our street sewage pipes were steam cleaned, and in December, when I asked one of the workers why they have to do it, he said the pipes were small and old and need to be kept clean, otherwise they're going to back up into our homes. What's going to happen in these older areas if the neighborhood has several more families? Currently, every year, the city responds to over 8,000 sewer backups costing around $3 million. Education. The baby boomers are aging, and many are looking at downsizing. We are seeing retired homeowners sell their homes to young families. The neighborhood schools are suffering from this, and they are well over capacity and holding lotteries to see which new students they can accept. Our two eldest daughters went to Western Canada High School, and it's like so many schools, they're bursting at the seams at well over 100% capacity. That's nothing new, as Councillor Walcott would probably agree with. In conclusion, as long as we are cheaper than the other major Canadian cities, there's going to be an influx of new citizens wanting to enjoy the Alberta advantage. These people will be in competition with those waiting for affordable housing. This will be an ongoing concern, and I hope that there is a plan to take care of those most vulnerable. Thank you, Council, for your time to hear our numerous opinions and concerns. I'm hopeful that you're able to gather enough insight and perhaps maybe some ideas from these panels to come up with a Made in Calgary solution. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Anaya Farell. Apologies for mispronouncing it the first time.
Good morning, Mayor and Councillors. My name is Anaya Farell, and I'm representing myself. I've also lived in Calgary my whole life. I believe we do require densification, increased housing, and affordable housing, but I do not agree with the currently proposed RCG citywide blanket upzoning. My biggest issue with the whole situation is the lack of democratic process. Yes, we are getting a voice, but we are not getting a vote. Housing affects every single person in Calgary. How is it possible that 15 people are determining the outcome of approximately 1.3 million Calgarians in regards to housing? In 2021, the City of Calgary held a plebiscite so that Calgarians could vote about reintroducing fluoride back into our water. As it turns out, 62% of Calgarians who voted wanted fluoride back in the water. For myself, this is not the outcome I wanted to see. Yet, I respected and was grateful that it was a democratic process that we did get, and that we did get an opportunity to vote. So my question to Council is, where's the democratic process in regards to RCG? How is it that we as Calgarians do not get a vote on something that affects each and every one of us? Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Janet Weiss, please.
Thank you. My name is Janet Weiss. I live in Meadowlark Park, and I'm an impacted homeowner. And I'm against the blanketed rezoning bylaw. Meadowlark Park is a planned RC1 community with low-profile bungalows, a mature tree canopy, and planned green spaces. It's diverse, with a mix of renters and owners, and it's seen an influx of young families. It's the city's smallest community with the city's largest mall. And the community, by any reasonable measure of fairness and equity, has accommodated growth. In fact, density is projected to grow by at least 500% based on already approved plans for high-rises. Many of us, including myself, have lived the challenges facing renters and homebuyers today. But the good news is some of this is cyclical. Interest rates rise and fall. Rents and housing prices loosen as economies cool and supply and demand adjust. I have house shopped in several cities, including Calgary during its last boom, and endured some stunning rental rates as a student. But booms do not last forever. Now, zone it and housing will come appears to be the city's strategy. Yes, yet Calgary's real estate experts, CREB, have stated blanket rezoning is not the right solution to address Calgary's housing challenges. Let's zone our communities based on building a better Calgary for the long run and not as a reaction to current challenges. The proposed blanket rezoning is not about creating entry-level housing, nor is it about addressing affordability for our most vulnerable. Because if it was, this bylaw would be much more targeted. Based on a misguided view of affordability, this bylaw overreaches and essentially expropriates the current nature and context of communities like mine, silences community input, and puts the future value and vitality of healthy older neighborhoods at risk. If passed, this bylaw essentially dictates to RC1 communities what the nature and context of their community ought to be, and puts in place the process to enable change without consent or even meaningful ongoing consultation. RC1 should have more density, more infills and suites and multiplexes, and there should be at least half a parking spot for larger units, but nothing for smaller ones. And by default, the nature of our streets should be parked cars and busy corridors. Trees and green spaces are optional. Oh, and don't worry about the infrastructure. It's only 70 years old. Fix it after they come. And who is in charge of this transformation? Probably not the people who live in the community, given most homeowners have neither the financial capacity nor the experience to redevelop their property. So unelected, for-profit developers who have no stake in the well-being of our community are in charge of deciding what and where miscellaneous building types and densities will be built. Unfortunately, our existing, fully planned, diverse, and I'd say successful community could be reduced to an unbalanced, undesirable, and failing community. I do not like this recipe. So let me close by saying, I believe blanket rezoning favors homeowners in newer communities, favors certain lifestyle choices, and favors newcomers over existing residents while ignoring legitimate concerns regarding safety, security, trees, and green spaces, to name a few. It fails to serve all people fairly and equitably, and unnecessarily places existing successful communities at risk. Councillors, I understand many of you may be predisposed to support this amendment based on some good intentions, but at what cost? A nebulous end does not justify the costly destruction of our diverse communities and strains the social fabric that has made Calgary successful. I am not asking you to abandon your core beliefs. I'm asking you to honor the voice of all of the constituents and communities you are elected to represent, and to envision a focused, flexible approach that targets the fundamental problem and encourages investment and redevelopment in struggling communities. At the end of the day, such an approach will deliver a better result worthy of this city. I urge you to vote against this rezoning bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to questions of this panel. We're going to start with Councillor Weiss, please.
Could I please speak with Mr. Farell? Thanks. You've brought up something that I've already put on the floor of council, which was increased density. Hi. I'm hiding in the mix. Is increased density around transit-oriented development. So council voted that down when I suggested no height limit to allow industry to actually make the financials work to give us built form. But the challenge we run into with TOD sites is there are single-family homes around the radius of which we'd want to build higher density. So how do you think we're supposed to tackle the opposition that if I were to zone those houses, they become more valuable because it's the greatest and best use of the land that increases the value of said property, but the neighborhood wouldn't want it. So how do we get around that to make housing for people?
That's a good question. As for the value, personally, we're in place. I've heard that come up and down, come in and out of conversation before. We don't mind when our value goes down a bit because our taxes go down, so thank you.
You're welcome.
It's tough. I understand that. Perhaps in some areas it wouldn't work if you've got a transit station that's totally surrounded by homes and they're not working. I understand not all areas, if they don't have alleyways, they may not be as appealing, which makes sense as well. So, and maybe some communities that are newer, that have newer infrastructure and are open to it. That's a big laundry list of wants and needs, but maybe some would be willing to take on some high density. But, so sorry, I don't know. That's not.
This is the fun part about the debate before
right?
us is how do we solve a problem when ownership rights exist? And okay, thank you. I was just kind of curious your thoughts on that one.
That's thought-provoking for sure.
Awesome. All right, I'll stop there. Thanks.
Thank you. There's no other questions in the queue, so thank you all for joining us today. We appreciate your time and your presentations. Let's assemble the next panel. We are going into panel number 94. Do we have Nathan MacBey?
Yes, I'm on the line.
Thank you. Do we have Judith Bakalik?
Yes, I'm on the line.
Excellent. Do we have Renee Mah Poy? Yes. Hi. You can grab a seat up at the front here. Do we have Brenda O'Donnell? Yes. Hi. Please feel free to come up. And do we have Corinna McClement? Well, let's go with this panel of 4 then. This is panel number 94. Up next is going to be panel number 95. I'll read out the names so you're ready to go. Charles Hallwas, MayCee Holmes, Laurie Hawkins, and Madison Holmes. So that'll be next. Right now, panel 94, let's start with Nathan MacBey, please.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Thank you, councillors. As Mayor Gondek said, my name is Nathan MacBey. Thank you very much for allowing me to address you today, as I can imagine how long this process has been for you. As some background, I've tried over the past 2 months to contact Councillor Walcott without any luck, so I appreciate the chance to speak to Council and state my unwavering opposition to the RCG rezoning proposal. My wife and I have lived in Elbow Park for close to 20 years, having raised 2 children. We have built and then rebuilt our home after the flood. We've also rebuilt Elbow Park School. We have fundraised for community groups and sports teams. We've built playgrounds, paved alleyways, and even shoveled neighbor sidewalks. Needless to say, we're 100% invested in our city and our neighborhood. As first-time homeowners, we saved hard. Elbow Park was our only choice. It afforded our children a sense of security and a small-town feel. The schools were close, neighbors were friends, and all amenities were a short walk away. The parks and green space were also a major draw into the fabric of the community. Our schools always scored well in provincial rankings, but beyond this, there was a sense of ownership and pride. Everyone knew each other and looked out for one another. Unfortunately, with the proposed blanket rezoning, this will all be lost. 80-plus-year-old infrastructure will be stressed to the max. Parking worries increased, and our sense of community will be forgotten. For instance, every spring on 40th Avenue where we live, we have city work trucks parked for months at a time, monitoring a sewage lift station that barely manages to service current residents, let alone new residents, as funds clear. As a side note to this, none of the homes on 40th Avenue have sewer backup in their insurance policies as a result of this. In addition, blanket rezoning will lead to a loss of green space, particularly the mature trees and open spaces that make our city and neighborhood special. My concern also stems from the drastic alteration of our neighborhood character due to the rezoning. The cohesion and sense of community will be lost forever. Something as simple as the streetscape will be drastically altered. Sudden changes such as the rezoning will disrupt the social fabric of Calgary, pit neighbors against each other, and certainly remove that sense of belonging that so many people in Elbow Park and Calgary and similar communities have. If the city implements this without voter consent, they have effectively denied their right of residents to have their say in changes directly affecting the neighborhood. As I previously stated, my concerns about the community as a whole, but personally for me, we built our home in Elbow Park because we wanted proximity to downtown and services and the sense of community it has. If someone builds an 8-plex next door to us, suddenly that serenity is gone forever and we will have no say in how that happens. City Council cannot arbitrarily change the rules of the game halfway through. To be 100% clear, this is not a not-in-my-backyard situation, as we need to find a solution for the housing crisis, but this is not the answer. I am not one of the privileged few that Councillor Walcott enjoys calling who are in position or opposition to this. I'm a lifelong Calgarian who wants to work with the city to find alternatives that work for everyone. So what's the answer? The answer is further densification around transit hubs, around major learning institutions, major traffic corridors, and more responsible development in communities that have excess land. These are worthwhile ideas that need to be examined further. We need to walk before we run, as consequences of a mistake like council is proposing will be irreversible and drastic. I would ask that the city go back to the drawing board, complete your infrastructure due diligence and upgrades, then return Calgarians to the plan that is not rushed and without the unintended consequences identified by so many speakers today. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Judith Bakalik, please.
Thank you, councillors and mayor, for hosting this opportunity to speak on this hearing. I am a 34-year resident of Lake Sundance in Ward 14. I do not support the upcoming bylaw change with the blanket RCG. I do not support this bylaw for a multitude of reasons, which we've all heard repeatedly. As a longtime member of a lake community, I can't imagine the fallout of our park, which residents own and will be overcrowding and lack of parking to begin with. I'm very concerned about the infrastructure in having to take on much higher demands. We're facing water restrictions. We're having rolling blackouts. What is going to be next? In what may be considered an aging area, timed out by some people, I see schools being fully utilized, almost and fully over capacity, and they are already struggling with multi-purpose rentals that go on after school hours. I believe that the zoning should be done on a case-by-case situation. Without this, we lose our democratic voice to speak on proposed changes. Listen to the developers and fully utilize the transit corridors. Perhaps all of this will promote function in transit systems. City Hall is hasty in making decisions, and this requires more studies and input. It's frustrating to push things through and see it happen, and people have to go back to the drawing board to make improvements, even more than once. For example, the C-train crossing at Shaughnessy Boulevard. I am in favor of affordable housing, and we can all agree on. So let's look at all the alternatives. Many great ideas have been proposed to you. Let's make a better city for the future. Please listen to the people. Don't take our choices away. Do not remove our unique communities and individualities. This is not a nominal change. Hold a plebiscite and hear us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Renee Mah Poy, please.
Council, I'm not going to thank you for your time, as we should not be here. There should have been a plebiscite, and we should have not had to come. The mayor and her 8 know the majority of the city do not want this, so they chose this format. Thank you to the 6 councillors that tried. Also, 8 councillors have already made up their mind, so there's no point to this, but we have to show up, or it will only be the people in favor of blanket rezoning presenting, including those prepped by a councillor. I've rewritten this after hearing the same points against over and over again. I want to talk about the young university and college students I've been hearing. None have said they are homeless. They talk about affordability. They talk about 5 people living in one home. Well, I had 4 when I went to university. University students are typically poor. That's how it is for that period of their life. Someone mentioned still living with their parents. My son lived at home during university and considered it a privilege. He started working at 14 and left home at 22 with an engineering degree and $40,000 saved for down payment on his house. My other son went to SAIT for a year and moved out at 19. He rented with a bunch of other people, worked and saved for 7 years, and then put a down payment on his house. And Mayor, my boys do not want to rent. They both bought a single detached home. What these students are not understanding is this is about housing, not affordability, as was told to Councillor Sharp. Students are willing to take the community people have saved years to live in, paid taxes for years, paid the city councillor's salary and pension for years, just for a chance, just a chance at affordable living. This is not about affordable living, but it is about the community that people love and have worked hard for. Yes, you cannot take someone's home from them, but you can, and you are trying to take their community. The adults a little older are saying, we love people. The more people, the better. Who cares about parking? People are just afraid. People need to accept change. No, they don't. They set a goal, they worked hard, and they achieved their goal. Why should it be taken from them? I doubt any of the councillors want a multiplex by them, although some are waiting to develop them. It is becoming difficult to afford to live in Calgary. People are struggling to afford to live in their home. Interest rates have gone up. City Council raised taxes almost 8%. And now insurance rates will increase. Insurance rates are higher in high-density housing areas, and I know this because I phoned insurance companies. BC has mandated 31 municipalities to support high-density housing around bus exchanges/transit. Nanaimo is one of these. Cities as are Vancouver and Kelowna. City Council should also be taking a planning strategy approach instead of a blanket approach. I have heard many people addressing the lack of planning. I would assume it is because Trudeau will give Calgary $228 million if we change to blanket rezoning. This leads me to wonder what Trudeau's motive is for giving Calgary money. We know he doesn't really care about the citizens of Calgary. His backdrop for his press conference in Calgary is NRB Modular Solutions. NRB is a part of Dexterra Group, a leading support service and solutions company in Canada. Recently, Trudeau's good buddy, Mr. David Johnson, joined Dexterra's board of directors. I hope none of the money is going there. I bet most of the first $57 million went to administration and staff. I wonder, will any go to help with low-income housing? What other surprises are coming? Nanaimo will eliminate natural gas as a primary heat source in new builds starting July 1st. Is Calgary planning to do that? Is this the start of many changes City Council plans to push through with or without the taxpayers knowing? Blanket rezoning is much more important than fluoride, and fluoride was on the election ballot. I suggest blanket rezoning be added to the next election ballot. This gives City Council time to try some of the excellent suggestions I've heard over the last 5 days. And interestingly, why are the people for blanket zoning not asking for a plebiscite? Blanket rezoning was not on the mayor or the council's campaign platform. Neither was the environmental emergency they immediately voted in. City Council works for the taxpayers, and I think every taxpayer is entitled to have their say. People do not disagree with high-density housing. They disagree with blanket rezoning. I'm very opposed to blanket rezoning and every Calgarian not having their voice heard. It would actually benefit me because my son could build a carriage house for me to return to when I travel. But sometimes you need to think in majority and not just yourself. I also don't feel people have been threatening the councillors. When a councillor does not vote for the majority does not vote for the councillor. It's not a threat, it's called a consequence. Why are people so willing to put the cart before the horse? People for are saying, I am for blanket rezoning, but this is not a but vote. It is a yes or a no vote. And honestly, I'm disappointed that council is making so many people come down here to have their voice heard. It's hard for people to get here. They're missing work. They're nervous. They're terrified.
You're at time. Thank you very much for your presentation.
That was an add-on if I had time.
Thank you. Let's go to Brenda O'Donnell, please.
Good morning, Mayor Gondek and City Council. My name is Brenda O'Donnell, and I am a property owner in Ward 4. Many newer developing areas do build a combination of single-family homes and townhomes to meet the varying needs of individuals in that community. As part of the planning within these communities, there is also consideration for the infrastructure, which includes parks or green spaces, parking, and transit, to just name a few. Even within these types of developments, the impact of high-density buildings can be devastating. In the 25 years that I have lived in Calgary, I have seen this type of density-rich housing built. I used to live in the Harvest Hills area. This occurred when the previous City Council approved removing the Harvest Hills Golf Course to facilitate building 716 new units in the Harvest Hills area. The beautiful Harvest Hills Golf Course that was adjacent to my bungalow was destroyed, and in its place, a behemoth of condos, houses, and townhomes took its place. The loss of such beautiful green space to facilitate this density-rich development was not a popular decision made by previous councils. The current City Council, within their first week, voted on and declared a climate emergency. I'm not sure of the logic of voting in a climate emergency, however, to now want blanket rezoning that flies in the face of this alleged climate emergency? How is that green to remove trees so homes can be built to a zero property line? This decision will result in the loss of backyards, gardens, shrubs, and trees. Buildings up to 3 stories could be approved and erected on a single lot. These can cast a shadow on neighbors, thus restricting their ability to fully enjoy their property. The affected neighbor will lose their right to privacy in their own backyard, or use it for a garden, or just personal enjoyment. Owning and enjoying personal property would become a thing of the past if Council goes ahead with this blanket rezoning. The current proposal does not sound very green to me when such density-rich housings are approved. It exacerbates the existing problems of a neighborhood, which do include parking, increased taxes, and the loss of green space. Perhaps if City Council can just gloss over these issues, I'm not sure how they can ignore the city's inability to provide electricity to all these new homes. Even this past winter, Alberta had to borrow electricity from other provinces to remain electrified. I recall getting the alert when I was out visiting friends that there could be rolling blackouts due to the strain the city was under due to the minus 39-degree weather. I love global warming. With this idea of going green by pushing electric vehicles and installing solar panels, but then allowing buildings that will be tall enough to block sunlight on neighboring property is incongruent. The city does not have an infrastructure to accommodate this type of growth. Many previous speakers have offered possible alternatives. I think Council is being a bit schizophrenic in saying there is a climate emergency, but then instituting a blanket rezoning that means sacrificing green space. I think if Council does proceed with blanket rezoning, then they need to declare that there is no longer a climate emergency. It can't be both ways. I am concerned that this initiative is partially based on funding from the federal government. The federal government has offered that they will provide $220 million in funding if cities will push through blanket rezoning. There is no doubt that Trudeau and the federal government have created this problem of lack of housing due to their immigration policies. However, it is not a solution to impose their will on cities and provide funding in the hopes that cities will push through blanket rezoning. City Council needs to do what is best for the citizens of Calgary. The federal government has made it very clear that they do not care about Canadians, they do not care about personal and community sovereignty, that they are only interested in removing individual freedoms and making Canada into a model similar to China. There is no doubt that the promise of a big cash infusion from the federal government can be enticing to City Council. However, taking money from the federal government on the promise of receiving this funding only if civic sovereignty is removed should be turned down without question. Sometimes doing the right thing is hard. But remember, you are civil servants and you are here to do the will of the people. You're not here to endorse Trudeau's misguided initiatives and policies. I think it would be a very poor choice to align yourself with the federal government, especially on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. We're going to go to questions of this panel. Let's go to Councillor Chabot, please.
Yes, Ms. Mah Poy. Thank you for being here today. Just for starters, I'm just curious, have you had a chance to talk to any of your neighbors at all about any of this?
No.
Okay.
I've talked to a lot of friends. I was at Euchre the other night. Everyone was horrified at what's happening, and everyone was talking about the young people feeling entitled these days.
Yeah. Anyways, I appreciate your being here and taking some of your time. So thank you for your time. Not sure how we got to where we are. I would have preferred a different process, as you're aware. But I do appreciate the fact that you've taken some of your time to come and express your position.
Well, and you know what? None of us do not like to be up here. We're not public speakers. We're very nervous, and we're really upset. Like, this is not fun for any of the 800 people that are having to come down here.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you coming. Thank you.
That was your question?
That was my question.
All right, let's go to the next panel. We have no more questions for this panel, so thank you all for being here. We appreciate your time and your presentations. If I understand correctly, Kelly Zarnke is here? Is that right? Hi. You were on panel 49, so we'll put you on this panel. So you'll be the first one up. You can go ahead and grab a seat. On panel 95, do we have Charles Halwas? Hi. Are you Charles Halwas? What's your name? Damian Robson. All right, come on up. Damian Robson. Is there anyone else that's sitting in the audience that was on a previous panel and you were missed? Okay, is there anyone on the phone line that's on from a previous panel? Okay, then let's keep going through this list. Charles Halwas was a no. How about MayCee Holmes?
Present.
Thank you. How about Laurie Hawkins? Madison Holmes?
Also present.
Hi, that's Madison?
Correct.
Great, thank you. And do we have from panel 96, Linda Mott? Do we have Sharon Colbert? Caroline Russell? Do we have Jeffrey Wiggers? Hi, please come on up. All right, so we will go with Kelly Zarnke off the top, then we'll go to Damian Robson, then MayCee Holmes, then Madison Holmes, and then Jeffrey Wiggers. So please go ahead, Mr. Zarnke.
Thank you. Good morning, Your Worship and respected councillors. Thank you for your commitment and your endurance on this weekend as well in this marathon. And especially for respectfully hearing out this cacophony of public voices speaking on a healthy range of perspectives on the rezoning for housing initiative. When it comes to final decision making, I would respectfully ask the council to consider voting in favor of upzoning for housing proposal, because I believe this is really about the future of Calgary as opposed to the present. I'm a community member of Ward 1 and Varsity. My wife and I are very fortunate to have independent single family house on a treed lot a stone's throw from the amazing Hodges Park, close to the Bow River. As we're getting older, we're late boomers, I guess, if you will. Not too long before we're 6 feet under. In thinking of it from that perspective, I suppose we should be opposed as opposed to being in favor of this principle. However, in these past few months, we've discussed this frequently. We've gone to community association meetings. We've made observations around our neighborhood, talked to neighbors, and so on. And my non-technical, non-quantitative observations as a community member would be as follows. Foremost, I think we're immersed in an era of intergenerational unfairness. I think we've been very fortunate to have what we have by virtue of our birth years. We lucked out. I think there are too many topics to cover in just a few minutes that we probably all want to have voice to, but I think we do have some logical inconsistencies that we've heard that I'd like to provide some examples of, some false dichotomies. For example, the often cited and unsightly appearance of the worst identified multifamily dwellings on formerly single family lots or single dwelling lots. Living in Varsity, a early 1970s housing stock, I think is now regularly purchased, houses being taken down and replaced, not by multifamily dwellings, but rather by large, broad and tall single-family dwellings. And in my travels to work and back, each day, these weeks, these months, this year, we see houses that shade adjacent properties, that affect sight lines, that take down trees, that occupy larger percentages of the space, the same criticism that's being leveled against these multifamily dwellings. So I think there's a little bit of a false dichotomy there. Second, I don't think we can be too concerned about taking down a few trees per lot, A, because it's happening anyways, whether they're single or multifamily dwellings, and second, without examining the counterfactual, and that is the destruction of grasslands, wetlands, et cetera, by peripheral suburbanization. My understanding, I'm not an expert in this, is a single spruce tree, we have about 10 or 15 spruce trees on our lot, it takes out of the environment about 20 kilograms of carbon a year. Yay. Destruction of a single hectare of grasslands, of dry grasslands, as per U of A estimations, would be about 50 to 60 tons of carbon. Now, always be suspicious of denominators. I'm not sure that's a direct comparison, but it helps kind of put in scale that a few trees, while of concern, I love trees, I have one I'm deliberating on what to do with, can't be like it's small compared to what suburban effects would be. I'm concerned about infrastructure and the inevitable cost of infrastructure spreading out into the periphery with suburbanization versus acknowledging density. Densification leads to complexity of infrastructure within, but the distances are shorter and the area covered is smaller.
Mr. Zarnke, you're just at time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If you have a seat, I'll let you know if there's any questions for you. Let's go to Damian Robson, please.
Good morning, Council. My name is Damian Robson. I'm a longtime resident of Inglewood, and I am opposed to blanket rezoning. I believe that this proposal is very harmful to our city and our citizens' way of life. Among its many potential shortcomings, this proposal will harm families in particular, forcing families out of their single-family lots and into apartments and other multifamily dwellings. Calgarians deserve the choice to raise their families in a single-family home with a yard, privacy, and room for their children to play. Rezoning will inevitably lead to single-family homes being squeezed out and replaced by large multi-unit lots towering over them on either side, destroying their privacy while significantly increasing their property taxes. It will also curtail the ability of seniors to live in their retirement years in their family home, hastening their move to seniors' housing and care facilities. Most seniors have spent their entire lives building their homes and families and look forward to having their golden years tinkering in the backyard, as well as having their home be a gathering place for their adult children and grandchildren. Why are these lifestyle choices being taken away from Calgarians? Why is it not possible to provide both lifestyle choices and affordable housing simultaneously? Furthermore, I believe that this proposal being pushed in the name of affordable housing is at best disingenuous. I believe that allowing developers to build anything they want wherever they want will do precisely the opposite, driving up tax assessments and creating more expensive rental properties, not more affordable. I also believe that this council is failing to consider other important factors. The city infrastructure is not capable of supporting so many additional people crammed into existing neighborhoods. How does the city plan to deal with the added stress on water, sewer, gas, and electrical? I imagine that the same people who are being negatively impacted by the planned densification will also be expected to pay for the inevitable upgrades to the infrastructure that will follow shortly after. Parking is already at a premium, and the proposed 0.5 parking spots per resident is well below what is required and will further exacerbate the problem. The city's solution of charging Calgarians fees for parking their vehicles on the street in front of their homes is yet another unwelcome and unnecessary burden on citizens. This extra burden will, as is so often the case, burden the lower income neighborhoods disproportionately, as it is these neighborhoods where the lots are smaller, the homes are often come without attached garages, requiring that residents park on their street. Does this council really expect everyone to give up their personal vehicles and flood onto an already crowded, often unsafe, and extremely inefficient transit system? This proposal is being forced on Calgarians by third-party special interest groups such as the ironically named Calgary First, TPA, in an attempt to circumvent future input from citizens. In the past, rezoning required community input from the affected neighborhood. That would no longer be the case should this rezoning be implemented. Not only will citizens not be asked for their input, they will not even be notified until construction begins. This is unacceptable. As well, the federal government is attempting to influence this proposal by making it a condition of federal funding that came from our citizens' tax dollars. Why is this mayor and this council allowing this obvious overreach by the federal government into our municipal affairs? Why has there been no pushback on the federal government's attempt to attach strings to funding that we already paid for? In closing, I would like to add that this proposal is very unclear on how it is expected to provide affordable housing. It is being rushed through council without enough information provided to citizens and without enough feedback. Even now, most Calgarians are unaware that this measure is being proposed or exactly what it will mean. This is probably the most consequential and far-reaching undertaking in the history of this city, and it is being rushed forward at a time when this mayor and this council are at the lowest approval rating in the history of this city. Vote no to blanket rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to MayCee Holmes, please. Do we have Thank you.
Policy. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. I'm in opposition to the proposed blanket rezoning policy. I'd like to state that although the Council has provided some information as to why blanket rezoning may increase affordability, there are still lots of questions and concerns that have been posed to the risks of such a policy. It's evident that the public would like to see more studies demonstrating how this kind of policy might not have the desired effect expected by Council. Since these communities are directly affected by this issue, shouldn't the residents of those areas have the final say and be provided with all the information necessary to provide what is known as informed consent? Furthermore, removing the public hearing process for land use redesignation takes away the public's ability to inform you, the Council. Over the past week, while I've been listening to these hearings, I've come to see a treasure trove of knowledge. These hearings have allowed individuals who have done their own studies and can offer their own experience to provide some solutions to our Council. By allowing public input, a young, dumb teenager like myself has been better able to ask the right questions about difficulties we're facing today and how we can solve them. Even people my age who have supported this policy have researched some of the issues raised, such as the effect on home values because of this hearing. Anything that means more minds coming together is a yes, so eliminating public input on land use redesignation is a no for me. Additionally, it would be fruitful to find out whether there are any alternative ways to address the issue of affordable housing besides sacrificing existing neighborhoods. Many presenters have talked about utilizing Calgary's vast land base, expanding our city center, or repurposing empty commercial buildings. If the records are available as to what areas could be or have been zoned and approved, then how can we make sure we're utilizing that before we decide to deform existing communities? The reason I'm standing here today is because I'm new to this game. I'm 19 years old, trying to hear all the input, and there's been lots of perspectives that should be considered. Like one man suggested on Wednesday, perhaps expanding our single-family home inventory would be a good idea. I'm hearing that some people want a garage or backyard suite to be close to their families, and that sounds awesome. But why must these homes be made in pre-existing areas? Maybe we could construct these kinds of homes in clusters of 4 or 5 within or adjacent to pre-existing neighborhoods. This may allow residents of single-family neighborhoods to maintain the level of stability they were promised when they purchased their homes. Giving people the freedom to choose where they want to live is important, but that doesn't mean it's all about you. Being able to construct whatever project I want may be nice, but I'm surrounded by other people's goals and dreams. That's what different community types are for. People go through different stages of their life. An apartment may be enough for one's needs. However, as your life changes, you may wish to upgrade to a larger home with a private backyard for your children in and garden to tend to. And in the long run, majority of people do want a family and have families, so having the option for space is preferable. Give Calgarians the option to choose which environment they wish to live in context to those who are also flowing down the same river. Again, it's not just about you, but you in context to others. Lastly, as to the relation to affordability, Calgarians can barely afford gas and groceries, let alone housing. Me and my siblings live with our parents, and the biggest thing isn't the lack of housing, but interest rates. Perhaps we could be investing in high-speed rail as well as nuclear energy projects. This might boost employment, promote trade, and create a surplus of resources that could be used to build future projects quickly, cheaply, and non-strenuously. Even though some of these ideas may not fall under your jurisdiction, you still have the right to make demands. Put pressure on the provincial and federal governments. Let our voices be heard and our ideas be realized. Isn't that why you got into this job in the first place? We're the hands-on experience and you're the engineers. The best things happen when theorists and expert, a term derived from the word experience, come together. Don't let organizations like the WEF, Trudeau's Young Global Leaders Program, or Calgary's Future bully you into submission. Those aren't good friends to have. We are. You scratch our back and we will scratch yours. We can look out for each other. And the best part is there's more of us anyway. So thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Madison Holmes, please.
Hi, am I audible?
You bet.
Okay, my name is Madison Holmes. I'm 21, and I'm speaking as an affected house-dwelling woman in Calgary. I do apologize that me nor my sister could be there in person, since our demographic seems to be underrepresented on the opposed side. I am opposed to the rezoning of housing policy. Calgarians are laden with financial yokes every which way, and if our city council, you respectively, aim to lift these hardships from our shoulders, putting a Band-Aid on an artery wound is counterintuitive. It is enough to vote down this policy solely on the premise that the funding for our affordable housing will only come from the federal government under the ultimatum that we implement this blanket rezoning. Withholding means for Calgary to prosper because of our evident inclination towards the dictates of the federal government is extortion and coercion. Howbeit, the myriad of questions and concerns that have already arisen from this historical public hearing regarding the future implications of this rezoning, it's further assurance that it is not fully understood by us Calgarians, let alone ready for approval by you, our supposed representatives. And as this policy is the concern of Calgarians and not the federal government, till Calgarians can claim informed consent, an appropriately planned plebiscite cannot occur. The questions that arise for me personally are as follows. Is saving $150 on monthly rent a sensible solution when accounting for rising inflation, utility bills, insurance, interest rates? Just this week, I went with my mom and my sister to buy some water and 3 meals worth of food, and it costed $300. As grocery expenses increase, gardening options become invaluable for continual Calgarian prosperity. Yet how can a Calgarian family like mine grow a garden if there's a 3-story apartment building 35 feet tall and mere inches from my property line, blocking out the sun majority of the day? I have neighbors with solar panels on their roof who's going to compensate them for the residual loss of energy they've already invested in. Moreover, albeit some may endorse the lack of parking this policy will manifest, as it discourages families from possessing traditional hydrocarbon-fueled vehicles since they won't have anywhere to park, not all Calgarians advocate for this elusive lifestyle change. The moral of the story is this: housing is not the story. Our city is in too convoluting a predicament to claim increased home supply will manifest a sensible long-term solution to affordable housing when affordability is itself the bane. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Jeffrey Wiggers, please.
Thank you. Next slide, please. Hi, I'm Jeff. I'm 29 years old, just turned. I'm a millennial. I'm born and raised Calgarian. I'm looking to purchase my first home, and I've lived at home with my parents until very recently. Next slide, please. Why are we here? It's to address the housing crisis. Every speaker has referenced this as the key issue. Council is seeking solutions to address the housing crisis, and the golden question is how can we increase affordability without compromising communities? The solution? Next slide, please. A tempered approach. One size does not fit all. Cross the river by touching the stones. Monitor, evaluate, and engage. Evaluate the merit of increased density where it makes sense and engage Calgarians. Next slide, please. Solutions proposed. I think that we should increase the supply through community engagement, accelerate the development of housing on Calgary-owned lands, use local area plans to push developers to build actual affordable housings. Developers will not sell their units below their build costs, and build costs are beyond the definition of affordable. Force development of units affordable at or below the medium income level in the LAP. Give people the opportunity to engage and provide meaningful input. Limit Airbnbs to 1 rental per person. Let's also slow the growth. Growth is not sustainable. Impose a foreign or interprovincial buyer's tax. Let's work collaboratively with our Alberta MLAs and not be direct conflict with them to get this done. Let's prioritize Albertans. Vacancy tax for speculators and bare land. In a housing crisis, why do we permit the smallest percentage of property tax on privately owned land that has seen no development for business or housing? Empty lots sitting there, lowest property tax. If land is sitting empty for more than 4 months and nothing has been done and no permits have been made, they should be taxed at the highest level. Land is valuable. Use it or lose it. Other, increase parking requirements to 1 car per, I'm going to say here, place of residence. Not a unit. We'll get to that later. An average Calgarian has 1.82 cars, not 0.5. We will never have trains like London and Germany. It cannot be done. Calgary has tried and failed with the underground C train stations through downtown and only got to 40% completion. Let's return setbacks to a level that will reduce imposition with neighboring units and let neighbors be neighbors again. Next slide, please. I'm a resident of Ward 11. Shown here are 2 prime examples of where we could increase density where it makes sense. What's shown in city there is the former YMCA site owned by the City of Calgary and has been sitting vacant, demolished, land flat for years. Another example here is private-owned land that has not been used for years. When I was maybe about 6 years old, it was an abandoned water park, and now it just sits empty. Prime spot. Next slide, please. Another example is by Co-op in Oak Ridge. Bare land right there. There's higher density just to the north, which is shown in the picture. Perfect opportunity for higher density housing. Next slide, please. Calgary's a big city. I know Ward 11. Others know other areas of Calgary. Let's engage the people who know where opportunities exist. Next slide, please. This is just showing that Calgary has a lot of cars, and we still need cars despite people saying that, hey, we can just not use cars. Next slide, please. This is the slide I was talking about, which refers to parking requirements. So the claim is that there's 4 units and parking requirements is 0.5, which means 2 stalls. But in reality, and please correct me if I'm wrong, each unit consists of a main garden suite and backyard suite. And those terminologies might not be correct, but it's my understanding that there's 3 what I'll call unique places of residence. So 3, 6, 9, 12 places of residence times 0.5 stalls per unit, but a unit is 3, so you're getting 2 stalls for what would be 12 places of residence, and if each family has 1.82 cars per family, that's 21.84 cars in what used to be a single family thing there. So that to me is just, it's incomprehensible. And I've heard another speaker say that marginalized communities are going to be the ones who are seeking this because it's going to be affordable. Well, the fact of the matter is having a car can, in some cases, help you prosper and get further ahead by having access to different jobs and being able to get where you need to go. How is that going to be helping the marginalized communities? Next slide, please. Transportation, I would like to skip this slide, please. Not enough time. Abraham Lincoln said that democracy is the government of the people, by the people, and for the people. Let's collaborate with Calgarians, Alberta MLAs, and ensure the MGA can address the housing crisis by having that foreign buyers tax. Vancouver did this, and they saw a 66% drop in speculation. Next slide, please. Supply and demand. Taylor Swift, lots and lots of concerts. Unsurprisingly, it was a cruel summer. People still couldn't get tickets, and prices did not go down. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to questions of this panel. Let's start with Councillor Carra, please.
Yeah, I'd like to pull up Mr. Zarnke, if that's possible. I have been keeping a list of logical fallacies, and I'm not able to debate speakers. You listed 2. I was wondering if you had any others that you might want to share for the edification of the public.
Yeah, I think those were the main ones that came to mind that I sort of looked into and prepped. I don't have a list. Thanks.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
All right, let's go to Councillor Chabot, please.
Madam Speaker. Sir, you made a couple of comments that I don't know that they're factual. You made reference to massing and being the same size of what's currently allowed versus what could potentially exist. You are aware, of course, that there's a difference of at least 1 meter between current zoning and what's proposed. 1 meter extra height.
Yeah, I don't pretend to be an expert on measurements, but I can, to community members' eye, stand adjacent to, well-established private bungalow on a property that is built on a property overlooking, say, the bluff overlooking the Hodges Park, where it's essentially from the back three stories, towering over, shadowing, what is otherwise a beautiful house. I just use that as one example. Right. I think along the top of Mount Albans in the Montgomery area, there's a stretch of nice hillside where, 3 beautiful houses are going in. I don't think I could afford any one of them, but they're very large compared to what's adjacent to them. So the proximity, the details, respectfully, whether it's a meter difference or not, they're pushing the property lines. It's much more dense housing per se as single-family dwellings than these multi-unit dwellings. So my point is really just that I think many of these same challenges exist
based on
where builders are constructing, I assume, large houses on, driven by the market, by what they can do with the single units as opposed to the multi-units. So,
right. You did make another mention as well that site coverage is the same, but it isn't. It's
okay, fair
45
enough.
to 60%.
Yeah. Thanks for that clarification. Sure.
Well, thank you. Yep. Thank you for your submission.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wong, please.
Thank you, Mr. Wiggers, please. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your presentation. You mentioned you want to build buy your first house.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. In the presentation, we've talked before about affordability and that, and you mentioned you've been living at home for your duration. In today's world, in today's economy with young people, are you able to afford it? I guess it's a fundamental question, because we talk about housing affordability and affordable housing, one being the price, one being the income capacity. What's the challenge that you've got?
I guess, so the question is what is the challenge of entering the housing market?
Yes, for you.
For me, well, it's I've been fortunate to live at home for a while and then save up money as I go along here. As I said in my presentation, I'm 29 years old. After graduating university, I've worked. I've had to move to Saskatchewan and then to Newfoundland and then back to Calgary for employment. But through that time, I've saved up a lot of money, and now I'm in the market and looking, and when an opportunity comes up, I am within the year going to purchase my home. So the challenge is that I don't think you can just right out of the door go and be able to afford to buy a place. I think that I'm fortunate to have lived at home, like I said here, to save up a down payment. If I was renting, I would still save up a down payment, but it would be less than what it is right now. So I think, does that answer your question?
Yeah, so it's just leading me to the second question. And that we're in an increasing marketplace where prices are going up. What do you have as a solution to either stabilize prices or keep prices there? Is this the right approach?
No, this is not the right approach. It is my understanding that council tried to get funding from the federal government. It was denied. They tried a second time. It was denied, and then it was explicitly stated that in order to get the funding, you need to have blanket rezoning. Blanket rezoning, in my opinion, is not the right approach because it will actually make it even less affordable. What I propose doing as a solution is slowing the demand growth. So Vancouver had put a tax on speculators and the vacancy tax, and that dropped it by, I think, 66%, I said in my slide deck here. The other item that I proposed to City Council is, if that's not able to be done in the MGA Act, is work collaboratively. If you guys go to Rick McIver, who is my understanding is the owner of the city planning thing here, and say, hey, we are in a crisis. We need your help. Let's work together to find a solution. Can we do this? How can we change this? You're going to get a lot more buy-in. Let's exhaust other solutions before we throw the baby out with the bathwater. Let's, yeah, I think that limits it. And then limit one Airbnb per person. I don't have the stats about how many Airbnbs are owned per person, but do you guys have the stats? I guess is my question. Has city administration provided that?
The city does keep track of short-term rentals, yes.
Has that been evaluated as a solution?
They are evaluating, yes.
And has there been any mention of that?
I'm not sure why am I answering questions. My apologies. Let me turn the tables. Let me ask questions again. More importantly, sorry. Where I'm trying to get to is that some of the things that you're suggesting, such as a speculation tax, is beyond our capacity to do that, right? Some of the other things you're suggesting in terms of capping immigration, again, is beyond our capacity. What I was looking for was things that we can do that you know of, particularly. Because this is, the question is in front of us of blanket rezoning, creating more supply, more choice in that, theoretically should help us keep prices down. I'm just wondering if you support that.
I do not support blanket rezoning.
Thank you.
Thank you. There's somebody on the line that's not muted, so can I just ask if you're on the line, if you could just mute yourself, please, until we call you. Let's go to the next set of questions from Councillor McLean, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Wiggers, could you please stand up again? I don't know if this is appropriate. You said you're a millennial. Do you mind if I ask you how old you are?
I just turned 29 years old.
29, okay. And again, appropriate. Super good presentation, well prepared. Can you tell me a bit about your background, what you do for a living, and what you did for schooling?
Yeah, absolutely. And also thank you to the city clerk for doing the slide deck there. That was last minute, greatly appreciated. I'm a professional engineer, and I work in Calgary in the energy industry.
Oh, okay, thanks. The only reason I ask is I have 3 kids. They're all millennials. Like myself, they went right out of high school, left the house, went into university. They're millennials now. They all somehow managed to buy homes. It wasn't easy. So my question, I guess, at the end of the day, so now that you're 29, would you say that your opinions on life and just issues in general have changed from high school to where you're at now?
I think everyone's positions will change over time. As you develop more experiences, you see other perspectives and you grow that way. I've been fortunate and I've been able to travel extensively, and then through that, I think that has fostered a little bit of that. Yes, and then some of my views have changed since high school area to where I am right now. And I think that's just part of life and experience and just gaining new knowledge.
Yeah, you might get older like, me and just yell at the sky,
Or accidentally start asking council questions instead.
It is. All right, enough. Thank you very much for showing up here today. Bye.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Penner, please.
Mr. Wiggers, come on back. Sorry, it's not Price is Right. There's no wheel to spin at the end of this. You made some claims that so I'm just trying to understand where you've got some information, because it's really hard to fact check up here when we hear misinformation. So you said that we were denied funding multiple times from the federal government. Where did you get that information from?
I asked people to please correct me if I was wrong, because I wasn't sure on that one. I believe is what I said, if you play back the recording. That is something that I have been heard of, and like a secondhand thing. I had not been able to fact check myself, but that is why I did say, please correct me if I'm wrong. So if you wouldn't mind explaining to me and then everyone else online exactly the process, I think that would provide some guidance. I think more information is better than none.
Yeah, and unfortunately, just with the way procedure bylaw works, we can't just make a statement to you. So it's called the Housing Accelerator Fund. I'll say that we have answers online about the application process. It was open to all municipalities across the country, and that is how that funding came in. A good majority of it, actually all of it, is for affordable housing, tied to all the many strategies that people have put forward. I have another question for you. You asked us to reach out to MLAs. Why do you think we haven't done that yet?
Well, to me, if you look at what happened in Vancouver and the land value dropping by 66%, let me rephrase. Vancouver's tax dropped foreign speculation in the market by 66%. That is a huge number. That to me seems like a no-brainer lever that I would hope council here would support. Now, in a previous presentation, one council member here, I don't remember who, said, is there another panel said the same thing, and he asked, is there anything in the MGA Act which allows us to do this? And the presenter said he does not know, which to me indicates that council has thought that this might be a lever, but is not being able to be done. So I think that if you guys contacted Rick McIver and the Alberta MLA and sat down and said, hey guys, let's work collaboratively together and engage and in good faith. Like everyone wants the same thing. I believe that everyone wants a great Calgary. Let's sit down together and be collaborative. I think that would work as a solution. And I truly do believe that they would work with you guys if you guys came to them in good faith and sat down and said, hey, let's figure this out together. Let's find some common ground.
Would it surprise you to know that we have tried that route and haven't been met with a good faith in return?
I do not know how the interactions between you and Rick McIver went, but I do know that there's a lot of, how how do I phrase this politically correct, not anger, but there may be discontent between the levels of government, of municipal and the provincial level. And I think that if a mediation was in there and you were able to come together, I think both sides could get there. And I think there's work on both sides, but I think both of you guys need to come together and do it. This is an easy lever that can go right away, that you guys can pull, that would not resort to throwing the baby out with the bathwater.
Okay, I'll leave it there. I would be happy for you to reach out to my office and we could talk a little bit more as one of my residents about some of the things you put forward in your presentation about all the levers that we've tried to pull and why they aren't working. So I'm offering that to you.
I would love to have coffee with you and McIver and sit down in a lovely, non-committal way and discuss this.
If you can get him to my office, I would super appreciate that because he hasn't responded to my request. Thanks. No further questions.
Okay, thank you. Let's. Okay, that's it for questions of this panel. Thank you very much for joining us today. We really appreciate the time that you've taken. We are going to assemble the next one. Let me ask, is there anyone in the audience that is from a previous panel who's just joining us now? Is there anyone on the phone line that's from a previous panel? Hi, who's this?
Hello, it's Laurie. Can you hear me?
Hi, yes. Which panel are you from?
I'm from panel number 95. Sorry, I'm late. I had a funeral yesterday. I'm in Tabor, so I'm a little behind the schedule.
It's Laurie Hawkins, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I'm going to get you on a panel, but Laurie, I'm going to need you to turn off your live feed that you've got going in the background.
I don't have it on.
Okay, we're getting a little bit of feedback.
Yep, my speakers are off. I can see the council, but the speakers are off.
Okay, well.
On the computer.
Okay, we'll hope for the best and just hang on the line. Let me get things going here.
I'll shut the computer right down is what I'll do. I'll just shut that right down. I don't need it on anyway.
Okay, so just hang on and I'll just get some more people to be on the panel with you.
Okay, and I've shut that down.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're looking at panel number 97. So do we have Katrina Olsen-Heise? Hi there. Let's go to Kelly McDougall. How about Don Filipchuk? Hi. Timothy Bacon? Lindsay Perry. On panel 98, do we have Harry Heuser? Hi, you can come on up as well, sir. Okay, so here's the order. We'll go with Laurie Hawkins, then Katrina Olsen-Heise, then Don Filipchuk, then Timothy Bacon, and then Harry Heuser. So, Laurie, please kick us off.
Oh, thank you. Good day, Mayor and councillors. My name is Laurie, and I'd like to provide you with a little background. I'm born and raised in Calgary. My dad worked at a bowling alley and then as a caretaker. As a kid, my mom and younger brother and we'd stay in the car while my dad cut someone else's lawn for extra money. And we'd go for groceries, which you can imagine wasn't much. Mom did not drive until I was out of high school. I share this info so you young people wanting to own can see there was no privilege or money, family money I was brought up on. I grew up in Southwood. My parents bought their home when I was in grade 7. Bend from the 80s, which almost borders an industrial area. There's no garage, the same as many of my neighbors, and therefore parking on the street is required. I worked as an administrator. I'm telling you this again because it takes a lot of sacrifice and saving. Now I feel I'm being penalized after work so hard to save for my home. I drove old beaters, didn't go on holidays, rarely seen family in Regina. It is not a right to own a home, but a privilege, one that's earned from sacrifice, and the younger ones don't realize just how much effort and dollars this takes. It takes a lot of money. For example, utilities are through the roof. We homeowners know this, and those that don't, you have no idea. I've paid my taxes to the city for its services for myself and for others for over 25 years. No, not everyone who's in their late 20s or 30 automatically get to own a home. It didn't happen to my family either. You may have to wait longer for certain milestones, but you will get there. Not everyone make large salaries and live in 5,000 square foot homes either. Council approved Sweeting Homes. Where did the rental housing go? Renters want places to rent, but the issue is where is the rent? This is a huge problem. Why are these homeowners allowed to charge exorbitant rent, making them rich? It's being purchased and rebuilt with million-dollar homes instead. You don't have to look far, it's everywhere. Killarney is an example. One purchased lot is now 2 or more homes and are extravagant, putting a great deal of money in the developer's pocket and continues to outprice these homes for a lot of buyers. Doesn't benefit seniors or disabled either. Where is affordability here? Mobile home parks were taken away not being developed with dense housing or a smaller rental housing. You say living over a garage works, smaller and more homes. Millfield Heights lot has not been developed and has been empty for years. Build your many smaller rental homes or tall apartment condos in places like that. People can choose to rent or own. I feel with dense housing, we'll be living in a concrete jungle. I could very well never see the sky out my windows. Tell me, why is it necessary to have these new homes built so high? Why then put in windows? There won't be much light and you won't be able to see anything. Not something I want beside my home or the community I choose to live in. I'm shocked with both the density and how a half a car per unit is even considered. I believe this is not feasible. This will in fact create problems between old and new neighbors. This alone will not bring us together. Guaranteed I won't be able to park in front of my house. Our families, friends, and work, etc., are rarely in the same community. I need to plug my vehicle in during the winter so it starts to live in their home way northwest. I have family I see in Tabor. I go there probably 3 times a month. My life includes owning a vehicle and no one should infringe on my choice to do so. We all take transit.
Laurie, we're missing pieces. We're missing pieces of your presentation. You're cutting out on us.
Okay.
You know what?
I'm not sure. Okay.
If you back up about 4 or 5 sentences and go again, then we'll get the whole thing.
Okay. I probably should have called from a landline, but okay. I will say, I'll just start with, I'm shocked with both the density and how a half a car per unit is even considered. I believe this is not feasible. This will in fact create problems between old and new neighbors. This alone will not bring us together. Guaranteed I won't be able to park in front of my house. Our friends, family, work, etc. are rarely in the same community. I need to plug my vehicle in during winter so it starts to see my folks that are in their 80s and still in their home. Also, but it's in Arbor Lake, way northwest. I have family I see in Tabor, Alberta, and they go there probably 3 times a month. My life includes owning a vehicle, and no one should infringe on my choice to do so. We all cannot take transit everywhere, and expecting us all to do so is ludicrous and taking away our rights. People that don't want vehicles in this world is not mine. Our community is only 42 years old. Granted, my house is a little bit older, but it in no way needs to be torn down. Infrastructure wasn't designed for the dense housing you are proposing and will certainly shorten its life. Since my first year owning a home, I have a yard, flowers, and a garden. That's my choice. They say working the soil is good for your soil, or for your soul. You'll be taking away all of this. Last year, we were already water rationed for our yards. Blanket rezoning could mean I'll live next to a construction site forever. Other homeowners have expressed their disdain about the noise, dust, and disruption to their life. I did not sign up for this. Our roads in general are in terrible shape and will take on more damage with construction trucks coming into and on the street and community repeatedly. Where's the supply? Row housing isn't quite got that many more houses, so your answer really is 8+ on one lot. That's far too many, and I'm not in favor of. Build dense communities like Quarry Park versus changing communities into something they were never meant to be. Time moves fast. It won't be long where some of us will be considered elderly. We've looked after our homes, and it's a benefit for us to stay and not be forced out. Young say they can't afford housing, but it's older homeowners can't afford to lose the value of our houses either. We need this equity from our homes for our later years. Senior care and homes are expensive.
Ms. Hawkins? You're at time. Yeah. I gave you an extra 25 seconds just because of the problems we had, but you are at time. So if you can hang on the line in case there's questions for you, thanks so much for joining us. You can mute yourself. I'll let you know if you have any questions.
Thanks.
Thank you. Let's go to Katrina Olsen-Heise, please.
Hello, Honourable Mayor and Councillors. I'm a resident in Ward 11, and I appreciate this opportunity to discuss the rezoning proposal with you. Currently, I understand that residential rezoning requests that come before Council are approved at a rate above 90%. I think this shows how well the City has worked with the local community and groups and developers in the past with successful engagement and clear expectations and guidelines so all sides have an idea of what the council will likely approve. How does the city typically engage for rezoning? Referring to the city's guide for local area planning, updated last September, just 7 months ago, a local area plan outlines a future for a community, provides policies that residents, landowners, developers, planners, and councillors use to evaluate development proposals. A local area plan is arrived at by creating a robust engagement strategy to ensure a broad range of residents' stakeholders can partake. Local insights are brought into the process so that the plan is tailored to the unique characteristics and context of the area. So I have a couple of questions, rhetorical perhaps. Can the city truly say it has done a robust engagement strategy in which a broad range of community residents and stakeholders have been involved? Has local perspectives been drawn into the blanket rezoning to tailor it to each community's unique character? Clearly, a large number of people do not think you have, all right? This is why so many have submitted letters and appearing before you. The September 23 guide states it generally takes between 18 to 24 months to arrive at a local area plan. Yet how long has it been since we've been told about this blanket rezoning? It's been 7 months. That's a tad bit shorter than 18 to 24 months. And this proposal has broad, sweeping changes that affects many communities in Calgary. Now, is a possible benefit from this blanket rezoning worth council losing the trust of so many community residents? There are many, much more worthwhile actions to help with affordability outlined in the city's Home is Here housing strategy 2024 to 2030. Council should be highlighting and championing these initiatives. They're so useful and have the possibility to help renters, homeowners, communities, groups, and developers to work together rather than stoking antagonism, which is being done with this blanket rezoning proposal. All right. I appreciate that council probably feels at this point that they're in a difficult spot. It seems that this blanket rezoning is being cast as the haves versus the have-nots, the old versus the young, the unhoused versus, the homeowners versus the unhoused. I challenge you to rise above this, all right? We, the homeowners, the old, have worked hard through our difficulties in our life. The late 80s double-digit interest rates. We are considering 5% high now. How do you think people in the 80s felt when it was 14 to 20% at times? So we actually got some help. And Alberta, the UCP was conservative back then, but there was some relief offered for interest rates, and we did take advantage of it. So yes, old generations can help young generations. Right? We don't have a problem with that. We also went through the late 80s, early 90s recession, 2008, and all of its fallout. Every generation has its own challenges, and certainly this generation coming up has much different ones. Globalization, internet, the list goes on. And Calgary in the past has been a city that has helped each other. We've shown that in the 2013 flooding.
Weiss, you're at
Let's do it again.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Don Filipchuk, please.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Don Filipchuk, and I'm here to speak in opposition to the proposed blanket rezoning. I've been a Calgary resident for over 30 years and a property owner in the Beltline Ward 8 for over 25 years. As I've been following these proceedings, I've noticed you have received many well-researched, thoughtful, and detailed presentations. This will not be one of them. In the words of the great John Cleese, I wish to register a complaint. As a proponent of the Socratic method, I will be making my points by asking questions. I do not have or expect answers, but I'm glad for the opportunity to speak. I do believe this proposed blanket rezoning to be so significant as to be considered a structural change to Calgary. Does this council have the authority, the goodwill, the public trust, the political capital, in other words, the mandate to make such a broad and sweeping structural change? Debatable, subject to debate. Did members of this council openly advocate for this concept during the 2021 election? Not sure, I didn't notice. What I did notice is the first official act of mayor and council was for Calgary to declare a climate emergency. I am sure there are those who believe, as helpfully advertised by federal tax dollars, that we are in a climate crisis. And as they say during a Bankers Hall fire drill, an emergency condition may exist. I would have expected this would be openly discussed during the election. I don't recall this being the case. Would it surprise this mayor and council that not all Calgarians may share in your belief that Calgary urgently required the declaration of a climate emergency? Who can say? What then is my complaint? It is a complaint of process. I don't like rushed artificial deadlines, federal monies with strings attached, and one-size-fits-all solutions. Why not put the question to the people? Is there precedent for such referenda? I believe there is, from topics such as holding Calgary Olympics, fairness for equalization, and of course, water fluoridation, many times. I believe this issue is being rushed due to a familiar pattern. A September 2023 letter from a federal housing minister with a promise of free money directly to the city. A ticking clock. This offer will expire faster than a WestJet ticket sale, containing, as usual, a requirement for outsized federal influence, disproportionate to the financial outlay, with a requirement to follow federal green housing guidelines, one size fits all. I wonder, does federal green housing guidelines mean no natural gas furnaces or appliances? Should I be ordering my heat pump by Amazon now to avoid the rush? Moving on. Question, will the affluent community of Mount Royal be subject to the blanket rezoning? It is my understanding that the answer is no, as this community has a pre-existing agreement with the city. So some neighborhoods will be exempt from blanket rezoning. Does this blanket have holes? Perhaps. Why would I be skeptical of the judgment and policies of this or any other elected council? Is there evidence for projects gone awry? I recall the 16th Avenue North Trans-Canada widening program changed midway to add pedestrian-friendly median trees, in addition to the goal of expanding lanes of a major transportation corridor. Compatible project objectives? Who can say? I'm watching with interest the multi-billion-dollar proposed new Green Line, which under initial planning, I believe, was reduced in distance while keeping the same cost, and I believe has not been re-estimated to take into account 3 years of inflation, supply chain issues, along with a culture of reduced public transit ridership now that many people choose to work from home. But I digress. In conclusion, while parts of my presentation have been unserious, the issue of blanket rezoning is quite serious. I do believe issues with increased parking demand and shade from tall neighboring structures to the property line are contrary to the cultivation and enjoyment of personal spaces. I do believe the proposed approach is overbroad, rushed, and will not result in the stated goal of increased inventory of affordable housing, a laudable goal. If a citywide rezoning makes so much sense and solves so many problems, and it is the right thing to do, then I urge you to take this to the public with referenda to receive a proper mandate. If you instead proceed, then, in the words of climate prophet Greta Thunberg, how dare you? Please vote no. Do not enact blanket rezoning. Please reconsider. Thank you for hearing my complaint.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Timothy Bacon, please.
Your Honor, Mayor Gondek, councillors, city staff, thank you for this opportunity to participate. My wife Josephine and I are 50-year plus residents of Calgary. Joe's dad was a Philippine immigrant carpenter with 6 kids. Her mom assisted in the family woodworking business. I'm a third-generation Calgarian with a geologist father and social worker teacher mother. Through various life stages and economic circumstances, Joe and I have lived in 14 different Calgary communities, all 4 quadrants, and every type of dwelling. Currently, we reside in a modest bungalow, completely rebuilt in 2015, on a bus route in a neighborly diverse Ward 8 inner-city community. Our view is that Calgary is composed of a variety of distinct communities that provide a wide sufficient choice to its citizens. We feel that the MDP in place with follow-up LAPs is gradually adding density and additional housing stock. As such, we fail to see why there is now intent from council and city planners to upend this progressing plan. Therefore, we are opposed to the proposed zoning bylaw amendments. At the same time, we recognize that over 80,000 Calgarians now face housing affordability challenges. We believe this priority issue should be more squarely and directly addressed by the city, rather than conflated with zoning policy. Notably, the city has significant underutilized and underdeveloped lands that can be contributed. Unfortunately, the zoning bylaw amendments have been portrayed to Calgarians as a panacea whereby private developers will magically deliver a trickle-down enhancement of Calgary's affordable housing supply. Tried elsewhere, this approach has not been proven to be effective. Moreover, given current input cost levels, plus typical market-driven developer margins, it is unrealistic to think that new adds will decrease average housing prices. We are not uncaring, exclusionary, privileged, reactionary NIMBYists completely opposed to redevelopment. We support incremental, gradual densification, particularly as housing stock ages and needs replacement or refurbishment. However, per the proposed blanket upzoning, we believe the maximum intensity of new builds allowed is disproportionate and view the undersized parking spot ratio to be nonsensical. There's other valid concerns that have been talked about ad nauseum. I won't repeat them now. Much more importantly, we believe that the proposed bylaw amendments unfairly constrict valid community resident input and appeal regarding future developments. Calgarians enjoy their chosen distinct communities, but are cognizant that these will evolve over time. There exists public support for the goals of the existing MDP, noting an estimated 440,000 housing units are still developable under MDP principles. What we don't understand is this current push to undertake a new experiment to situate Calgarians into homogeneous look-alike communities. Undoubtedly, Calgary has unique qualities attractive to both residents and, judging by arrival levels, to newcomers. This appeal, we submit, largely stems from a lower density, relatively affordable Calgary, not being like Toronto or Vancouver. In summary, we would ask the Mayor and Council to reject the proposed bylaw amendments, continue to support the existing MDP and LAPs, but with greater priority, press ahead with social housing initiatives and projects. Thank you very much for your time and attention today, and as you plow ahead with this hearing, we hope there is a movement by Council to reach a fruitful middle ground that will engender broad support from Calgarians. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Harry Heuser, please.
Okay, great. Okay, greetings to your worship and councilors. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. My name is Harry Heuser, and I've been educated with degrees in engineering and finance and a long experience in business planning and big oil. So my vote would be strongly no on this rezoning application, and as a result of listening to the last 5 days, I've probably heard 80% of this. I'm going to keep a short comment on the density because you've heard it too much. but my other comments are going to be about bias and scale. I've owned a single-family dwelling continuously in Deer Run, Ward 14, for 30 years. And so just a quick shout out to Councillor DeMong. Thank you for your thing you had in Mendipore the other day. I was there in the front row. But I have 5 kids and 8 grandkids. I'm an old man just about now. And our quiet location in our cul-de-sac is perfect. And a key issue for me will be, it's related to parking and vehicles that deliver on that lifestyle. Private vehicles are spelling for freedom of choice. And you know, it may be that the energy source for those vehicles are going to change. We know the autonomous features and systems of those vehicles are going to change. But you know what's never going to change? It'll be the desire for freedom that's going to persist. So I don't need and want anything about my privacy on my little cul-de-sac, or safety, or lifestyle change. And that's my density comment. So in a minute at the end, I'm going to just get to this because I think it's a little bit interesting on scale, because my last 2 comments are on bias and scale. So I think, City Council, you've contributed to your own problem on the scale problem by maybe not understanding confirmation bias. Confirmation bias is when you have a desired outcome and then invent or only look for an analysis that might support that outcome. And on this scale, on this measure, I think City Council has had an egregious failure. The task force that led to this rezoning project was comprised of some city planners, and by my look at it, 10 individuals from the social justice and nonprofit platforms. The web reveals the background of these 10 people. To a person, they're all warriors of social justice, shelter is a human right, inclusive communities and affordable housing. That was the task force that started this whole ball rolling. Now, individually, any of this interest is fair and selectively important, and I emphasize that. But when City Council packs a task force with a single interest group, what does anybody think the outcome's going to be? Let's create a task force for a new arena and stack it with hockey players and broadcasters. Let's create a task force with car drivers to look at bike lanes again. So how do you think that outcome is going to look? So you know where I'm going. Any insulated cadre of group thinkers is wrong, and this current rezoning bias and its outcome is equally wrong. So you know what you have to do. Take this thing back to the drawing board for the local area planning process. I've heard lots of comments in the last 4 or 5 days that you got something that works not bad. But the other comment I'd make on bias is recency bias. Recency bias is a tendency to think that recent trends are permanent and will never revert to a mean. I've been dismayed, really, by so many speakers who think the blue sky here is falling and our lovely city's in ruins unless we act radically. Humans are enormously resourceful and resilient, and we have centuries of history where circumstances do revert to the mean. Our city's council's job is like that of a captain of a big ship. Small and thoughtful adjustments will guarantee you success. The only real crisis I think you have today is probably the segment of the population that is truly desperate. And I would say there, listen to all the comments about the off-market housing, and I think you do have agencies in Calgary that exist today. You listen to them and you'll be heroes. So let me just go briefly to the slide up here. Trudeau, as you know, recently talks about 4 million homes by 2031. Well, that's 630,000 a year across Canada. Well, Canada's run rate, or in the last few years, has been 225,000. So that's a huge jump. If you just take Calgary's population share as a percentage, I'm just doing some simple ratios here. Calgary's share of the population of Canada is 4%. The required annual housing starts with them would be 26,000. I know that number is higher than what you've been, and we've actually been contributing at a high level. But you do some simple math on square footage and, you know, maybe an erroneous $300 a square foot for construction, you're spending $8 billion a year. Now, I said, I've worked in the oil industry for a long time on business planning and understanding big projects. It takes years to spend that kind of money. And it takes years if you're going to do it year after year after year. So do the things you can do simply. Listen to the people about affordable housing and fix that. Stick to the processes you've got, which is the LAP process. Tinker with it, improve it where you can.
Mr.
You
Heuser,
cannot go do a wholesale change.
Thank you, Mr. Heuser. You're at
this.
time. Thanks very much for your presentation. I don't see any questions in the queue for this panel, so thank you very much for joining us, everyone. We appreciate the time you spent on your presentations. We have about 10 minutes before we're going to break, so let's see who else we've got that's able to present. First off, let me ask, is there anyone in the audience that's from a previous panel?
Panel 96 consulted?
Hi, who's this from 96?
Bob Russell.
Okay,
I didn't hear anyone from 96 being called.
I already went through 96, but I don't have Bob Russell. I have Caroline Russell.
That's my wife, yeah.
Okay, so you know what, sir? Just hang on. I'm going to go to you in just a minute.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Do we have Mary Henderson? Okay, this is panel 98. Do we have Theresa Helmle? Hi, please come on up. So we are going to hear from Bob Russell. Please go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you for listening to me. My name is Bob Russell, as Mayor Gondek mentioned. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I want to express our deep concerns regarding this proposal. We are definitely opposed to this amendment. Specifically, we are opposed to blanket rezoning. We do understand and recognize there's a housing issue in our city. However, this is a lifetime, long-lasting decision that we believe requires an exhaustive, intensive research, scrutiny, evaluation, and implications assessment of all alternatives available. Council is elected for a 4-year term, but this decision has far-reaching impact beyond this term. Granted, there must be considerable stress and pressure for Council to address this housing affordability and possibly supply issue, but all factors must be considered in the very long term. Accordingly, as taxpaying citizens, and because of the long-term effect, we believe that a plebiscite is still necessary. We believe it is incumbent upon Council to require this to obtain proper input from all of the impacted citizens. The plebiscite could be conducted with many alternatives suggested, all with a policy goal to address the issues. One-size-fits-all or blanket rezoning seems overly simplistic for such a complicated situation. It creates chaos and division, as evidenced by the public's reaction both ways to this proposal. As leaders of our city, you need to provide a well-thought-out, detailed plan
Mr. Russell?
that is listened.
Mr. Russell, hang on one second. Hi, there's somebody else on the phone line. Can I ask you to mute yourself, please? Okay, go ahead, Mr. Russell. Sorry about that. Go back a sentence or two.
Thank you very much, Mayor Gonda. One-size-fits-all or blanket rezoning seems overly simplistic for such a complicated situation. It creates chaos and division, as evidenced by the public's reaction both ways to this proposal. As leaders of our city, you need to provide a well-thought-out, detailed plan that is listened to and accepts input from individuals and community members. This hearing has been excellent, I believe. I've only been able to listen into bits of it, but I think this is a great start. The plan must have a scope for the future and be set accordingly. The plan needs to be implemented with full consideration of all aspects of existing planning and development that has enabled Calgary to be one of the best places in the world to live. If short-term immediate decisions need to be made to immediately address the housing issue, then such needs to be done within the existing framework and rules. If you think the rules need to be changed, which blanket rezoning does, then an exhaustive approach needs to be followed, as this is now a long-term impacting decision. There is alternatives, there's existing available land. Many people have made presentations in that regard that can be utilized and alleviate the situation. There's other alternatives for possibly secondary suites. The federal government housing money could be proposed and negotiated and evaluated to cover the cost of those renovations. The rent perhaps could be held to a low cap, to make something affordable. This would identify and possibly address the affordability crisis. The rent income to the owner could be legislated to not be taxable. This would encourage renovations, provide some income to the owner of the home, provide some affordable housing and increase supply. But obviously, this would require coordination amongst all three levels of government: municipal, provincial, and federal. I feel it is critical that our government levels work together and coordinate research and resources to find the best way. Not working together does not serve any of us properly. There are many alternatives, and it will take a lot of work. My hope would be, after all such research and consulting that's been conducted, that such input has been utilized to establish a real solid plan for the future. blanket rezoning largely leaves such planning and timelines to developers. That is very scary. Developers operate for themselves. There's many other issues that have been covered exhaustively: parking, traffic congestion, safety, fire and police services, waste management, economics. One of the goals is to make housing more affordable. I don't see how this, most likely developers will seize this opportunity in the short term to make enhanced profits. And the house prices will not be more affordable. They may actually spike and be more expensive. In the long term, possibly house prices will go the other way in reverse. This needs intense study. As residents, we're deeply committed to preserving the natural beauty, peaceful and neighborly character, and ecological integrity of our community. While we understand the importance and need more affordable housing, we believe it must be balanced with responsible stewardship of our environment, infrastructure, and social fabric. We urge you to carefully consider the long-term implications of the proposed rezoning.
Thank you,
and
Mr.
explore
Russell. You're just at time. If you can hang on the line in case there's questions for you. Thank you. Let's go to Theresa Helmle, please.
Good morning. My name is Theresa Helmle, and I speak on behalf of my husband Mervyn and myself, as we are joint landowners in Ward 12. We are extremely opposed to Calgary Council's attempt to move towards a blanket rezoning policy. The federal government has inappropriately approached the City of Calgary directly, unconstitutionally circumventing the province with offers of funding under specific conditions that do not align with the values of the majority of Calgarians. It is extremely disappointing to see that the mayor and council were eager to give up the rights and the opportunity for input of its own citizens in exchange for what amounts to a federal bribe that came with undesirable strings attached. This backroom-style deal has resulted in a substantial loss of trust in our Calgary Council. It's particularly concerning when a deal such as this is negotiated at a time when the Calgary mayor and federal government currently hold some of the lowest approval ratings in history. Why did they attempt to push through an agenda of this magnitude and in such a rushed manner? The proposed plan to rezone Calgary in its entirety is being promoted as a progressive solution without any downsides, yet major negative consequences have not been assessed adequately or at all. We have heard a myriad of concerns and should add fire hazard and insurance challenges that will occur. These are all real and very consequential concerns, and yet they're being dismissed as residents just being privileged or selfish, irregardless of the fact that they have worked very hard, paid premium for their properties, and many have paid taxes for decades. The city cites New Zealand as an example to model. However, an April 5th report in the Vancouver Sun states that, quote, the New Zealand study may not actually show mass upzoning works, unquote. Another article in the Financial Post dated April 5th states that, quote, though pleasing to planners, the results have been disastrous for middle and lower income households, sending housing prices through the roof, lowering living standards, and even increasing poverty, unquote. City administrators and those in favor of blanket upzoning are using emotional rhetoric and cherry-picked modeling to promote a yes vote, rather than using actual data and evidence that shows success in their approach. Buzz phrases such as affordable housing and housing for the homeless all invoke emotion, yet to date, we have not been shown real data or evidence of success in providing low-income housing in the recently infilled, upzoned multiplexes. We are, however, seeing mid to high-price housing and higher-priced rental complexes being built to the detriment of existing homeowners and communities. We would prefer to see City Council consider building the much-needed modern, affordable homes without the forced net zero ideology of the federal government, on purpose designed new communities on city-owned land that lies outside of existing neighborhoods. Should we trust a city council that promotes crowded, unhealthy living conditions when they have land available? A while back, I had a telephone conversation with my councillor, Evan Spencer, with respect to my opposition to the refluoridation of our water. He stated, we live in a democracy, and since the majority voted to have the fluoridation reinstalled, that's what we will do. The majority of Calgary residents are opposed to the blanket rezoning amendment. So Mr. Spencer, will we see the same level of integrity from you and council with respect to this blanket rezoning agenda. Your own survey showed that over 70% of your constituency is opposed to this change. We are indeed a democracy, and the people of Calgary have spoken, and the majority are opposed. So City Council, do the right thing and respect the wishes of the majority of your constituents. This blanket upzoning proposal appears to be nothing more than the city, who has recently shown untrustworthy tendencies, attempt to erode the rights of citizens to have input into what happens in their neighborhood or their city, all being done under the guise of affordable housing. More efficiency in obtaining development permits is achievable with some creative thinking and without taking away the rights of the citizens of Calgary, literally eroding the concept of democracy. We as concerned citizens urge council members to vote no to the blanket upzoning plan. In a democracy, a decision of this magnitude should never be determined by 8 or 9 council members. Stop the plan in its entirety and bring this issue to the people of Calgary by way of a plebiscite, referendum, or an election platform. This will ensure that affected Calgarians ultimately have a say as to whether or not we preserve the pristine beauty of our city, retain the lifestyle choices of its citizens, and continue to be one of the most desirable cities in the world to live. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I don't see any questions in the queue for these two panelists, so thank you very much for taking the time to be with us. We are going to take a break, but before we do that, let me just indicate who will be up after the break. It's going to be panel 99, which is Louise Lieskovsky, Mark Lieskovsky, Tracy Cherniawsky, Rick Black, Evgeny Zhoromsky. After that, it'll be panel 100. That's Linda Dunfield, Margaret Barber, Eileen Deans, Sanjeev Kad, and Salam Nazo. So we will see everybody back here at 1:15. And Madam Clerk, could we please note that Councillor Spencer returned at 11:30. He was representing council with the Calgary Highlanders.
It's been noted. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Okay, see everybody at 1:15. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to public hearing. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. On the roll, Councillor Sharp.
Here.
Councillor Spencer. Councillor Walcott.
Here.
Councillor Wong. Councillor Wyness. Councillor Carraw.
Here.
Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Chu.
Here.
Councillor Demong.
Present.
Councillor Dollywall. Councillor McLean. Councillor Meehan. Councillor Penner.
Here.
Councillor Pootmans.
Here.
And Mayor Gondek.
I'm here.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, let's get another panel going, everybody. Before I do that, just a reminder to everyone that you have 5 minutes to make your presentation. I'm forming panels of 5 people if I can. It might be 4, it might be 6, depends on how many people are available. As you're presenting up there, there is a timer for you to keep track of where you are in your presentation. When you've hit your 5 minutes, I will have to interrupt you, so forgive me in advance for that. So let's go with who we have here. Do we have Louise Lieskovsky?
Yes, this is Mark, her husband.
Hi, is Louise joining us as well, or is it just you, Mark?
No, she had to go out. She had to go out this afternoon. She had a commitment, so I've got the presentation here.
Perfect. We're happy to have you. Tracy Cherniawsky. Hi. You can grab a seat up at the front here. Rick Black. Hi. Please go ahead. Evgeny Zhiromsky. Okay, I'm going to panel 100. Do we have Linda Dunfield? Do we have Margaret Barber?
Mayor Gondek?
Hi.
Hi, my name is Mary Henderson. I was on panel 98, and I was on the line, but you couldn't hear me. I'm wondering if I can sneak into this panel.
You absolutely can, Mary. I've got you on this panel now. Thanks for telling me.
Thank you.
Mayor Gondek?
Yes.
My name is Dan Mowat. I have a email notification here that I was on panel 99. I received that on April the 18th at 16:08, but you haven't called my name.
Okay, what's your last name, sir?
Mowat, M-O-W-A-T.
M-O-W-A-T. And you're saying you were 99, right?
That's what the email says here, yes.
Okay, we're just going to find you.
Okay. So my son made a presentation earlier in the week. He registered us both for making presentations.
Okay, you know what? You're on the line, so I'm going to just put you on this panel. Remind me of your first name again, please.
Dan.
Okay, thank you.
Same name as my son.
Perfect. So here's the order that we're going to go in, everybody. We're going to do Mary Henderson, then Mark Lieskovsky, then Tracy Cherniawsky, then Rick Black, and then Dan Mowat. So Mary Henderson, start us off, please.
Thank you. My name is Mary Henderson. I'm a resident of Mount Pleasant in the Northwest, Ward 7. We support higher density development, but oppose the pace and particulars of this rezoning proposal. I'm going to emphasize a couple of key points. First, rezoning on paper is citywide, but the reality is that communities like ours will be disproportionately impacted, particularly in the near term. It's basic economics, where you can buy a 50-foot lot in Mount Pleasant for $600,000, $700,000, $800,000. That same lot will cost 2, 4, 10 times that in areas like Elbow Park, Rideau, Rosedale, that are equally central. This has and will drive RCG development overwhelmingly to neighborhoods like ours. It's our view that it's inequitable on its face and has to be considered before the proposal moves forward. On a related point, the proposal gives no consideration to whether a neighborhood is already pulling its weight in terms of density, development, and diversity, or whether it already meets the objectives of rezoning in terms of providing various price points, density, and a variety of housing units to a variety of demographics. For illustration, we live on a block and in an area in Mount Pleasant that has changed mightily in the last 7-ish years to accommodate a variety of new housing. Within a block of us, we have original and new single-family dwellings on 50-foot lots, new infill duplexes where 2 units have replaced 1, older 1950s duplexes with basement suites,
We are the beneficiaries of a new RCG development on 4th Street, less than a block away, which comprises 10 units, each with a secondary basement suite on 2 50-foot lots, meaning there are now 20 dwellings where 2 used to exist. There are also 2 other proposed units similarly seeking RCG rezoning within the radius of a block of us. Moreover, 20th Ave, less than 2 blocks away, is chock-a-block full of new high-density development, as is 4th Street. We already provide housing to seniors, young families, downtown professionals, retired couples, and individuals seeking low-cost rental accommodation. My point is we have already achieved your rezoning objectives. We've done and are doing our part. The cumulative impact of playing our part is already significant. Other communities have to pick up their fair share of the burden. Existing density and diversity must be taken into account when deciding how much RCG development to impose on a single community. We support higher density on Main Street in Mount Pleasant and across the city. We vigorously oppose mid-block RCG development of 4 to 12 dwellings, advocating R2 instead. My second point relates to the fact that RCG rezoning, even on Main Street, changes the fundamentals of a neighborhood. Density, ownership balance in nearly all dimensions of peaceful enjoyment, garbage, traffic, noise, parking, privacy, all the things you've heard talked about. It's a very weighty price paid for change by our community, but many of us are prepared to pay the price and live with and work with increased density for the greater good. Our problem is we don't see a similar price being paid by RCG developers or any successor owners of RCG rental units. The city is obliged, in our view, when imposing this kind of fundamental change, to review its bylaws and to ensure they keep pace with the changes of RCG rezoning, including the knock-on effects. As an example, and on the matter of ownership balance, changing from owner-occupied to rental units, up to 12 on a single 50-foot lot, the city has to recognize that the typical social incentives that generate self-regulation of good neighbor behavior is often lost when a for-profit owner of rental units builds next door or down the block. They're incented by return on capital, period. And they can operate in stealth mode. There is no obligation to provide contact details to neighbors, no organic way to discuss or resolve disputes. Honestly, they freeload on the value that our properties bring, taking advantage of the benefits of rezoning, providing nothing in return. The price for change has to be shared, and bylaws addressing the negative knock-on effects of that change must be considered before development. Things like development levies should be reviewed to account for the incremental infrastructure usage and to add to the community by way of things like community beautification programs, all to manage the impact to the neighborhood that higher density brings. And things like transparent ownership registries for rental units should be considered, ensuring the neighborhood has an owner contact accountable to the neighborhood for maintaining the basics of peaceful enjoyment that can go missing when the owner does not occupy the lot. Thanks a lot for the time. I appreciate you sneaking me in.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Mark Lieskovsky, please.
Hello, my name is Mark Lieskovsky, and I represent myself and my wife as concerned citizens of the city of Calgary. I was born and raised in Calgary, and we've resided in Canyon Meadows since 1990. We are in Ward 13. We are very concerned with the direction of this city's proposal in my community. We oppose our proposal for RGC voting as it affects 67% of the housing district in Calgary. My wife and I are attracted to this community because of the features it provides. Its park-like surroundings, quiet cul-de-sac configuration, and plenty of green space and parks. This was meant to be our retirement home, close to the LRT, a bungalow which is desirable for seniors, ease of access and maneuverability, pride of beautification and gardening. We live in a beautiful cul-de-sac with no back alleyway or no rear access. As a point of interest, there are 29 cul-de-sacs in this community. The majority of them have no back alleys. Here are our concerns. Congestion. As stated, we live on a small cul-de-sac with 13 homes. Street parking is a challenge as there is no rear access, no back alleyways. This creates several problems. As we are 3 blocks from the Canyon Meadows LRT station, the areas 2 blocks south of us have controlled parking, which means we get the overflow of LRT parkers on occasion on our street and adjacent streets. One would assume that with the construction of each fourplex, The new development would fall under the half-car rule, which means eventually they would evolve to parking control and/or permitting, or even worse, fear thy neighbor. This will create chaos. There are currently 39 waste bins on our street. If there was only one fourplex constructed, that would bring the count to 48 bins. In addition, there is a complex maneuvering procedure that is required by the city trucks in order to pick up these bins at the end of the cul-de-sac. These trucks make 4 two-point turns to accomplish this, which means they're backing up 4 times. This is a safety concern, particularly in the winter months. We need to take the comments along with the comments made this week by some experienced developers that your zoning does not work for communities with cul-de-sacs and with no rear access. Our carbon footprints. What happens to an existing house when it is demolished and to make room for these multi-unit structures? Where does the waste go? Into our landfills? The majority of this refuse is not recyclable. Many of the older districts in Calgary contain toxic materials, including asbestos. Ask any construction person about the dangers of exposing and disturbing asbestos. Also, what happens to the new structure that does not allow for space for vegetation and green canopy? We need to reduce our CO2, not increase it. Infrastructure costs. Who will cover the cost of infrastructure upgrades to these multi-unit structures? It needs to be the responsibility of the developer and/or new owners. These costs cannot be added to the community tax assessment. We have paid for the existing services in this community for over 48 years. I'm not in favor of paying for services that I didn't ask for. It feels like the Capital One ad that says, "What's in your wallet?" Well, lately it's been the City of Calgary. Property tax increase of this year, it's 8.6%, an operating surplus of $238 million that more than likely we won't get back because you already have a home for it. $4.5 million to create a new civic theme. These indirectly contribute to home affordability issues. Value retention. I'm concerned about my home equity. To be fair, I'm not sure I will see the value of our homes diminish. However, my next step at our age is to locate to a seniors facility. I will need my home equity to finance the residency. We just located our parents to a couple of these facilities. In both cases, our parents used the proceeds from the sale of their homes. They were fortunate enough to have decent equity in their homes. They will need it. Rents from these facilities range from $4,800 for my mom and $6,000 per month for my wife's parents for basic care. Extended care that may be required in the next year or two is an additional $1,200 a month. Getting old is not cheap. Preservation of our homes' values is a necessity to live out our final years. In summary, the city should be proud of its developments such as Garrison Woods, Quarry Park, and University District. These are examples of functional and effective development, taking former land use, turning it into a functional community. Who'd have thought a gravel pit would be created into a beautiful, functional community? Let's be creative in our plans. You are seeking an easy out. We need to do better. Let's not destroy the fabric of our communities. I hope our Mayor, City Council of Development folks take learnings from the input last week. I, for one, were very appreciative of the presentation this week. Most of them are excellent. This is an important decision that will affect 67% of our communities. This needs to go to a plebiscite to allow all eligible voters to vote. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Tracy Cherniawsky.
Good afternoon, everybody. I wish to share my thoughts on the city's plan to blanket rezone all of Calgary's neighborhoods. First and foremost, I speak against this motion for a variety of reasons. I could spend the next 5 minutes trying to discuss the many reasons why this is such a terrible idea. Reasons like blanket rezoning of established neighborhoods will destroy the certainty and the predictability of the planning and development discussed in the Municipal Government Act, that these changes are so drastic that they should require approval of the citizens of Calgary, as they are the ones that are affected by this, so a plebiscite really is necessary. That any changes made need to reinforce and reflect the character, the quality, and stability of the existing neighborhoods. That these changes need to complement the existing neighborhoods, which it doesn't. that the reasons given by the city for this rezoning doesn't make sense and it doesn't look at the big picture. Under no circumstances does this solve the city's issues of affordable housing. I could go on and on explaining about these few points, but 5 minutes does not allow me to do this. So I'm just going to give my speech by sharing my thoughts from my heart. I've lived in Calgary my entire life, and I have had the pleasure to see this city grow from a small, quaint city into the megalopolis that we now live in. Calgary has always been home to me. I've chosen to remain in this city because I am proud of my roots, proud of where I come from. As many people have done in this city, I saved my money, qualified for a mortgage, and together with my husband, bought my first house. Houses have never been cheap, but with careful planning, we were able to choose a house that we could afford in the neighborhood of our choice. A great amount of research was done in order to pick our desired neighborhood. After all, the amount of money that one spends to buy a home is probably the greatest purchase amount that a person will spend in their lifetime. Each neighborhood was distinct in its own right. Each neighborhood had something unique to offer. People bought houses in the areas that they chose due to what that particular neighborhood had to offer. Now the city would like to blanket rezone the entire city. I want to be very clear in saying that I am opposed to this idea. I have spent hundreds of thousands of dollars purchasing my present house, and I chose that particular house in that particular neighborhood for a specific reason. I wanted to live in a neighborhood that was designed as a single dwelling unit, otherwise known as R1. This is what I chose because this is what I wanted. I find that the attempt to change this designation to be concerning. I understand that our great city is in the midst of a housing crisis, and that crisis is being affordable housing. In no way will this solve the problem of affordable housing. As it is, many developers are buying single-dwelling units for approximately $600,000. They knock down the houses and build duplexes in their place. Yes, they have increased density, but they have not increased affordable houses, as they sell these side-by-side duplexes for approximately $800,000 plus for each side. This, again, is not affordable housing. All this has done has been to drive up the prices of houses. The city must be organized. They need to listen to the citizens of Calgary, and they need to develop a plan to fix this problem. Blanket rezoning is not the answer that you're looking for. A previous speaker talked about utilizing the ring road and developing the green spaces into planned neighborhoods surrounding the ring road. This makes sense, using a corridor that is already here. Please note that Calgarians are not against densification, but they are interested in planned densification. That is non-intrusive, and that makes sense. Blanket rezoning is not a viable solution. One last observation. With so many people here that are registered to speak, wanting to share their thoughts with you, the message is very clear. A plebiscite is necessary. Do the right thing by listening to what Calgarians truly want. Call a plebiscite. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Rick Black, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor Gondek and councillors. My name is Rick Black. I've spent decades in business roles looking for answers to complex problems, and I've learned there are seldom easy answers to difficult problems. I strongly agree that we have a problem with housing supply and that solutions are needed, but the current proposal feels rushed rather than a balanced, logical evaluation of options. I feel you are trying to make a decision without having or sharing enough information. The proposed rezoning holds the potential to significantly impact a large portion of Calgary's residential assessment value. Data from the city indicates that properties targeted for rezoning account for 75% of the city's residential assessment value and 62% of the total assessment value. While it is suggested that increasing housing density could positively impact tax revenue, it's crucial to acknowledge potential ripple effects. Introducing higher density into established neighborhoods may inadvertently devalue existing properties, thus undermining the stability of the tax base. Therefore, Council and the community must be equipped with comprehensive information to make informed decisions regarding zoning proposals. In business, I was often reminded that when people offer solutions, ask, what is the problem? Rezoning is clearly the solution being offered, but the terms housing affordability, affordable housing, accessible housing are all being used interchangeably as the problem rezoning is intended to solve. The city needs to be clear on the specific problems it is trying to address. Without clarity, unintended consequences, such as gentrification, effectively undermining affordable housing, and conflicting priorities may occur. It is crucial for the city to consider and share all the options before settling on rezoning, including a thorough analysis of the pros and cons of each option. The proposal for blanket RCG zoning lacks detailed exploration of potential outcomes, presenting an all-or-nothing approach. Given the magnitude of this change, Council should have access to comprehensive tools to assess impacts on aspects such as transit, infrastructure, and community well-being. Reliance on speculative data, as seen in some third-party modeling of rezoning impacts on communities, for example, is concerning. It feels like the city is guessing what the outcome of this change will be. Detailed models developed by city planners or experienced third parties in collaboration with key stakeholders such as developers, city administrators, and communities could provide valuable insight and guide the implementation of pilot projects to test different scenarios. These models should include maximizing existing city land use and aligning with broader housing strategies. Homeowners place their trust in City Council expecting transparency and impartiality in providing clarity on potential changes. But this trust is fragile and can quickly erode when homeowners perceive persuasive tactics without sufficient context. Residents understandably have reservations about the potential ramifications of rezoning, and they rightfully question whether they are being presented with a complete picture. When researching the potential effects of rezoning in our community, I found a number of aspects not addressed in city materials or briefings. For example, city brochures showcase two-story buildings, but not three-story, leaving residents with an inaccurate understanding of the change. The success of RCG-type zoning in new developments is cited, but it's crucial to recognize the difference between planned communities and existing neighborhoods undergoing rezoning. Residents in developed areas express valid concerns about the potential of adjacent properties being purchased by developers, resulting in property value depreciation and lifestyle disruptions caused by increased density and ongoing construction. City Council needs to proactively address these concerns with transparent, open dialogue and fact-based justification for proposed changes. In conclusion, it is essential to approach this issue with a thorough planning and analysis. It is not acceptable to say, that is the cost of change and people will just have to accept it. So what would I do differently? Before implementing sweeping zoning changes, the city should explore a range of options, conduct pilot projects, and engage with residents to ensure ongoing transparency and alignment with community needs and priorities. This is a significant change, and the costs and benefits should clearly justify the impact to 300,000 homeowners and a significant portion of the city's property assessment value. As has been said, failure to plan is planning to fail. Thank you.
Thanks for your presentation. Let's go to Dan Mowat, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and councillors. I am in favor of reasonable and well-planned increased housing density. I am opposed to the current proposed blanket rezoning proposal because I believe it has flaws. Increased density is not synonymous with improved affordability. My name is Dan Mowat. I'm retired, and I'm representing my family. Yesterday, a lady, I believe her name was Miss Berth, on panels 87 and 89, made some excellent points. She's got a career of experience in municipal planning, and I believe she worked for the city of Calgary before she retired. In particular, the issues that she raised were to progress with a series of incremental steps rather than by taking a vast radical leap. Accelerate local area plans and to follow them. Once a bylaw is enacted, council no longer has any direct involvement as to the interpretation or enforcement. So the wording of a bylaw must be clear and unambiguous. I'd like to illustrate my greatest concern with the proposal, and that is for the fourplexes. I'm going to paint a picture with a scenario. Statistics show that the average single family in Alberta consists of 3 people, generally 2 adults with 1 child, and 77% of Canadian households have a pet. A single family dwelling in an RCG zone, such as Altador, on a 50-foot by 110-foot plot, is sold to an investor whose intention is to demolish it and replace it with a fourplex and achieve maximum rent. Affordability is only a consideration for the developer if renters become scarce. So that is 4 primary dwelling units in the form of a fourplex is built, each of them having a family of 3 or more. Therefore, minimum total person count for those 4 dwellings is 12 people. In addition, each of those primary dwelling units can have 1 secondary suite, each of them having a family of 3 or more. Therefore, an additional minimum total person count of 12. Each primary dwelling unit can also have 1 backyard suite, each having a family of 2 or more. Minimum total personal count 8. There are no restrictions on pets, therefore there could be 12 or more pets. So in summary, therefore 12 plus 12 plus 8 is 32 people plus any additional children. Then we have to assume that 2 or 3 of those families may have 2 children each or more. And that would result on 35 people on a plot of land that had previously had 3 people living comfortably. But then 1 or 2 of those tenants may decide to operate a daycare, and it becomes a nightmare for the whole community. Many people have talked about the issue of parking, and this feeds directly into that. So that same investor rents each of the primary units for $3,000. So that's 3 times 4,000, 4 units is $12,000 a month. Each secondary suite for $1,500 a month. That's $6,000. Each backyard suite for $800. So that's $3,200. In total, he's making $20,000 a month, or in the range of $250,000 a year in rents. And that would all be approved on the current proposed bylaw. It's not clear whether a real risk assessment is done to look at not only the benefits of the wording of the bylaw, but to ensure that there are ways that it can't be circumvented or abused. Planning and development must be diligent to ensure the applications are complete and compliant, and enforcement should not be constrained by ambiguous wording. Parking is a problem in Calgary, and simply reducing the number of mandatory spaces will never solve that problem. There should be at least 1 off-street parking spot for every dwelling unit. And by dwelling unit, I include secondary suites and backyard suites. Once Canada has an abundance of EVs, how will those that have to be parked on the street be charged? You'll have cords running across sidewalks all the way down the block. There should be a bylaw change to secondary suites to permit these only when the primary unit is owner-occupied. Stronger links between secondary suites, that is the current land use bylaw, which is 1P 2007, section 259, and lodging houses under bylaw 32M98, section 41.
Mr. Mowat, you're just at time.
Yes. All right.
So thank you very much for your presentation. And I'm looking at the queue, and there are no questions for this panel. So thank you all very much for being with us and taking the time to give your presentations today. I'm going to assemble the next panel. We are on to panel 100. I had called out Linda Dunfield before. Looks like no Linda. How about Margaret Barber? Eileen Deans? Hi, you can come on up to the front and have a seat. How about Sanjeev Kad? Salam Nazo?
I'm here, Your Honor.
Hi, thank you. Karen Robinson.
I'm here.
Thank you. Okay, so we're on panel 101 now. Do we have Chad Robinson? Hi. Do we have Chad Robinson?
I'm Karen Robinson. I'm his wife. I'll speak on behalf of both of us.
Okay, perfect. Do we have M Cassell? Hi. You can have a seat at the front as well. So we have 3, 4. Let's see if we can get one more person. Do we have Corey Morris? Hi, come on up, please. And do we have Doug Layton? Okay, so the next panel I will go to after this one is panel 102. Just so people know who it's going to be, I'm going to call out names. You don't have to respond. Sandra O'Connor, John Williams, Pat Guimau, Colleen Willis, and Chris Halton. That's panel 102. It will be the one after this. For this panel, we are going to go with Eileen to start, then Salam, then Karen, then M Cassell, and then Corey. So Eileen Deans, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for having this opportunity for us, Madam Mayor and councillors. I live in Andre Chabot's ward, and I thank him very much for his thoughtful questions and information that he's provided us along the way. I will also be talking about a property that's in Sonia Sharp's area. So I'm glad that you're here. The first slide there, power and money. If you look really closely underneath, it says, and me. Right now, power is talking to money, and money is talking to power, and they're all really, really big and black. And me is getting smaller. One of the chief reasons I think that this is bad legislation is that it's taking the me out of any further. There will be no me. Pretty soon, it will just be power and money. And I hope that people really understand that, because I think in the fight over whose backyards and how many suites and parking and everything else, the loss of democracy is what's missing. Next slide, please. There we have it. Now, my strength is finding words through pictures. Up top there, you see the Bank of Canada. And down there, you see the home of a lady in Montgomery. Now, I picked them because there's some surprising similarities. The Bank of Canada built up around the old bank building. And the one below in Montgomery, all of the things that people said couldn't happen did happen. They built next to her on the right side of your picture, a large luxury single family. The wall runs right along the property line. And on the other side, they built 2 luxury duplexes. The properties are going for around $550,000. And the one on the right sold for $1.3 million. The quality of her life was ruined. She lost light in the house. She complained that when she went out to walk on the streets, there was no one there, nobody to talk to, because they're busy with their lives. They can afford a big house, but they don't spend a lot of time in it. And ultimately, she sort of gave up. The house was knocked down last week. It is within walking distance of the university. It could have been used to house students. It is accessible, although it has 2 stories. It's a walkout. It's a walkout garage, so it could have been used by someone who needed mobility looked after, or it could have been used by students. But instead, it's going to be another of those. Next page, please. Now, a lot of people have done a lot of talking, and I agree with a lot of the issues that have been brought up. And sooner or later, the chickens are going to come home to roost with the infrastructure upgrade costs. So I picked that as my issue. And I know that my alderman spoke up about that being kicked down the road. And I think the other day was, I think it was yesterday, it was a perfect example of that being kicked down the road. And it was said that perhaps that was something for some other time. And I came to Calgary from working up north as one of the first woman steam operators. I had a 3rd-class steam ticket and worked in a gas plant as an operator. I moved here for a good job in a reservoir engineering department. So,
Ms. Deans, you're at time.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your presentation. If you can just grab your seat again. If there's questions for you, I'll let you know. Thank you. Let's go to Salam Nazo.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity today. My name is Salam Nazo. We are homeowners in Calgary. The proposal for our community is RCG. I am representing myself and my family. We are opposing to the city blanket rezoning. This should be addressed as per the needs of each community and not be considered as blanket. To start, I am an architect that came from a developing country where the capital city once was as beautiful as Calgary, with single detached family homes or duplexes and lovely gardens and trees. Unfortunately, the corrupted government, and for the same reasons of adding more affordable houses, they imposed the exact same bylaw that led to a planning chaos. What was the result? A massive increase in the property pricing that made the properties in the city one of the most expensive properties in the region, and the city lost its character. Thinking that will never happen in a developed city such as Calgary, where planning is the key to a successful city, or this what we were taught, but it looks like that we were mistaken. Our opposition is based on the following. Communities are designed with an initial master plan that has designated areas for single-family houses, duplexes, condos, row houses, etc. Each of these are zoned properly and not mixed for a reason. New change will affect the initial master plan. In fact, it's wiping out the master plan, and this can lead to the following. Affect the safety and security of the residential areas, the increase of fire due to higher density. Our houses are built of highly flammable materials. The negative impact on the infrastructure that includes the roads, because the roads are not designed to accommodate such increase in the number of cars. This is to say that the current streets in some neighborhoods are barely suitable for residents. So how it will look like with increased number of cars. This is to take into account, as per the new proposal, the backyard units and the row houses are not required to have parking space within the property limits. The impact on the infrastructure, water, sewage, electricity, waste collection. These communities are older communities and were not designed to accommodate such increase in use. This means the whole infrastructure should be upgraded to be able to deal with such increase in use. The renewal of the infrastructure would mean enormous spending by the city. These projects and the spendings on them will mean increase in the property tax. To cover the spending,
on the upgrading. This will also mean an added burden on the homeowners, whether they are planning to benefit from the change or not. The increased amount of electricity related to increase of users with the vision to phase out the cars running by fuel and replace them by electrical cars. How these cars on the side roads will be charged and the amount of electricity required to charge all cars almost at the same time. We are talking about not doubling the number of cars, but tripling or sometimes multiplying by 4. In addition to the increase in the day-to-day use. Was this increase in the daily usage and the increased number of electrical cars that will require to be charged on the street taken into account in this proposal, and how the current electricity grid will handle this increase? The rezoning will also impact the environment due to larger density and less grass and green areas. The green spaces are the lungs of the community. The new proposal will limit these spaces and due to the increase in the built-up areas. The proposal is ripping out our right to live in the community that we chose and how it was designed to be. Finally, all I can see that the only beneficiaries from this change are the developers, and it's not related to affordability. To wrap up my discussion, some of the speakers were talking about cities like Rome. This city was designed in that way, and grew up naturally. It was not forced to change to how it looks like today. Also, I have the right to ask about the reasons behind excluding 2 communities in the city from this blanket project. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Karen Robinson, please.
Good day, Mayor and City Councillors. My name is Karen Robinson, and Calgary is the city that I have been proud to call home for most of my life. If you take the time to get out and walk around this great city, you will observe how people, through their actions and interactions, create communities with a strong sense of belonging. The first community I belonged to in Calgary was Lake Bonavista, a community that my parents chose to move their young family to in the late 1970s. They chose it for its single-family homes, big yards with lots of trees, and access to Calgary's first man-made lake, which is the heart of the community. During my years as a university student, I belonged to the community of West Hillhurst, where I lived in a 4-story walk-up condo building. I loved that I was a bus ride away from U of C and an easy walk to vibrant neighborhoods like Kensington and Sunnyside. When I got married, my husband and I bought our first home in Kingsland, a 1950s bungalow close to the C train station. Perfect for our early professional lives and starting our family. As our family grew, we chose to move to the southwest community of Evergreen. There we found other young families, new schools, and close proximity to Fish Creek Park. 6 years ago, we moved back to Lake Bonavista to raise our children in the same single-family home community that I had the opportunity to live in as a child. We deliberately invested in a home in this neighborhood, knowing that its value reflected the detached home nature of the area, and we pay property taxes on that basis as well. Each of the communities I have lived in Calgary have had their own unique characteristics and have appealed to me at different times in my life. I have bought into each neighborhood with the certainty of knowing what I was investing in and what type of dwellings I could expect to see on my streets and around the community. Now the city is proposing this once-in-a-lifetime change to zoning that cannot be undone once it is made. This will instantly undermine the development expectations of the hundreds of thousands of families who've made investments in these neighborhoods based on the social contract with the city that is expected by residents through neighborhood zoning. I am well aware that there is an affordable housing crisis in this city. I serve on the board of directors of a local charity that supports Calgarians impacted by poverty, trauma, and systemic marginalization. There is great need for affordable housing in this city. However, that is not the problem that this blanket rezoning proposes to solve. In fact, many have argued that blanket rezoning will result in less affordable housing being available, as many existing homes with more affordable basement suites in them are torn down and replaced with newer, more expensive units that developers are looking to profit from. The city could meaningfully address the affordable housing problem by using land that it already owns to provide this housing continuum that is so badly needed. I urge you to take everything you have heard from Calgarians over the past many days and to go away and really reflect on what has been said. I have been incredibly impressed by the way my fellow Calgarians have articulated their numerous concerns around blanket rezoning and the strong desire to protect the fabric of their communities. The vast majority of Calgarians are opposed to this proposed upzoning, a fact that would most definitely be confirmed if you were to let this issue be decided by a plebiscite. The mayor and council have no moral authority to enact a change of this magnitude when they didn't even have the courage or the transparency to campaign on it. The only reasonable solution is to do the job that you were elected to do and take this blanket rezoning issue back to the drawing board. Calgarians deserve to have their communities planned with the precision of a surgeon operating with a scalpel rather than a demolition crew swinging a sledgehammer. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on my opposition to this issue today.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to M Cassell, please.
Good day, Mayor Gondik and councillors. My name is M Cassell, and my husband and I reside in Ward 2. I stand here before you today representing myself, our predecessors, our families, newcomers, and immigrants who have built this city we call Calgary. All who came to Calgary to pursue their dreams and aspirations. We have attended 4 town halls with councillors Chu, Demong, Spencer, and Wong. We are adamantly opposed to blanket rezoning for the entire city of Calgary for the following reasons. Citizens will no longer have the opportunity to meaningfully participate in the development process. Our collective voices will be muzzled. My first question is, why is council and administration so concerned to provide certainty to developers, meaning primarily inner-city developers? Blanket rezoning only benefits inner-city developers. Driving through older established communities, you will see a motley patchwork of developments. High-rises and multifamily units encroaching on citizens, many of whom are seniors, who made sacrifices to buy and maintain their single-family homes. By this increased density, citizens are being robbed of their sunlight, green space, privacy, tranquility, and even parking in front of their own homes. Currently, we see neat, well-maintained bungalows selling for $700,000 or more to developers. Demolished and replaced with multiple units, each selling or renting for much more and unaffordable amounts. Once upon a time, a bungalow on a 50 by 120 foot lot was replaced by 2 units, then 4. Now, 1 unit is replaced with 8 units, which includes 4 basement suites and parking for only 4 units, being the 0.5 garage permitted per unit. Secondary suites are not counted. Does the city define this as affordable housing? What we see is council and administration bowing to predominantly inner-city developers with no respect or consideration for their tax-paying citizens. This was beyond evident on April 22nd when citizens watched the Calgary Inner City Builder Association pitch the merits of developing mid-block lots for multi-unit projects for 90 minutes. With limited council interjection. Referencing inner-city communities, the increased density has directly affected the current 50 to 100-year-old infrastructure. Has the city evaluated or taken into account infrastructure for water, sewer, gas, and electricity? Where is the money for parks, green space, and playgrounds for the increased population? Apparently, new school funding is via the provincial government. Who will pay to upgrade our aging infrastructure? Unfortunately, we beleaguered taxpayers will incur higher taxes yet again. Another egregious concern is fire and safety risks with increased density. Currently, new builds can be constructed with limited setbacks close to the property line. Likely, this will result in higher insurance costs. Has the city taken into account the removal of current tree canopies and the effect on our current ecosystems? Has the city considered the value of natural aquifers? Where will the groundwater, rain, snow, ice melt go? Does the city have adequate stormwater management or systems in place? Where there was once a home on a 50 by 120 foot lot with green space, you will now have 12 units on the same footprint with 100 to 150 square feet of green space. You may wish to read an article by Astrid Hillers, Water Underground, Why Protecting What's Hidden Matters to Our Health and Our Planet. March 21, 2022. Please let me know if you would like me to forward you the Hiller article. When homes are demolished, where does the demolition waste go?
Ms. Cassell,
what measures are being taken?
You're at time. You're at time.
Oh, okay,
yeah,
sorry.
So thank you very much for your presentation. If you have a seat, I'll let you know if there's questions for you. Thank you. Let's go to Corey Morris, please.
Good day, Mayor Gondek and councillors. I don't usually like getting up, standing in front of you, but this is an important issue. Brought a white hat. I'm going to talk about that. My name is Corey Morris. I moved to Calgary 25 years ago. I've lived in Sunelta, Beltline, Mission, West Hillhurst, Capitol Hill. 7 years ago, my husband and I chose to find a quiet suburban neighborhood in which to raise our family. We moved to Parkland, Ward 14. Oh, and I see Mr. Dumont has had to leave. As an affected R1 landowner, I'm here to voice my opposition to blanket rezoning. To clarify, I am not opposed to densification. I have yet to hear anyone say that they are in opposition to the need to add more homes to our city, and affordable homes at that, to address the many challenges facing our fellow citizens. But I am staunchly opposed to the method in which you are proposing this be done. I could spend this time reciting the many reasons why I oppose blanket rezoning, but so many others have covered that very, very well and very eloquently. But please know that I say ditto to all of their arguments. I could spend this time expressing my anger and my angst and how you, as our elected officials with minority representation on an issue that was not part of the last election campaign and has far greater implications than Olympic bids and fluoride in our water, could jeopardize the space, the sunshine, the trees, and the stability of the community that my family calls home. But I want to focus today on something different. I'm sure we're all starting to blur together as presenters. So I've brought this white hat. The last time I was at City Hall was on April 5th, 2010. I was here to be honored with a white hat for the achievements that I accomplished in Vancouver 2010. I was a member of the women's curling team. Cheryl Bernard was my skip. We won a silver medal for our country, and it was far less nerve-wracking being out on that curling ice than it is being here right now. What does this have to do with blanket rezoning? I bring this up because I want to remind everyone of how amazing the country felt during that time. The unity and the camaraderie was amazing. The Olympics are an amazing time for citizens of a country to come together and celebrate a common goal and support our athletes. It's an incredible time for the entire world to put aside their differences and engage with respect and sportsmanship and accomplish amazing feats that far surpass the value of any medal. It's an opportunity to inspire generations. Since winning the right to represent Canada in Vancouver, I've felt a sense of responsibility. Not only did I want to succeed on the ice for myself and my teammates, but it was important to me to be a role model for others. It was important to me to treat the volunteers, the officials, my competitors, the other teams with respect, and to show that even in the face of competition and differing, obviously, goals, and in the face of a disappointing gold medal game loss, that being a team and supporting one another was the ultimate achievement and was far more important than any medal. To this day, I share my Olympic silver medal with others whenever possible, and I share stories of teamwork, continuous improvement, sportsmanship, and persistence. It's that same sense of responsibility I feel when I take my 9-year-old out to pick up garbage along Bow Bottom Trail in Fish Creek Park. He asked me, why should I pick up other people's garbage? And I say, 1, so that you never, ever litter. 2, because we need to take care of our planet. And 3, because most importantly, maybe if others seeing us picking up garbage, they will do so too. So where am I going with this, Mayor and councillors? You too are role models. You signed up for this. You were elected to represent us. And you're quite handsomely compensated for that too, I might add. You have an opportunity, dare say a responsibility, to exhibit positive behaviors. Our world has become so divisive, from bullying in the schoolyard to wars internationally. We need role models who actively engage, who listen to their citizens and help us find a middle ground. We need compromise on this issue. And I realize I'm going to run out of time, so I won't finish the last of my speech. But thank you for hearing me, and hopefully you remember the white hat.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. We appreciate you being here. All right, everyone, let's go to questions of this panel. Councillor Chabot, please.
Thank you. Ms. Deans? Good. Sorry. First, thanks for your presentation today. And you mentioned something in your presentation to do specifically with infrastructure, but I don't believe you got a chance to elaborate on that. Would you mind?
The reason that I think it's important to look at the infrastructure is because there are several other problems that got kicked down the road involved in this. The problem that is going to come to rise up and bite us, I think, is that we didn't keep track well of how many people were actually living. I believe that the last city-run census was in 2019. And in my district, people have even subdivided houses to the point where they rent out the bedrooms one by one, or they put partitioned bedrooms in the basement. They're not legal, they're not sanitary. The people are locked out in the morning, just like in a shelter where they force everybody out, and they don't even have access to sanitary conditions, or they can't go to the bathroom, so they're out on the street. Sometimes while they're out, their belongings are seized by some predatory landlords. They've lost what few things they have. And those houses are gradually causing an unrecorded population boom in our area. Behind our house, they already had to polymerize our pipes And I'm certain that soon they'll have to replace them as well.
Thank you. I think that's it's a very interesting point. We rely, because we don't do our own civic census anymore, we rely heavily on a federal census. There may be, I guess, an opportunity for us on a go-forward basis to get more detailed information, maybe more accurate information.
I would hope so, because as people aged out of this district, they died or they went into care. The houses were taken over by people who wanted to use them as rental properties. And it went from a majority owner district to a district that is, I would say, in the area that I am at, which is up in the northeast corner of Whitehorn. It went to a largely, I would say 60% rent versus own. And the people that are owning are perhaps going to be moving soon.
Yeah.
So the rentals were not rentals where the owner lived there. They were bought as revenue. And some of the properties are owned by one landlord, or a person would have more than one. Not all of the landlords are predatory. I don't mean to imply that. Some of them are quite good. But the fact of the matter is that although I don't object to suites, and I don't object to subdivision if it's legally and safely done, there's been no sort of oversight, no keeping track of it, and when it comes time to levy it, you will be levying the people who are legally abiding by it. There was a gentleman on Monday who did renovations, and he made a point of this. He said that when he goes to do renovation, the people look at the costs for hooking up a sewer or to put in bathrooms, and they blanch, turn white, and say, I'm not going to do it. The trouble is that that's not the end of the story, because then somebody knows somebody who can put it in, and the city never has to know, and it gets done. And then the people move in, and if we protest because there's a problem, and there isn't always a problem, but sometimes there is, they say, oh, but it's family. So there's a number of things going on that are all contributing to a big mess when it comes to charging for our use of the infrastructure. Because as a legal homeowner, and I'm a sole owner of a half duplex since 1980, if I get billed for all of that, the title of the page was, I'll talk to you, I'll feed you, but I'm not paying your taxes. Why should I pay for them?
Thank you for that response. I do see this as a challenge on a go-forward basis, and hopefully we can address that, and I'll try and ask administration what their perspective is on trying to get more detailed information, because that is always challenging to get an accurate number, an accurate count of how many people reside at individual locations, especially in the Northeast, because many people are reluctant to give out that information for whatever reason. So anyways, thank you for your submission here today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Weiss.
Stay there, Ms. Deans. Thank you. Infrastructure is a fun one. I hide. When we talk about the end-of-life infrastructure that you're seeing and the city trying to save money by sleeving it, which is a challenge, do you have a suggestion for how the city is going to equitably distribute that cost? Because we're kind of walking down where the entire city is going to have to pay for all the old infrastructure and increase taxes. Is there...
Well, as I was saying, I have a history as a stationary power engineer. Engineering is sort of my thing that I like. It's a passion. But there's only so much stuff you can put down a pipe.
Yeah.
I don't care how persuasive you are. And at a certain point, they have to size up the pipes. Lining them as a stopgap, it keeps from having to replace them, but soon an 8 or a 10 inch has to go to a larger size.
Yep.
And that is really expensive. So the only way you can keep track is if you have some method of determining really how many contributors there are to the system, so to speak. You want, when you turn the taps on, to have the water, but you don't want the other stuff coming up through your floor because the sewers are too small.
Yeah.
And it takes a long time to redesign and get that stuff in the ground. It is not an easy task. So I think that an accurate determination of how much contribution you're getting from each house, and I don't mean metering the sewer, is a way to do that. You can lay the groundwork for your planners if you give them the information. They can't work on phony data. So first get your data, then your planners can work on it, I think.
Or like even a per lot development fee that would be equitably distributed for each house that gets redeveloped, that would automatically equal the cost? Do you think that might work?
I think that would be fair, but I know it's not going to be attractive.
Yeah, I know everything costs a lot of money right now.
That renovator said what the effect it had on people, it chilled people to think that they were going to have to pay that to put in toilets and things into their basements to make a suite.
Yeah, I've heard some challenging stories too. Like, and you see it when other cities are redeveloped. Like, it's a challenge of city growth too as well. You've really caught me too when you keep saying sanitary concerns of tenants in the neighborhood. Can you elaborate? Like, I'm just concerned that maybe Chabot might have to do a takeaway project on addressing the needs of the community.
Oh, that's not a nice one to give to anybody.
I know.
You must really not like him. The thing of it is that there is a large transient population in our area. I think things are overflowing everywhere, and they take advantage where they can to find housing, and so there are a few of these places in the neighborhood where they're acting as overnight places for people to go.
Are they like occupied houses, like, or are they empty houses that people are occupying?
No, they're not empty houses. They're owned.
Okay, they're owned.
And this is the owner's way of making money.
Okay. All right.
So they let them sleep overnight, and then they're out in the morning. And if they pay at the night, they can come back again.
Oh, kind of like a rooming house, like in the old days.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Thank you for that.
Okay.
Ms. Cassell, please.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. I'm just kind of curious how we can start tackling some of the concerns that you brought up. You brought up some interesting ones, and I'm just wondering if you had solutions.
Which ones?
Well, in your email, sorry, I closed it. You were talking about the challenges of redevelopment in the inner city and the zoning putting on infrastructure, as well as, is it the fact that it would be able to like the number of units going on? Would you like to see, is there a threshold of redevelopment that could happen that would be suitable for number of units that would be built on sites?
Well, I think, I honestly believe 12 units on a 50 by 120 foot lot is beyond acceptable. I've seen in Banff Trail, Capitol Hill, on a 50 by 120 foot lot that you'll see 4 units at the front with the secondary suite, and then at the back you'll see an additional 4 units above the garages and just a tiny bit of green space in between. So you're going to have 12 units. Who knows how many residents? Possibly it could be 24. And what if there's children and elderly, where are they going to go to get like sunshine and green space? 100 to 150 square feet, just a little strip of land between the two structures.
Do you think like counting secondary suites as units would help to address some of the concerns?
It certainly would. They should be counted.
Awesome. All right, thank you. And then I have one last question for Ms. Morris.
Hi, I think I've composed myself now.
Awesome. You got to you finished where I really wanted to hear the answer on compromise. Mm-hmm. What is your compromise out of this?
Yeah, I think what I've been listening off and on. I work full time and I have young kids, so I haven't watched, every single minute of the proceedings, but I try to catch as much as I can. And, and I hear the plights of the university students sleeping in their cars. And then I see that they're pitting themselves against us as single-family homeowners who've also worked hard. When I moved here, there were a lot of people moving to Calgary at the same time. It was a challenge to find a respectable, decent, affordable place to live. I've lived that life too. I get it. But it doesn't have to be a war against each other. And you're our elected representatives, and I feel you can be role models to show how a system of compromise can be reached. I am so impressed with the quality of the presentations by people coming up here. Ms. Purvis, yesterday night, I was listening to her, and she had amazing suggestions of, I think she called it gentle densification and adhering to, the contextual character of the neighborhoods. I've lived in Capitol Hill. We lived in one of those infill duplexes at a time when it was still majority bungalows. But there came a time when we decided we wanted more than a 200 square foot, my son was learning how to ride his scooter and he could only go one direction, right? So we decided that we wanted to find a bigger yard and more space and sunshine and stable communities, because there was a house across the street that had visits from the police and the ambulance, every second day. So we moved and we chose to purchase in Parkland. People have great ideas. You have created a real sense of urgency in the city, and people are engaged, and they want to have their voices heard. But that is only recently, and the information that was put out there was really disappointing because it was to inform. But at no point in time were there options presented until now. As people come up to speak, they're finally voicing different ideas and suggestions. The very first day, there was a wonderful gentleman from Bankview. I think he was a retired architect, and he was talking about he had worked with the neighbors next door, and those developers had found some compromise so that his yard wasn't, impacted as drastically, and setbacks and things like that. I think there's some wonderful ideas out there. I don't deny we need to find more housing. But I just really think you need to listen to the citizens and help us find a middle ground and be those role models to show us that there's a better way to do this. We don't need to pit each other against each other.
Yeah, so. And I see the conversation as Calgarians being very concerned about how they're living and how they can afford to live given inflationary pressures everyone is feeling right now. And I think that's the benefit of this conversation. So thank you for bringing that compromise and conversation to council.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Penner, please.
Ms. Morris, you can come back, please. Thanks. I'm right here.
Oh, sorry.
I'm here.
Oh,
sorry.
there you are.
I know.
Okay.
Sorry. Is it fair to say that beyond just being nervous to come speak to us today, you're nervous about the outcomes of a decision?
Well, hands down.
Okay, that's fair. And I'm going to be honest. I'm nervous too.
We left Capitol Hill. We loved Capitol Hill at the time. We didn't have kids when we moved there. Prior to that, we were in West Hillhurst. We loved living inner city. My husband and I both worked downtown. We would walk back and forth all the time. It was fantastic. Mm-hmm. But then we had our son. And I grew up on a farm. And I said to my husband, I don't want to hear our neighbor's toilet flush. I don't want to say, bless you, when they sneeze and we have our windows open in the summertime. I wanted him to learn to ride his bicycle both directions in our backyard to see the sunset and the stars. And so we chose an R1 community so that we could have that. Mm-hmm. And now you're threatening that, mm-hmm. because as much as I hope it might not happen, I can't guarantee that. And that's not what we bought into. And if that suddenly becomes a reality, and it does happen, then I guess we'll have to, I guess my question around urban sprawl is, at what point there's always going to be a farmer who wants to sell their land. There's always going to be a developer willing to create single-family homes a little farther out. And in Calgary, there's always going to be people with the pocketbooks that can afford to go further out, right? So I don't think that this is actually going to solve anything, but you could, through compromise and listening to the wonderful plethora of ideas that are coming forward, find other options.
I think one of the things that I'm challenged with, and maybe you can help me, I said that I'm nervous too, and I think you make a fair point that we're role models up here. One of the things I'm hearing, from younger generations about their nervousness and what they're looking for in role models is for actually us to say yes to this decision, for us to stop sprawling because of the enormous costs, and for there to be, I think in some ways, you said the word actually, some teamwork and cooperation across the whole city towards solving, and not just affordability, but supply. So if I can't say yes to this decision,
but I guess
what do I say to those people who are looking for me to be a role model in a different way?
Yeah, no, fair point. And I guess my question to you is, does blanket upzoning solve the affordability crisis? And I think there is lots of contradictory data out there as to what the impact of this upzoning will be.
So
if you could assure me that the properties going in next door to me were going to be affordable and we're going to house those families who can't currently find affordable housing, I think that's fair game, but I don't think there's any guarantee of that.
Yeah, and I'm not sure. So I guess maybe my question then is, where did you see that we put out that this was going to solve the affordability crisis in and of itself, that this was the one thing that was going to do that? I'm just like, did you read that somewhere on or has that been like what you've taken away from the conversation?
I don't know that there's been many conversations around this topic that haven't also tied into that affordability piece.
Right. And
including from all those university students.
Right. And when you hear the word affordability, do you equate that to below market or what that person can afford based on their income?
I can't say that I'm an expert in that space.
I'm actually just asking for you, like when you hear that word, what does that mean for you? Like of those two, do you lean towards, that means like subsidized housing, or that means like affordable for that person? There's no right answer. I'm just asking actually what that word means for you.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we're having heard some of those speakers come up from Alpha House and different organizations that support some of those most in need communities, I would say, I guess, is the term subsidized housing, is it, I'm not sure what the proper terminology is, I apologize. But I would say it's not what a profit-motive developer is going to be willing to put up. Like there has to be some other interventions there. And I guess part of my frustration is there was a letter by Mr. Wright, and he talks about the hundreds of thousands of greenfield sites that are available in a master plan. Again, my terminology is not very good.
It's okay. Yeah.
And so I guess I just wonder why we're not looking at developing those sites. And I guess the answer would be because there's not enough profit there for the developers. And so why can't we find compromise or some funding, the federal government, why can't that be put into developing those sites so that those most in need have that opportunity? If you continue to develop $800,000 infills and multiplexes, I assure you, people, I work in recruitment, I assure you there's people coming from Vancouver and Toronto all the time, and they're going to scoop those up before the ones most in need that are already living here.
Yeah, and I think that's a really important, part of the conversation. And so I guess my question, goes back to, and again, I'm just trying to sort of tease out some of the language, right? And where people are landing in this conversation and their understanding. Because you're right, we have people coming from other cities who are perfectly able to afford market, right? Whether it's $800,000 or 1.4, like whatever that is, right? And so I guess my question is, in the language that you've seen and heard, that by proposing, what you heard is that this was an affordability measure, not a supply measure that we were taking.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
I guess so.
Okay.
They seem to be quite hand in hand.
Okay.
You know, would be my interpretation.
Okay.
So.
Thanks so much.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wong, please.
Thank you, Ms. Morse. Thank you. Before you leave. So first off, thank you for 2010. I was actually in Vancouver watching at the time. Thank you. I'm just going to pick up where Councillor Penner left off. During the course of the last 90 days, when we've been putting out information sessions and information brochures and postcards in there, you've received some of that?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And the question was, this specific topic about blanket rezoning and the connection to affordability, did you say you did or you did not see that?
I can't recollect exactly. I know that it was hard to follow. I know that it was difficult to truly land on what exactly could end up beside me, whether it was 4 units and 4 basement suites with 1 more unit in the back or 4 more units in the back, as to whether there was going to be a setback from my property line or not. It's very inconsistent, the information, and very confusing and hard to follow.
Okay. I'm going to clarify, because in the media packages that we put out to the media, and for that matter, communication toolkits we get, there is a connection. So I'll just stop there.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Yeah.
Ms. Cassell, please.
Good afternoon, Terry.
Thank you. You mentioned at the beginning you went to several different councillors' town halls.
Yes, I did.
Is that right? And I suppose there's a lot of different speculations as to people who disagree with it for different reasons, people who agreed with it for different reasons, correct?
Can you please repeat that?
Again, in all the different sessions you went to, I suppose you heard people who said they agreed with it and people who disagreed with it. Is that fair?
That is correct.
Okay. Did you also hear solutions? Like, what would be the solution to housing affordability, housing supply, choice, as well as affordability?
I would say predominantly I heard people were not in favor. Very, very high percentage of people were not in favor. They were quite disturbed that they had, worked for many years to be able to afford a single-family home. It was quite tearful to hear stories from elderly people that had been in homes 40, 50 years, and they just felt that, that was going to be taken away from them, and our voices would be taken away as well. Another thing that was very concerning, I did attend 4 townhouses, and I felt there was councillors that had already made their mind up, amenable, and I have seen with other councillors in the media, etc., and some of the activities they've partaken in, that they are not amenable. They have made up their mind, and there's not going to be any, they're not going to change their minds. And I believe as a councillor that that's one of your duties, to listen to the constituents and be amenable. But I don't know if I should say, why I don't feel they're amenable, but
Actually,
yeah, I don't think I will.
I don't think it's appropriate there.
Yeah.
The question was, did you hear any solutions offered?
Geez, let me think here, solutions. Oh, I did hear several councillors say that they would offer amendments to do with this blanket rezoning, but what does that really mean? Well, so I'm going to ask that question. What do you mean by saying that, that amendments will be offered? Does that mean predominantly the councillors are going to say, oh, we're going to pass this, that it's going to pass and we'll deal with it via amendments? Well, really, blanket rezoning is blanket rezoning. It means that our voices will be taken away from us. We will not have the opportunity to stand up here like today or within council meetings and say why we don't agree with this. Like, is that fair? Is that just? Is that right?
Right.
Like that really bothers me, and that bothers me not just for me, mostly for the little old people that have lived in homes for 50 years, paid taxes, and looked after their properties. So, we've all seen all these pictures and people with good presentations that you see a little bungalow, and then on either side you have these huge monstrosities that are towering over these communities, little homes. And like my parents, they lived for their garden. So if you have these monstrosities towering over these little homes, that's going to take away their sunlight and all the joy that they look forward to all year to get out in their garden.
Okay.
So that's beyond bothersome.
Okay, respectfully, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. I don't see any other questions for this panel, but I am going to insert a little bit of a comment here. Councillor Penner, you had asked a question of Ms. Morris about where she had understood that this was about affordability. And I think because sometimes we put presenters on the spot, they might not have the immediate answer. So I just want to point out that on the city's website, when you go to rezoning for housing, in the preamble, there is a comment that says we are taking action to address the housing crisis. The goal is to increase the supply of housing to help improve affordability and meet demand. That's one of the positions that's been presented as administration has engaged with the public. There is also information that says this is about meeting supply and addressing demand. It does reference the housing strategy and it does reference affordability as well. So I just wanted to clarify for everybody that that's probably where people are getting this impression. So thought I would clarify that. Let's assemble another panel now. So we are on panel 102, but I'm going to ask, is there anybody in the audience that is here from a previous panel that missed your chance? Is there anybody on the line that's in that position?
It's me, Sanjeev Kad.
Okay, and you were panel 100, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so I'll make you the first person on the new panel. Let's go to panel 102 and see if we have Sandra O'Connor. Do we have John Williams? Hi, you can come on up, sir. Do we have Pat Guimot? How about Colleen Willis?
Yes, on the line.
Perfect, thank you. Do we have Chris Halton?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. And from panel 103, do we have Hector M? Hi, you can come on up. All right, so this panel will start with Sanjeev Kad, then it will be John Williams, then Colleen Willis, then Chris Halton, and then Hector M. So Sanjeev, please start us off.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mayor. I really appreciate that. Unfortunately, I could not make it to the City Council today as I'm away with my family outside the country. But I would say that I'm here to address you all today to oppose this blanket rezoning policy being proposed by the City Council. As we have seen over last few days, the majority of Calgarians believe that this City Council at large is not listening to us. We Calgarians are worried that our biggest investment, which we call home, will lose its value with this blanket rezoning policy. And in addition, we are also concerned about the lack of parking and the infrastructure, which will be under pressure with such a large increase in density that will result from this blanket rezoning. I believe that an issue of this magnitude warrants a plebiscite. It's quite laughable that the councillor from my ward, Ward 6, has stated in writing that he is against a plebiscite because the costs connected to it. I asked what that cost would be if the question of blanket rezoning is put on the municipal election ballot next year. And obviously this public hearing, which is being held due to huge unprecedented pushback from many Calgarians, is also costing Calgary taxpayers a huge amount of money. None of the present council members ran on a platform of blanket rezoning in 2021 election. Many council members who are in favor of this blanket rezoning say that it will resolve the housing crisis. I ask you, did this so-called crisis become a crisis overnight? What foresight and oversight was being given to this matter by present and past city councils? Why or why not? It is my understanding that City of Calgary is one of the largest landowners in the city. Instead of the city retaining ownership of these lands and building homes on some of these properties, which of course will then be owned by the city, I propose the following alternative. That the city sell many of these properties to developers and builders in private sector who in turn will build homes. Statistics show there is a considerable cost differential between houses built by a private developer as compared to a government subsidized or built house, with the latter category having a much greater negative impact on taxpayers. How then will this blanket rezoning solve the current shortage of housing in Calgary? I submit that it will not. I believe that the City of Calgary should not be in the business of home ownership, as taxpayers are on the hook forever with the building costs and ensuing maintenance and upkeep of these homes. I believe that due to the onerous red tape at all levels of Calgary's municipal government, in this case for applications for zoning and building permits, the city itself must take great responsibility for the lack of houses having been built. The continuous red tape processes that applicants have to navigate at the City of Calgary has been a huge gatekeeper and impediment to building more homes in Calgary. The permit processes at the City of Calgary are very inefficient and overly bureaucratic. Blanket rezoning will not resolve this problem, but it will compound it in many ways. Let me share with you my personal experience in this regard. It took an astounding 12 years for the city of bureaucracy to grant approval for a patio extension at one of my businesses. Had it not been for COVID and the change of the city's policy, which promoted patrons to sit in large open spaces, this approval would have taken even longer. Once again, respectfully, in the strongest terms, I ask the council to seriously consider bringing this matter to a plebiscite for Calgarians to decide in conjunction with the municipal election on October 20th, 2025.
Thank you, Mr. Cad. You're just a bit over time, so thank you for joining us on the phone.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to John Williams, please.
Mayor, Council, fellow Calgarians, thank you for this opportunity to present my concerns about blanket rezoning. I'm vehemently opposed to this. I was born and raised in Calgary, and I'm very proud to be a Calgarian. This city has worked hard for decades to develop probably one of the best cities globally, and every one of you knows it, and that's why you do what you do. We're proud of our city. Jeopardizing that locally or on the global stage is ridiculous. Blanket rezoning is not the solution. It contradicts basic democratic principles, first off. It bypasses input and preferences of the communities. There's no consideration for the unique needs and desires of each of our communities. We're a very diverse city. Every community is different. There is no one-size-fits-all solution. If I said, I'm buying dinner tonight, this is what we're having. You may not like it, you may not like it. I'm like, hey, this is great. There's no such thing as a one-stop shop that'll provide a blanket solution that works. We know that. There's been decades of hard work done by the planning department of the city to preserve what Calgary is. And to jeopardize that is a mistake. Assuming there's a one-stop, single-size solution is wrong. Calgary's a beautiful city. It's a distinct city, and I'm very proud of it. It would be sad to see things demise, and I believe blanket rezoning would be a big contributor to this. It can lead to detrimental consequences, exacerbating inequalities, eroding community, the character of all the communities can be eroded, ignoring environmental concerns. It can promote indiscriminate development. We're seeing problems right now. If I was going to buy a new home now, I'd hire a home inspector because the quality's not there. If we had 100 shovel-ready projects tomorrow, it couldn't be built because we don't have the capacity. The people are not here. The skilled labor's not here to do it. We need the homes, there's no doubt about it. But we have to do it systematically and in the right way. Then we have infrastructure issues. Just looking at downtown right now as NMAX is putting in all of the new electrical lines to service electric car charging in all the buildings downtown. That's crazy because we used to have 2 seasons in Calgary, winter and construction. It's construction all year round now. And the ratepayers are the ones going to be paying for this. And under the former mayor, I referred to him as tax and spend chief because it was tax, 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 and spend, spend, spend. When does that stop? We have to live within our means. Our families can't do this. How can the city do this? We got to live within our means. The cost of putting in deep services to service all these new homes in high density is impossible. It's very, very expensive, and I'm sure you know that. Traffic congestion, parking. It's a nightmare as it is now. I have to pay for my house in Crescent Heights to park in front of it. I'm not very happy about that. Yes, homing is a problem. I've got a guy that backs in a trailer living in a driveway next door. I can't do anything about it. Why do we want to disregard all the hard work that everybody's done and force the blanket upzoning on them? We shouldn't disregard those that have spent the years building Calgary the way it is. Let's be strategic and build it forward, because RCG, it can either be real crappy government or it can be real capable and clever government. And I mean no disrespect by saying that. You guys have the ability to make one of the biggest decisions in the history of the city. And I believe it should be done through a plebiscite or take it to the next election, because this is unprecedented involvement from people, and that should send a very strong message. Calgarians have generally been fairly apathetic. They're not happy right now, and they're getting involved in sharing their concerns, and I encourage people to do that. Whether you like it or not, share your concerns, because I respect anybody that comes up here, whether they're for or against. Share your story. Affordability is not about having more houses. Affordability is about the clown show in Ottawa that's making life expensive in Calgary. We have to do other things to deal with homelessness and affordability, and we can do that. It's not blanket upzoning. With regards to the 5,500 written submissions, I suggest they're all read out in council. I'll bring the volunteers to do it too, because everybody deserves to be heard.
Thank you, Mr. Williams.
And there can be
Appreciate your
a project
presentation.
that
You're just
is a win-win.
at time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Colleen Willis, please.
Hi. My name is Colleen Willis of Sean Chu's district, and I stand in opposition of blanket rezoning. I purchased my home just 1 year ago. I drove the neighborhood before putting in an offer, looking at the types of homes in the area, the gardens, the nearby amenities, access to parks. The home I chose is modest in size because it was my intent at age 55 to never move again. I'm in the process of building stairs and step planter boxes in the steeply sloped backyard so I can safely navigate it and maintain a garden even in my elder years. I was horrified to see pictures depicting the types of homes that will be allowable under this new proposal. Should my immediate neighbors build multi-residence homes right to the edge of the property line with the 12-meter high walls allowed, I would be left feeling like I was living in an alleyway. My narrow lot and small home would be dwarfed by these behemoths, and all sunlight blocked out of my little garden in the back. The view that I adore from my tiny deck of display of city lights at night and the panorama of sunrises would be narrowed to a sliver. The mature trees that make this neighborhood inviting and attractive would be razed to the ground. Basically, everything that made me want to live here would be undermined and even erased by these kinds of builds. And the sense of knowing and connecting with neighbors gets undermined with too many renters that aren't emotionally invested in the community. Having lived in 3 provinces, I note that Calgary has a certain culture that is distinct from other areas, like the Vancouver Island I used to live on, or the East Coast or the Greater Toronto area, that gets undermined if we're going to push this type of drastic change in zoning law. I don't want my federal government dictating policy to my city. What might make sense in the GTA can be different from what the people of this city want, and we want our voices heard. It should be Calgarians making the choices that matter to them. One size doesn't fit all. There are other ways that council can encourage growth in housing by removing barriers for our great developers while preserving Calgary values. Reduce red tape, get out of the way of growth. I think we've heard skepticism that this will make for more affordable housing, and I echo that sentiment. With the current shortage of tradespeople, if we do open up for building multiplexes, who's doing the building? What quality of product do we end up with if experienced builders are already short-staffed? Affordable housing ceases to be affordable if it's not made to great standards. The push for much more housing is to allow for the mass immigration that our federal government has decided on without asking Canadians. While I support and want immigration and enjoy our multicultural nation, the pace at which immigration is occurring is overwhelming our systems like housing and medical care. Having the federal government, try to impose a solution we don't want, like this rezoning, for a problem we didn't want created, like bringing the highest immigration rate in the world, is unbearable. And our premier has raised concerns that Trudeau bypassing the provincial government is illegal. I don't want government leaders that ignore laws. I will be voting with my choices and with my volunteer time in the coming elections. While it might not make much difference on the federal level, my efforts will make an impact when municipal elections take place. A vote for this policy is a vote against everything I love about my home and my city. Each one of these monstrosities that gets built in my neighborhood will remind me every time I see it of the individuals on this council that allowed it to happen. Please vote no on blanket rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Chris Halton, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Halton, Ward 13, and I'm opposed to blanket rezoning as presented. I represent no group. Before I comment, here is a fun fact. The rate of growth in Calgary is actually less now than in the late 1970s. Look it up. I'm not against densification where appropriate and makes sense, but I'm against changing the zoning to accommodate some arbitrary densification target and which does not address affordable housing requirements in a meaningful way. Potentially having 12 families living on a 50-foot lot where one is today does not make sense. Let's talk about housing. Affordable housing versus market housing versus social housing. There are major differences in these 3 groups, and to blanket it with the word affordable is incorrect and misleading. It is evident from the presentations that the real issue is availability of affordable housing and social housing. You can rezone and spend endless public dollars trying to increase supply, but you will not be successful to achieve affordability in any major way. Calgary is an expensive city, and is an expensive time due to interest rates and inflation. Whenever you have large in-migration, you are going to have a shortage of accommodation/housing. Take a look at 1978. The mayor and council need to focus on ensuring folks have housing. Yes, housing, not necessarily a house. Big, big difference. Some of the presenters actually use the words, their right to own a house in a great neighborhood. Really? With the city continuing to band-aid and tell people they are fixing the housing crisis, they are setting everyone up for failure by duping them with this false narrative. If you can afford it and want to live in a nice suburb in a home, purchase one, even if it is outside your preferred neighborhood. Build up your equity and then move on. Let's talk about developers and builders. They're in the business to make money, not provide charity or affordable housing. They're going to build properties where they can maximize their profits. How is blanket rezoning going to prevent builders from building fourplex mansions and selling them for the going price? Just because it is a fourplex with a suite, are they suddenly going to drop their price and sell each of them for, let's say, $250,000? If you believe this, you have a lot to learn about supply and demand. You only have to look at Marda Loop or Tuxedo to understand redevelopment does not translate to lower costs and affordable housing. The average price in Marda Loop is well over $1 million. How has that contributed to more affordability? Builders are going to sell their units for whatever the market will bear, period. Supply and demand and solutions. The only way to properly increase housing stock of every type, i.e. high-rise, multifamily, townhouses, row houses, potentially bringing down the price, is to build more and quickly and in the appropriate locations, i.e. along transportation corridors or where there is current vacant land. I understand the city has a 30-year supply of land surrounding the city. We're not in the same mess as Vancouver or Hong Kong with no land to build on. This notion of building density around the city core is somewhat outdated and erroneous. Many folks do not want to live in these densified areas, especially if they have children. Many folks don't want to work downtown anymore, and many want nothing to do with downtown. Why not build out many communities where folks live and work in a community, i.e. Quarry Park is a good example. As has been stated, you are going to be hard-pressed to save any money by increasing density in these older neighborhoods because of the current infrastructure will not support the densification. It is much more costly to update than to build new. Some compromise is needed in this entire scheme. You folks have the opportunity right now to come up with some win-win solutions for everyone, something transformational and innovative which sets Calgary apart from other cities. Not this very divisive knee-jerk plan where you're pitting one group against another. This is not leadership. You were elected to represent everyone, not just special interest groups. I can barely believe you are handing this prize to builders and developers on a silver platter. Remember the red smarty comment. I also can hardly believe that smart people such as yourselves cannot understand that rezoning will not lead to affordability in Calgary. Please show some leadership. Last point, it appears the city planners took the easy route and filled in the narrative to fit the desired outcome. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Hector M, please. I'm sorry, I don't have your last name. I only have an M.
Medina.
Thank you.
Quickly before I go with my presentation, I want to thank you, Mayor and Council, for keeping the free fare zone on the 9 stations. Still keep it free. It really helps. All right. Thank you, Mrs. Mayor and Member of Council, for giving me this opportunity today. My name is Hector M, and I represent myself. I'm a concerned citizen of Calgary for this proposed blanket RGC that will impact the livelihoods of everyone that call Calgary their home. I'm here not to support blanket RCG, rezoning, or the process to skip hearings. Support LAP and come with suggestions on housing crisis. Reading my notes, I'm going to be as objective as possible. We all know that Calgary is sitting at a better position than other cities, and that is why Calgary is seen attractive for people from around the world and also people priced out from other Canadian cities. Well, here is a big question to ask. What will be the population of this city can sustain? 1.5, 2.5, 4 million? Growth is okay for city and society, but as long as it is planned. This RGC is not doing that. Look at the upcoming water restriction. How can the city expect to rapidly grow and have restrictions on essential service like water? This is a case of dump and run. This bylaw only serves for speculators, families ready to cash out, move out, and landlords, developers. This does not serve Calgarians. Let's brainstorm ideas. Let's show everyone how it gets done in Calgary, how it gets done in the West. Even this proposed blanket zoning has its flaws. How can you determine the middle lot of an even-spaced block of 16 lots? You can't, because number 8 and number 9 would consider themselves to be in the middle. Why take away the diversity of each established community and allowing them to grow should that opportunity comes? Isn't it enough helping with some homeowners building backyard suites? The upzoning arrangement from other cities could work there because where they place them, lots are bigger. This city has been through ups and downs before, and this affordability housing crunch topic will not be the first or last this city will have to face. People here are resilient, entrepreneurs, definitely we will be doing okay without federal handouts that probably come with strings attached. We will attract people and new will be residents will make it work. If not, they will find other city, country to make it work. I have seen friends making new life here, and I also seen friends leaving this city for better pastures. If your concern is about affordability, believe me, people will manage if they want to live in the city. Let the city grow or slow down on its own pace, do not impose it. Increasing the footprint will increase runoff stormwater. Where are we going to put the snow? Will these structures help sharing the space with wildlife and leave corridors for them? Have you considered that? This city council talking about being green, and here we are with a proposal that does not consider that. How can we be stewards of Calgary and its surrounding land, flora, and fauna? How can we be acknowledging we sit on indigenous land and respecting our indigenous neighbors? How can we say that while increasing the growth of this city at this scale? Certainly, it's not acknowledging and respecting the land we share. This will not increase the value of the property, it will put the value of property as speculation. And if someone needs to sell one of these RG structure, well, you shoot yourself in the foot, because only pool of buyers will be wanna-be landlords or investment groups. But seldom will you get a regular buyer. You can't even subdivide your land. Okay, please pay more attention to service your citizens. I have found many months ago about contravention of bylaw 32M 2023 number 8 and a critical repair work on city infrastructure. Both occasions I got a reference ticket from Trigua Wine. No action has been taken. There is clearly deficiencies. Lastly, well, my first draft was over 12 minutes long, and my second draft looks like Eminem writing pad. This is short, I made it as short as possible, and I wanted to share a PowerPoint, but I guess I'm probably not gonna be able to. You made us panelists work for no pay. I will not be surprised someone will be sending you a bill for this. I'm gonna share maybe if I would pay. Thank you, Mrs. Mayor, member of council and city staff for enduring this long hearing. You're halfway there. Second page, So I'm just showing you, one community got, geared is Fleetwood, Surrey, and the next one, yeah. So just because it's a projection plan does it not mean it will be built right away.
Thank you, Mr. Medina.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to questions of this panel, starting with Councillor Walcott, please.
Thank you. Is Ms. Willis still on the line?
Colleen Willis, do we have you on the line?
That's okay.
Sorry. I don't see any other questions for this panel, so thank you all for joining us. Appreciate the time you put into the presentations. Let's go with one more speaker before we break. Do we have Craig Ryder? Yeah, please come on up.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. My name is Craig Ryder. I was born and raised in Calgary, attended the University of Calgary. I met my wife here. I'm raising my 2 young girls here, and I currently work at a Calgary headquartered company as a professional engineer. I really do love this city, and this is where I plan to spend the rest of my life. I'm here today to express my opposition to the proposed blanket rezoning in Calgary. I'm not here representing a particular group or association. I'm here as an individual who became concerned when I started looking into the details of this proposal. In order to gain more information about the blanket rezoning proposal, I attended the information session on March 13th at the Carriage House Hotel. I spent about 2 hours there carefully reviewing all the poster boards and talking with several City of Calgary employees, including city planners. While the information session provided some good information on potential pros to blanket rezoning, it did not provide information on the potential negatives associated with this proposal. Let me give you an example. We all know a picture is worth 1,000 words, but the photographs and sketches displayed at the information session did not show the full spectrum of what redevelopment may look like in existing RC1 and RC2 areas. They did not show the extreme difference in building setbacks that can be a reality with RCG. They did not show how an existing mid-block single-family home could have a 36-foot building overlooking their backyard, potentially on either side of them. They did not show that your single-family property could have 16, or now I'm hearing maybe more, separate dwellings bordering their property lines. Also, there was no information offered on how infrastructure would be impacted or what different solutions may exist to our housing shortage. I'm disappointed at how one-sided this information session was. The City of Calgary should have provided transparent and balanced views at the pros and cons of this blanket rezoning. I took the opportunity of the info session to understand from a city planner why the city doesn't propose zoning for areas or communities where residents support it and where the infrastructure is more likely to handle it, and leave the current zoning in place where areas where it's not well supported by the residents and the infrastructure is less likely to support it. The answer that I received from the city planner was that they want it to be fair and equitable. They want to rezone everywhere. I find this to be a strange way to be fair and equitable, because the best way in my mind to be fair and equitable is to rezone the areas where the majority of residents want it, and don't where the majority of residents don't want it, and it can't be supported by infrastructure. If this blanket rezoning was to proceed, fair and equitable is not how it would be described by the majority of Calgarians. I feel that the blanket rezoning one-size-fits-all grossly oversimplifies an important and complex issue. It prioritizes rapid growth over long-term community well-being. A key part of the charm and enjoyment that I enjoy in my community of Lakeview in Ward 11 is that it's a reasonable balance of busy city living while still providing some tranquility and privacy. Blanket rezoning will start eroding these important characteristics. Based on the comments provided to Council ahead of this public hearing, as well as the many Calgarians that I have talked to, the overwhelming majority are not in favor and are raising legitimate concerns about this proposal. This top-down approach to rezoning will breed resentment, erode trust in this Council, and alienate many of us directly impacted by such sweeping zoning changes. Members of this Council did not campaign on this, and currently a majority are not entertaining a plebiscite, which is deeply concerning given the significance of the proposed change. Now, all that being said, I do believe there is more we can do to improve housing affordability and accessibility in Calgary. We need to increase density, but not with blanket rezoning. A more targeted, surgical, context-sensitive approach that includes honest and meaningful engagement with communities and careful consideration for key elements such as transit access, traffic, parking adequacy, green spaces, and school capacities, to name just a few. With some creativity, effort, and innovation, I believe the City of Calgary can work with Calgarians on a community-by-community basis to come up with a plan that is better for both the proponents and opponents of the current plan. Let's work on a process that brings these groups collaboratively together rather than what seems to be arguing against each other. If we find a win-win between proponents and opponents, the other win is that this Council will have helped facilitate this, and Calgarians should look favorably upon them for that. I always try to find the silver lining in situations where strong disagreements exist. I think the silver lining here is that the public hearing process has shown how committed Calgarians are to their city and their communities. And I think we should leverage this energy and this level of engagement to plan densification in a more targeted, collaborative, and well thought out manner. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Mr. Ryder, I don't see any questions for you, so thanks for being here with us today. This brings us to break time, but before we do that, let me just remind everyone of what panels we're on. We will be going to panel 103 to see if Heather McCullough, Aaron Gibson, and William Gallagher are here. And then we'll go to panel 104, which is Taylor Henschel, Elizabeth Bork, Victoria Reed, Mel Miller, and Dr. Navjot Gill. So we will be doing panels 103 and 104 when we come back. So we will see you at 3:45. Welcome back, everyone. Madam Clerk, could we do a roll call, please?
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Carra.
I'm here.
Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Chu.
Here.
Councillor Demong.
I am here as well.
Councillor Dhaliwal. Here. Councillor McLean. Councillor McLean. Here. Councillor Meehan. Councillor Penner.
Here.
Councillor Pootmans.
Here.
Councillor Sharp. I'm here. Councillor Spencer.
Here.
Councillor Walcott. Councillor Wong.
Here.
Councillor Wyness. And Mayor Gondek.
Here.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. All right, so we were moving on to the end of panel 103, but I will ask the question again. Is there anyone here from previous panels who missed their chance before? Hi. What's your name? Perfect. Okay, just grab a seat up here. So that's Dina from 64. Let me just jot that down. All right, let's see. Do we have Heather McCullough? How about Erin Gibson? William Gallagher? Taylor Henschel? Elizabeth Bork? Victoria Reed? Hi, Victoria. You can have a seat up there as well. Do we have Mel Miller? Do we have Dr. Navjot Gill? Do we have Tom Carlson? How about Aniko McDowell? Cheryl Miller? Do we have Lindsay Arndt? Do we have Robert Lahody? All right, we're on to panel 106. Do we have Tom Pirasok? How about Simone DeBoick? Hi, you can come on up and have a seat. Do we have, also from 106, Jordana Langford? Well, Catherine McDermott. Yes. What's your name? Yeah, I called you. Yeah, come on up. That's okay, no worries. Do we have Catherine McDermott? How about Chris Arndt? Okay, we're gonna go with 4 people on this panel. So we will get Dina Knopp to start us off, then we'll go to Elizabeth Bork, then Victoria Reed, and then Simone DeBoick.
Ready to go?
Hi, is there someone on the line?
Tom Carlson is here.
Sorry, what's your name?
Tom Carlson.
Okay, Tom, you're number 5.
Thank you.
Thank you. You can just mute yourself now.
Thanks.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. And thank you to your spouses and family support systems that are picking up the slack at home so you can all be here today. For the last 18 years, my husband and I have resided in Winston Heights, Mount View, in Ward 9, where he grew up. I've been a residential real estate appraiser and have for the last 21 years. I'm speaking on behalf of myself, but what I'm providing here is shaped by my professional experience as an appraiser. I ask that you vote no to the proposed blanket rezoning. I have great empathy for those that are struggling in many ways, and I'm saddened that they have been sold a false promise that this proposal will lead to greater increased affordability. When it comes to density, the City of Calgary seems to have taken a unique approach to exclude secondary suites. I'm not aware of other cities that do this, and although I'm sure there's good rationale related to building code, the size of the suite, adding suites into the existing housing stock, it does create confusion on what the true density calculation is when there's a national conversation going on, which of course relates to the Housing Accelerator Fund and how this decision may impact that. But what I've not heard is discussion about how I think Calgary's been leading the country in that density increase. And I hope the city is communicating to the federal government that we should not be penalized for the changes that Calgary was already doing before the fund came along. While cities like Toronto and Vancouver are talking about doing 4 and 6 unit density, Calgary is proposing 8. As a broad brush application, I believe this is too much. I've heard proponents describe RCG as modest, but 8 units is most certainly not modest. So really RCG is not 75 units per hectare, it's actually 150. Zoning and land use is fundamental to property ownership and exists to provide some reasonable expectations about the area surrounding a property and ties into external influences of a property, be they positive or negative. It all comes down to certainty. Ultimately, council is deciding on the balance of power between the certainty of developers versus the certainty of homeowners. And this should not be weighted to only one group. Predominantly, homeowners' concern is their enjoyment and use of the property, but when it comes to investing further in it, they want to know, is that a smart thing to do? Am I wasting money? Because this upzoning is not targeted, it creates uncertainty. It even creates uncertainty for appraisers establishing the highest and best use. I, like many Calgarians, realize that there's need for increased density in our city. But to paint all with one brush is not an effective strategy. Developing the local area plans with communities to designate areas where appropriate is a more common sense approach, being strategic instead of using a sledgehammer. And industry speakers earlier this week inferred that their higher land costs on corner lots was solely due to easier and more certain timelines. However, the reality is that even if everything was RCG, the corner lots would always be more valuable. That's because the market prefers the product that could be developed on those corner sites. You've heard from other speakers, the market prefers detached. I mean, that was evident when really it was only in 22 by the time trying to go too fast. It was once the supply of detached decreased that they put pressure, and then that's when the increases really started happening in the condos and the townhomes. And memories tend to be short, although we've gone through recent oversupply periods, like post-08, again in post-2014, and just in the fall of 2019 was the tail end of that last slow market we had. We were just beginning to see positive signs at the beginning of 2020 when our economic outlook improved, when COVID, historic low interest rates, and high migration was like throwing gas on a fire. No city can pre-plan for that. In fact, many condo owners it was well in 22 that supply came down enough that the value of their units finally surpassed the previous peak in 08. That's 14 years. And the city website says that the assessment department analysis did not show a loss of properties adjacent to new row houses. I think this is somewhat misleading because the data of the homes and communities they would have been able to use to make that statement is not the same data, homes and communities that will be affected in the future. The question has been, well, if developers, it's been posed, if developers want your lots, then everyone's value is going to increase. But the question should be relative to what? In order for a candidate to be a candidate for redevelopment, it means the improvements have depreciated so that you're only a land value house and there's no value to improvements. And I think that's what most owners are worried about. And you can see everyone's very passionate and very emotional about their homes. So please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Elizabeth Bohr, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. I am a 66-year-old native Calgarian born at the Holy Cross Hospital. I agree with densification, but not through blanket rezoning. I also agree with affordability housing for the people that need it, but not through blanket rezoning. I have a few questions. Everybody who's presented, I've been following through the week, have covered everything I wanted to do. So I'm coming up with 5 questions. Question 1, I have seen a number of slide presentations with pictures of bungalows on a regular size lot with mature trees, grass that were all taken down to put row houses in. The canopy was destroyed. So how does this fit with your $87 billion climate strategy plans from July of 2022? According to the Lawn Institute, plants including natural grass, turf grass, act like air conditioners due to naturally occurring cooling process known as evapotranspiration. Question number 2, does the blanket rezoning include current green spaces, parkland, playgrounds, and schoolyards that this council may deem as surplus and available for development? Why do I ask this? because Council voted last year to the sale of 5.6 acres of designated parkland on the corner of 90th Avenue and 14th Street in Glenmore Landing for the development of 625 luxury condos. Communities and neighbours were not aware of the plans to sell RioCan already proposed by, at that time, 36-story towers. Will Council decide that there's more parkland available that can be deemed surplus in a blanket rezoning? Question number 3. I had an Austin Mini in 1970, the original little gaffer that you'd bomb around. My brothers would park it on the sidewalk. They'd pick it up and lift it on my sidewalk. My mom thought I came home drunk. It was a 0.5 car. And the majority of the vehicle that I see on the roads now are SUVs, cars, pickup trucks, motorcycles, and bikes. How do you propose they park in a 0.5 stall? I know that the city's encouraging more people to take transit. So with that in mind, I would like to ask Council and the Mayor, do you take transit to work or do you drive your car? And if you drive, are you parked right now in a 0.5 stall? Just wondering. Question 4, there was a presenter who spoke on common law that allows an existing property its right to light. I'm not a lawyer and not sure how this all works, but has this council ever considered to implement a right to light bylaw for the residents of this city? Case in point, Elbow Drive and 58th Avenue, the townhomes or condos in Windsor Park are typically 4 stories. On 58th and Elbow, on the south side of the last condo, they built a 6.5-story condo shadowing the building right behind them. And in the winter, I monitored it as I drove down Elbow Drive and couldn't believe the amount of shadow they were in during the darkest and longest time, winter. So number 5 question is, has the city prepared for densification by increasing the number of inspectors that will be required to make sure the projects are being built to code? Why do I ask? Because we had a neighbor in our community who purchased a home for greater than just under $800,000, totally renovated. They went out one night and found their ceiling on the living room floor because the developer took out support walls and did not put in beams to support that area again. So I just don't think they're like me and they don't watch HGTV and the Property Brothers. They put beams in everywhere. It's so cool. I have one more question, and actually it's for Councillor Penner. Councillor Penner, would it be an imposition as the Councillor of Ward 11 to represent all your constituents on this issue, not just formulate your own decision? And the last I'd like to say is I look forward to seeing how this council will vote at the end of this hearing. As one of the people who are over 50, and you've divided our city, which is tragic because we're not just over 50, we're concerned citizens for the younger population. I've decided that we should have a theme song, and I picked Metallica, Twisted Sisters song from 1984, We're Not Gonna Take It Anymore. Thank you. Do you want me to sing? I have a few seconds left. I could sing it if you don't know it.
You've got 48 seconds.
We're not gonna take it. Yay, we're not gonna take it. You can clap. We're not gonna take it anymore.
Hang on.
Done.
You can keep singing, but you can't keep clapping.
Oh,
We've been through this
sorry.
before.
I'm sorry I
okay.
raised the clout.
It's okay.
Sorry.
It's hard to sing without clapping, I guess.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very
Thank you so much for listening.
Okay, let's go to Victoria Reed, please.
I don't know how I'm going to follow that, but I'll do my best. I don't know if you'd want me to, Councillor Chu, but thank you for the invitation. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and City Councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Victoria Reed. I'm a single mother living in Killarney, and I'm here to speak today on behalf of myself and many residents in opposition regarding what we consider to be extreme overdevelopment in our community. I want to be clear that many of our community supports ethical densification, including dividing up parcels of land to accommodate the population and increase desirability. However, what we have seen in our community and what I would like to address today goes beyond reason and ends with the vitality of these communities being destroyed. This lack of reason began with the intention to pass these bylaws without a hearing. While I appreciate the presentation that the city reviewed on the 22nd, I would also love to have seen a realistic view of the back alleyways of those rendered pink, blue, and green homes that we were shown. The reality is, as we have seen, there is no plan to address the infrastructure of our communities that are being overdeveloped beyond a nice fence to house a multitude of garbage bins. With respect, come on. There are real concerns here over water, road maintenance, road repair, parking, waste removal, supporting existing businesses, supporting existing residents, the continued adoption of EVs and the strain on the grid as we continue to adopt, and at the same time, we are also concerned about affordable housing. Our community is already under-supported, and instead of taking care of what you have, you propose more. Please take note of an example from 35th Street Southwest, where a total of 8 units built at the end of my street has resulted in additional vehicles resorting to street parking, as their garages are glorified storage units, as well as an extra 24 garbage bins, which are consistently stored outside as there is no storage on the renter's property. Another example of this would be the 10 units approved to be built on the opposite plot of land that currently houses a single dwelling. This will result in 30 additional waste removal bins and potentially 20 additional vehicles parked outside on a single street corner. If you continue to rinse and repeat this practice, I assure you that what you will be developing are inner city slums. This also severely impedes visibility from both the roads and the sidewalks. In my community alone, there are 2 elementary schools a block from each other. The lack of visibility causes an extreme concern for the safety of drivers, pedestrians, and especially children in our neighborhood. The fact of the matter is, what you are proposing to overproduce homes and calling it affordable housing, while we know there is no rent control enforced by the province and certainly no correlation between square footage and rental amounts. So in some cases, we know low-income families are paying upwards of $1,500 a month to live in more than 497 square feet, which is another example from our community. Almost 2 years ago, I reached out to Councillor Walcott over this concern of his constituents in Killarney, and he told me that these issues are provincially mandated. So my question to add to our concerns are, why are we not going up against the provincial legislation to put together planning that is sensible and built with sustainability in mind, rather than destroying the integrity of our inner city neighborhoods? I urge you to stop letting home builders run rampant in our communities with no accountability. Build affordable housing that have space and quality to enhance our neighborhoods, and put reasonable rental caps in place to accommodate, and build infrastructure to accommodate additional vehicles, transit, waste removal, and support the existing residents and business owners. Why are home builders not mandated to allot a certain amount of their inventory to affordable housing each year to sell at cost and decrease their margins? Instead, why are our homes and communities being invalidated and the residents being villainized because we don't want to have to pay the price for your poor planning choices? I can assure you, no one wants to see Calgarians struggling with finding and keeping a home. However, I have yet to hear an argument over the past several days that underlines blanket rezoning as the feasible option. Instead, it's going to create our continued debates around unsafe rentals because the market has not been designed with affordability in mind. Instead of the drop in employees finding placements in unsafe rooms, they will be finding placements in unsafe and mismanaged backyard housing and basement suites. Please explain to me, what is the difference here? I assure you, Council, that our concerns are not based on misinformation, but rather our collective experience over the past several years in dealing with City Council, voicing concerns to the Planning Department, and being ignored and dismissed repeatedly. I would invite any of you to come walk through the neighborhoods and see what is happening firsthand. As has been stated, 95% of our applications are approved no matter what our residents say or do. So why are you making it even easier to overdevelop and erase so much of what many of us have worked our whole lives towards? Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Simone de Boic, please.
Good day, everyone. My name is Simone de Boic, and I reside in Ward 7. I'm here to state my views on the subject of blanket rezoning and the negative impact it could have on our city. Clearly, this is being rushed through, and citizens of Calgary have the right to know the details, the projected forecasts of costs, and the average projections for rents that will make it affordable. Could Council address how blanket rezoning yields affordable housing? We have not heard or seen any documentation on this. In addition, many speakers have indicated there is city property that could be utilized in corridors and nodes. With regards to the bigger cities like Vancouver, Toronto, Los Angeles, and China, they are growing too quickly and pushing people to leave to find affordable housing. Let's not allow our city to become overly densified, gentrified, and eventually bankrupt. The population explosion that's going on too quickly, grossly mismanaged by the government, will force strain and a higher cost for infrastructure and quality of life. How will the city address increased demands for existing and new roads, water systems, sewer, gas, electrical costs, labor, and building supplies, and the whopping interest owed back to the Trudeau government? Who will pay for upgrades to infrastructure? We will, the people. What will happen to our quality of life and autonomy? I think we'll be living like the mice of the 1970 experiment, Universe 25, and like the book, Lord of the Flies, showing the controlling nature to rule and oppress and take over society. Perhaps this is part of a bigger agenda, meaning the introduction to 15-minute cities that rob us of our quality of life, community, and our rights. I took an excerpt from a booklet called Billions for the Bankers and Debts for the People. And there's 3 types of conquest. History reveals nations can be conquered by use of one or more of 3 methods. The most common is conquest by war. The second method is by religion. The third method can be called economic conquest. It takes place when nations are placed under tribute without the use of visible force, so that the victims do not realize they have been conquered. Tribute is collected from them in the form of legal debts and taxes, and they believe they are paying for it through their own good and for the good of others, or to protect all from some enemy. Their captors become the benefactors and the protectors. Although this is the slowest to impose, it is often quite long-lasting, as the captives do not see any military force arrayed against them. Their religion is left more or less intact, and they have freedom to speak and to travel, and they participate in elections for their rulers. Without realizing it, they are conquered, and the instruments of their own society are used to transfer their wealth to their captors and make the conquest complete. In closing, more analysis and transparency needs to be provided, and a plebiscite. Let Calgarians decide. This is a huge undertaking that's failed in other cities. Councillors, do the right thing. Do not contribute to economic conquest. I will end with this. Dear God, keep our land glorious and free. Amen.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Tom Carlson, please.
Hello, my name is Tom Carlson. I represent myself and my family. I've lived in Calgary for my entire life, more than 60 years. My family's lived in Cambrian Heights, Ward 4 for decades and spent much time and money building and shaping our community. The issue here is affordable housing. We've been given one solution, blanket rezoning. The process by which council has done this is undemocratic. It has been dictated to us. By doing this, you've created divisiveness, exploiting people's fears, feeding those fears, taking our eyes off the goal of affordable housing. Homeowners have been called anti-rezoning, NIMBYs, elitist, and exclusionary. These tactics are bullying, trying to deflect blame. You are holding out rezoning as a false hope to those truly in need. It won't help them, but now they're clinging to this hope, thinking it's their one solution, but it's not. The stress you are creating is already intolerable, and it will become worse. There's a thesis paper done in Sweden in 2023 that shows very clearly that mental health suffers with high-density housing. Understandably, young people fear for their future, their housing. Established homeowners have gone through this fear as well, but we persevered and found solutions over time, and so will young people. We now fear not being able to age in place in a community we spent years building. What's to happen to our retirement? You are putting us on trial, having to defend our rights to our homes, our property, and our community. These issues are not created by homeowners. Calgarians care about one another. Look at the way we showed up for our neighbors during the flood of 2013. We need to come together now. What you label a housing crisis has been around for decades, something which City Council has apparently not planned for. Instead of a plebiscite, you are now listening to less than 0.1% of your voters for 5 minutes each in this onerous, exclusionary forum. We don't do government in this way in our city. Make no mistake, this affordable housing issue is separate from your plan to allow developers to rezone and build anywhere they want in the city. Developers are not city planners. Developers are not charitable organizations. They are businesses, and they will make the most money they can without worrying about planning for our future. Blanket rezoning will allow carte blanche, a blank check for developers to make money. Why are you doing this? I can't help but think it's to take the focus off the fact you're giving developers the keys to the city. City planning is critical, and it's your responsibility. Leaving it up to developers will create chaos in the future. They are not accountable for the outcome, and you will have moved on. Calgarians will be left paying for your bad choices. Just a few blocks from me, 2 older houses were taken out, and 4 infills were built. 2 families could have bought these older houses for about $750,000 each, and over time renovated, brought up their families, and become an integral part of the community. Now there are 4 properties which sold for $4.5 million, 3 times the price of the houses they replaced. The new owners do not have the opportunity to start small and build. Such families are being forced out of the market. Your blanket rezoning initiative will exacerbate this trend. You have this opportunity to take responsibility and be accountable for your actions. You need to diffuse this situation and actually build affordable housing. It isn't easy, but it's your job. You need to involve all wards of the city, ward by ward. There isn't one solution to all. If all you have is a hammer, the whole world looks like a nail. Your plan to blanket rezone is ineffective and off target. What options have you looked at? What about the land at the Westbrook LRT station? What about the old Greyhound station? If it's truly a crisis, what about those expansive green areas called golf courses? What about the Highland Golf Course, which has been in flux for years? After stating that housing is in a crisis, how can you justify allocating almost $1 billion to an arena? Your actions are inconsistent with your stated priorities. A competent project manager would consider all the costs of a project, hard costs such as upgrading water and electrical, as well as costs related to the increasing needs for AHS, policing, and other emergency services. Disruptions to community and businesses have to be considered, as well as parking issues and solutions. The time to complete this work has to be estimated and reported. Demands on city services will only increase due to initiatives such as the mandate to switch to electric vehicles. A competent project manager would give options and off-ramps in case a project runs into major issues. Cost overruns also have to be considered since they're inevitable. Stakeholders, communities need to be involved and kept up to date. Council, you've created this problem, this crisis, and this divisiveness. You need to apologize to Calgarians and mend this rift you've created. You need to take responsibility and be accountable. This is your legacy. This is our legacy. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to questions of this panel. We'll start with Councillor Chabot, please.
Thank you. My question's for Ms. Knopp.
Hi.
Oh, hi. Sorry, thank you for your submission. You did make reference to the condo and I guess apartment market in that it declined in 2008 and it only recovered when? I didn't get the end date.
Well, really, it was well into COVID, like we were into 22 for some of them. And so that will depend on what community, what age, right? But there was still, we still saw stuff where it was well into COVID and it took a while because detached first, then rows, then condos. That's the natural progression based on what people want.
Right. Well, personally, I saw my own single-family residential property decline in 2008, but it recovered sooner than that. I'm just curious, do you have any idea on when the single-family residential market recovered or regained its original
down,
value?
It came back up,
2010,
13, 14, then we coasted down again to 2019, then it came back up again. So, Calgary, we're a roller coaster at times.
Yeah. It hasn't, up until recently, my property didn't change much in value going back to 2008.
Yeah, because there was this fluctuation.
So it recovered roughly when, 2020, would you say, or started appreciating beyond the 28 value,
Well,
2007
it depends
value?
at what point. Most single family did exceed, like when we got into the 2013-14 upswing, that was above where we were in
2007, 8,
right? And so then when we came down again, it didn't take long into COVID before we were above that again. That's my gauge now on a lot of things,
right?
Pre and post.
Yeah, and it has increased significantly in the last year.
Yes.
And so I guess it begs the question on insofar as the type of product and what we think this will do to affordability, or not affordable housing, but affordability generally. If we're talking about converting single-family residential into another product, which there's clearly a deficiency, but it's only really been realized in the last couple of years, that deficiency in that product. But the deficiency in the single-family residential market has been obviously short for some time, which is probably what's driving the higher increase in that product. Do you see this as further increasing?
Potentially. The people want detached. That is generally their first choice. And they only go to the others when they're not available. So if you create less detached, you create more demand for detached.
So if we increase the price of that product, it will ultimately trickle down into the product that we're trying to create.
That's why we're seeing the price increases that there have been in row and condos, because it all flows downstream.
So it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. If we do this, it'll probably just exacerbate the problem, is what you're suggesting.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thanks. That's all the questions I had for you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Penner, please.
Thanks. For Ms. Knott, please. I want to pick up a little bit on where Councillor Chabot was going. There is a period of time in Calgary where we had actually an overabundance of condos on the market. What did that do to the prices of condos? Drive them up or down?
Down.
So supply, an abundance of supply in any form could lower prices.
It can, if there's builders who want to build for less than what it costs to build it.
Yeah, and I agree. Not always the ideal scenario, but if we were to create supply in a certain kind of housing form and there was more competition on the market, it could help stabilize those prices.
Yeah, it can. What I have seen, like when our markets are softer, developers that are land banking, they will still buy when they can get lots on sale. Then they're the, crappy rentals that people complain about, and they don't build. They wait until the market pricing is higher to build and make a profit. So
yeah, for sure. If builders don't build homes, who will build homes?
Well, they'll build where there's demand.
Okay. We get a lot of concern about builders making a profit, but I'm actually just wondering the question, if we need to build homes, who else other than builders will build homes for us in any market?
Well, years ago, it was federal funding induced, but I think it was still a combination of private, a little before my time.
Okay.
The last time that stuff was done.
For sure. You talked about the market in BC and how they are proposing 4 units versus us. Did you factor in the fact that most homes in BC don't have basements? Did you evaluate that at all?
Well, I'm just talking about the number of units. So when you're talking about number of units, it doesn't really matter where they are. It's the number of units.
But we have to dig basements here,
mm-hmm.
and they don't have to dig basements there. And so thinking about how we maximize land, do you think that would be a reason why we would encourage more basement suites here than they would in Vancouver?
Well, the Vancouver example...
Or anywhere in many places in BC.
So the Vancouver example is 6 units, actually.
Right.
And what they are doing on the newer ones is they do have a bit, not a full basement, but they are partially digging
mm-hmm.
down. So you do have part of units that are below grade.
Right, to try to maximize. Okay, super good. One more question. Do you ever evaluate rental? Are you strictly just in the purchase?
Yeah, we do market rents.
So have you compared market rents of new builds, like row home and basement suites, compared to existing bungalows or homes, and the pricing compared to sort of square footage and or newness of product to see if there's comparison?
Well, generally new, you're going to get more than older product.
Right. No, I guess I'm trying to say, right now I'm looking at, I'm looking at rents, because one of the criticisms we heard is this will take affordable rental off of the market. And I'm looking at basement suites in older homes that are comparable price to basement suites in new builds. And so I'm just wondering if you've done some of that comparison to see if we are indeed taking affordable units off, or just having a temporary delay of getting actually more affordable units on the market.
So are you asking like a really good basement suite that's almost new in an older home versus a new
sure.
unit?
Just are we, you know,
I don't know the answer to that.
No, that's okay. I was just wondering if you were doing that comparison. That's all. That's
no,
all.
I really, when we're comparing, we're always looking for apples to apples and not apples to oranges, unless
Right.
we have to go to oranges, and we don't want to.
Yeah, I know, and it's hard because, right, we're hearing criticisms, and we're in some ways comparing new to old, because that's often what happens. But it's sometimes not always a fair comparison, and so that what we deem affordable is also predicated on the condition of the unit. Yeah, for sure. Okay, I have no further questions for you, Ms. Burke. I have a couple questions for you. I can't answer your questions because we have to ask questions. So I'm going to ask you a question back for your last question. If I don't have consensus in my ward, if I've heard from residents on both sides of this, can I truly be representative to everybody? And I know it's a bit of a rhetorical question, but it's one I'm really struggling with.
I'm having a problem with the democracy here. In a democracy, the majority rules. And in council, the definition of the councillors here are to represent their constituents at City Hall. And we are not represented. You were presented with Glenmore Landing, a survey that had 2,900 and something people that did a survey. 99% of the population that did that survey said no to the development of parkland at Glenmore Landing. And you voted yes, sell the parkland. That was not democratic. And so what I'm asking of you as a councillor, that if the majority of the people in your Ward 11 are against this process of going into blanket rezoning, your job is to vote no to blanket rezoning. That's your role as a councillor.
So if I took 100 people,
right,
and half of them lived in single-family homes and half of them lived in row homes, and you know, because then you kind of get opinions from equal people, and it's 50-50. What am I to do?
Oh, I think you'd be stuck because you're at 50-50. However, you're not stuck on this one. I could fill the stadium of Saddle Dome with people who are against this plan.
Okay,
if you'd like me to, I will go house to house and provide you their names.
And I'm asking because this is also a values-based conversation that we're having. And when the majority of the homes across the city are single detached, the majority is going to skew against this. But if we were to make all things equal, I don't know that they would be. So I'm really asking, when people are saying, my rents are going up 30 to 40%, I can't find a home, and there's people who are also living in singles who are supportive of this, and this is as much as a values-based conversation as it is about a fact-based conversation and all the feelings. Can you not see how consensus and picking one side might not be as straightforward as you're putting it out to be?
No, I can't, because it's a democracy. And it comes down to who are the majority. If the majority vote yes, then I will shut up.
Okay.
But if the majority vote no,
I just wanted to see if it was that black and white for you. Thank you.
It is in a democracy, so thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Walcott, please.
I just wanted to ask Ms. Knapp one question as well. Oh, sorry. Ms. Bork, one question. I apologize. I missed the names.
Isn't anybody going to ask me for an encore?
It's just... You've mentioned you've been listening a lot throughout the last...
I've been dipping in, yes. I'm sorry, I can't spend 12 hours a day, but yes, I dip in.
I absolutely understand.
Yeah.
A lot of people throughout this week have made comments specifically about supporting nodes, corridors around transit, BRTs, LRTs, and so on. I think like that was I would argue it was unanimous, because those who were for said it as well. They said, you know, like we support blanket upzoning and do this, and then those who are against were says like you should focus on this and do this. Does that change your perspective on Glenmore Landing, since it's right beside a BRT?
No, because we weren't for the BRT either.
Before us, Councillor.
Okay, so I was asking about a specific TOD zone is all. That's okay. That's fair.
Thank you.
Okay, no worries.
And no more singing?
Another day.
Okay. Thank you.
But your voice is lovely.
Thank you. Let's go, Councillor Thaliwal, please.
Oh, sorry. I had one more question, actually. I
Sorry,
apologize.
go ahead.
This one's for Ms. Reid.
That's Curtis.
This is a part of the whole housing strategy, of course. This is one of the many actions. Much of the other solutions that we'd previously kind of like worked through, rent control and so on, are other parts of this. And as you mentioned in your commentary, a lot of them are in provincial control.
Mm-hmm.
Throughout this housing strategy process, from the task force last year through September through now, have you been able to keep up to date with some of those changes? I know we haven't exchanged anything recently, but have you been able to keep up to date with some of the advocacy for the other aspects of the housing strategy?
A little bit, and I have certainly tried to keep up to date with you in your office. I understand you're busy. So no, I'm certainly not an expert on all of those points that you mentioned, but I do know that, you know, to Councillor Penner's point, some people's rents are increasing 30 or 40%, so that is unacceptable, especially when we're considering affordable housing and when we're considering the implications and long-reaching effects of what we're looking at doing at these neighborhoods.
I agree. It was actually while we were in here on last Monday, that a temporary rent control bill failed at the Alberta legislature.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're still working on it. We're still advocating. It's still a part of the strategy, and we'll try and come up with another opportunity there just to like slow that down. And then the second question, that so much of this discussion's been around support of local area plans. Killarney was one of the first to kind of get one in the city because of some of the development that's happened there.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually, Killarney is like one of 4 of my communities that are at a stable population now because of redevelopment. I was wondering, what was your perspective, or how did you feel about that process that recently concluded for the LAP, or if you were involved?
Yeah, I mean, I think the entire process has been challenging from start to finish. I mean, these signs pop up on my street, on, you know, streets in our community, and we see, 2, semi-detached being built, and I myself live in a semi-detached infill. We are not against densification, but as an example, on my street currently, there are two semis or a set of semi-detached houses being built, which everyone thought was fine, but then unbeknownst to us, when we realized earlier in the month, there are actually 2 basement suites as well, so that becomes a 4-plex. So, you know, theoretically, yes, the signage is there. Theoretically, we have a city planning department to be able to reach out to. Theoretically, yes, I have a city council member to reach out to, but in practice, what's actually being passed is not what's reflective in the signs. In reality, I don't have a supportive city planning department to reach out to because I either get ignored or just get rebuffed. And in practice, I don't have a reliable city council member to reach out to because I get ignored or rebuffed. So, you know, yes, what you're saying, on paper, it sounds delightful, but in practice, no, I don't think any of, you know, certainly not myself and certainly none of the residents and my neighbors, and we all feel very, very strongly and very passionately about this, would say that this is done or has been done in a way that makes sense or works in the real world.
The example you just provided, I don't have the date off the top of my head, but Killarney has been zoned for that for a very long time.
Cool.
And the reason why I ask is because what you just described for the duplex with the secondary suites, that is what's legal now, and it has been for a while. Was that a factor in your choice of where you moved?
Yes, I mean, the reality when I was looking for a home and, this might destroy my credibility. My mother purchased my home for me. I was out of an extremely abusive marriage. I packed a bag and took my daughter, and my mother and subsequently my community of Killarney saved me and rebuilt us. What was a primary factor in choosing Killarney were the schools that were available, were the fact that, yes, there was some densification, which aligns with my politics, which aligns with my personal, beliefs and what we can do to make a better Calgary. But no, call it COVID brain. I had just had a baby. My marriage was ending. I didn't look into all of the city planning and the rezoning policies that I was inheriting once I moved into the community. So again, at a glance, it all aligned, and I love Killarney. And yes, to your point, Councillor, this was all in place prior to, but I have also been fighting this prior to this. Rezoning bylaw.
I appreciate the time, and I hope that we'll chat again with or without this, depending on what happens. So thank you for
I would look forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Thaliwal, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Knopp. While you were speaking, I just want to understand, there's worry from some of what we have heard. It hasn't come out explicitly that my property value will go down. Can you touch, do you expect that to happen?
Well, it's all relative. It's an appraisal, the answer to everything is it depends. It depends on what community, it depends on your house, it depends on, has that house at the bottom end of improvements, like quality of the improvements on the site, or has it been renovated? So if your house is at that lower end relative to all the other houses, right? Bare minimum's been done, might be livable, but doesn't have the updates that the market expects. That's going to be more of a land value type of house. If you've renovated, then there's value in those improvements. So the potential negative impact comes from if you're one of the owners who has renovated thinking that this is all R1, this is all going to stay the same, that's why I put value into this, and then boom, there's an 8-plex that goes up beside you, that can seriously impact the value of those improvements that you've done. So what the worry I have is then it's uncertainty of people aren't going to know should I or not, because you're looking around and humans don't like uncertainty. They like to have some level of certainty.
So no, that's
Councillor, can you just pick up your mic a bit?
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's perfect.
No, that's great. But let's say I put money into my house, the value is in the structure. In a community where the land value is not appreciating, that could definitely happen. But let's say if there's an 8-plex, like you said, if I haven't put any money into my house, but there's an 8-plex, now my land value is appreciating because some developer might come and say, hey, I want to buy this. In that case, necessarily, it's not a negative impact.
No, it wouldn't necessarily be a negative impact, but then you have communities where, right now, I would say there's a lot of communities where for quite a while, predominant is land value of that house, right? It doesn't matter if you've put granite counters in, it's still land value, and those improvements don't matter. So those communities tend to transition over into being just rentals a lot of times, and no money's put into the house, or the least amount possible. So you get a deteriorating housing stock until that redevelopment. Now, when it's kind of everywhere, it just...
Yeah.
Sorry, did I get off track and not answer your question?
It's tricky, right? Do you expect, if this goes through, let's pick the case, do you expect different tiers? Like some communities might see land values, like values of the houses going up. The other communities might say by default stay the same. Because like you said, the key is the land value. Mm-hmm. Banks and the structure. If my structure has depreciated, but my land value has appreciated, which will happen in inner cities, that's good for that person who owns it. Mm-hmm. But if I come from Ward 5, and my next question is, Ward 5 is the most dense ward of all. What we are arguing here today, debating today, has been happening there for the last 10, 15 years. Have you seen any correlation there that the house prices have gone down? Because what I'm seeing, hearing from people is house prices are going up.
Yeah, but it's not the same. You have a house with a basement suite beside a house with a basement suite. Same. So it's very different to compare a single family dwelling with an eightplex beside. That, I mean, there needs to be places where there's densification, but when people have made a choice to be in a single family community, it's because it's not about who's living next door, it's just about the number of people. As soon as you have more people, there's potential more issues. And a lot of people, their home is their sanctuary. They want to have a certain level of, reasonable certainty as much as one can have about
You said more people, more issues. Data speaks 3.6 people per unit in my ward. City average is 2.7. So that's why I'm saying we have been seeing this, living through this for the last 10, 15 years. My last question is, you just said people love to live in a single detached or semi-detached. There's a demand for it. But now if RCG units start getting built, there's going to be less of single detached or semi-detached, which means people will move to this product, the price will go up. But why would builder build this when the demand is for single detached, semi-detached?
Well, because the detached are too expensive.
Where the land value is high.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah. Thank you so much for answering all the questions. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wong, please.
Thank you, Mayor. And Ms. Knopp, sorry, you're popular. You made a statement midway through your presentation about the data that was used by the city to determine affordability of market. It may not be the same or the right information. Can you clarify what you meant by that?
Well, what I would presume, considering this, in particular the mid-block eightplex thing, is fairly new. There hasn't really been, there's only a handful that I can find. Most of the ones I've found have just been in application. They maybe have started construction, but I couldn't really find any that were done complete. So where they would be comparing in those communities, that they're already in those core inner city communities where there is land values really high. And like I was just talking about how the improvements aren't worth anything. So that's where if you go to, let's say, Lake Bonavista, seems to be a popular community, if you put one there, right, it's going to have a different type of impact versus what it would in Altadore.
Yeah.
Or.
Okay, good, thank you. The second is that Councillor Penner asked a question about rental, and I'm going to ask, and I'm not sure if you can answer, but when you think about real estate, people buying real estate, first home buyers that come from a rental market, right? What is the first primary choice of housing? Is it, because you mentioned earlier, most people would like go to single family detached as opposed to, is that still the same case for renters going in?
I mean, realtors probably have a better idea than that because they're the ones talking to them. I'd say most probably still do, or a lot. I mean, a lot of it's just going to be based on what their price point is, where they can get in. I mean, my nephew bought a few years ago, and detached is what they went for when they bought.
So it's more a price point as opposed to type or quality, condition, everything else as such.
Yeah, I mean, price point can be the eliminator, right? A lot of people would prefer the detached. If, there are people who want to live in condos and townhouses, and that's fine. But most people do tend to still prefer detached, and it's the price point that moves them into other product.
Okay, good, thank you.
Thank you. That's all the questions for this panel. So thanks very much for taking the time to present to us today. Let's assemble another panel. Now, is there anyone from previous panels who's here now? We are moving on to panel 107. So is there anyone that was on a panel before 107 who's with us now?
Yes, Robert Lahody here.
Hi there, sorry, could you repeat your last name?
Lahody.
And
panel 105.
Panel 105? And you said Robert Lahody, right?
Correct.
Thank you. I'll make you the first one on the new panel. Do we have Claude Campaign?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Do we have Natalie St. Hilaire? Hi, you can go on up. Do we have James Faulkner? Do we have Mike Bowerman? How about Chris Marchuk? Hi, come on up, sir. And do we have Sarah Nicholson?
I'm here online.
Perfect, thank you. So we will start with Robert Lahody and then go to Claude Campaign, Natalie St. Hilaire, Chris Marchuk, and Sarah Nicholson. So please go ahead, Mr. Lahody.
Thank you. Your Worship and City Councilors, my name is Robert Lahody. I'm one of the applicants who have filed an originating notice seeking a judicial review of Council's decision on March 13th not to hold a plebiscite regarding the implementation of blanket upzoning. You've heard the desire of many presenters this week who support the holding of a plebiscite. We are obviously not alone in terms of questioning Council's failure not to hold a plebiscite. Blanket upzoning is probably the single biggest planning decision the City of Calgary has ever taken. Such a decision merits the input of all Calgarians, and this hearing is not that forum. This hearing provides you with the opinions and concerns, all valid, of a mere 700 or so Calgarians, not the million plus who will be affected by blanket upzoning. You've also heard over the past week that in excess of 60% of the existing housing units in our city are located in residential communities currently zoned as RC1 and RC2. That's a significant number of Calgarians who will, as a result of blanket upzoning, lose the ability to participate in the process relating to land use changes, relaxations, and zoning relief for proposed developments in their communities. That lost opportunity is the existing process that exists today in the planning department, and that allows property owners to be notified of, to make representations about, and to object to specific developments proposed in those communities where those proposed developments go beyond what would otherwise be permitted today. It is this process that allows property owners and developers to work together with the city planners and find appropriate compromises for these proposed developments. That's what planning is in these communities. If blanket upzoning is approved, the opportunity to participate in that process is lost, and approvals for such development proposals become a rubber stamping function in the planning department. Frankly, there will be no more planning if blanket upzoning occurs in these communities, and you can probably downsize the number of city planners. Be clear, I am not against densification and attempts to build affordable housing to address the housing crisis. However, I have seen no fact-based independent evidence that blanket upzoning will actually succeed in that regard. What I have found in my research is to the contrary. Recently, Anne-Marie Lurie, the chief economist for the Calgary Real Estate Board, commented in its 2024 spring review and forecast that blanket upzoning will not address affordability. And in fact, she suggested that it will actually increase housing prices in those R1 and R2 communities. She noted that affordable housing really can only be addressed with purpose-built greenfield developments in underutilized areas. Others have emphasized that same observation over the past week. And it is clear to me, listening to the back and forth between Mr. Clark and Councillor Carra the other day, that there has not even been enough work done by the city in connection with the implications of blanket upzoning. Think infrastructure and the conversation that they had. My point is that there needs to be independent, fact-based evidence presented to Calgarians in order for them to validly consider whether blanket upzoning is a worthwhile change for our city. In fact, I have not seen a concrete rationale from the city as to why it is pushing for blanket upzoning.
Good job.
Calgarians deserve to understand why. Doing this takes time. People need the time to receive and consider that expert information. And such expertise does not come from the planning department, which has a clear agenda. It needs to be independent and trustworthy. As elected officials, you have a duty to those who elected you to effectively ask them for some guidance on whether or not you should proceed with blanket upzoning. None of you campaigned on making such significant changes to the zoning landscape in Calgary. If you had campaigned to do this, I suspect many of you would not be sitting in those chairs today. I believe that a majority of this council have already made up their minds to support blanket upzoning. That's troubling to me, frankly, but I come to that conclusion based on several other...
Mr. Hilty, your time is up, so thank you for your presentation. Stay on the line in case there's questions, but if you could just mute yourself, that'd be great. Let's go to Claude Campaign, please.
5 minutes.
Pardon me?
Hello, Claude Campaign here. Hello, thank you for allowing me a chance to provide my opinion on this very important issue. I've lived in Calgary since 1980. I represent myself. I agree completely 100% with the person before me. I am here to speak against the blanket rezoning. I feel City Council was hoping to push this blanket rezoning through before the general public understood what this meant by this. I have talked to people before this public meeting who didn't even understand what was going on. They are shocked when I tell them what could happen in their neighborhood. Why is this proceeding so quickly, considering how this is going to change the fabric of Calgary? Why are we not putting this to a plebiscite? Are you on City Council to do Trudeau's work or to represent us? Are you willing to sacrifice our city to get Trudeau's money? I have personally built 16 infills in Capitol Hill and Banff Trail area and have seen firsthand how new developments have been designed and built. I eventually stopped building as I could not compete with the thrifty builders who build to very minimal standards. Developers are the winners in blanket rezoning. They will build on their properties whatever makes them the most money. It won't be affordable, and they won't care about what the street looks like. On Monday, there was a group of developers who presented on how they would support the rezoning. At no point did they ever talk about building affordable homes. In fact, they talked about how they will only build if it is financially feasible to make them a nice profit. They won't care about the neighborhood or how it looks or how it will affect them. I know this from experience as I saw row houses and fourplexes go up in Capitol Hill. If you open up zoning and developers, if you open up the zoning, developers are basically rubbing their palms together in anticipation of the money that they can make as more lots are open up to them. We made the decision to move away from high density to a neighborhood with RC1 zoning specifically. We love our new old neighborhood. Now we hear that the city wants to blanket rezone this neighborhood. We bought this property based on how the city had it zoned. Now, a few councillors feel that they have the right/power to change that, even though the majority of Calgarians don't agree with it. We know we have to increase density. I don't think anyone is arguing that point. We want a planned rezoning of each community, not just what works best for the developers. I believe we need to deal with this on a community level, not blanket rezoning. Every community is different. We want diverse communities. Please revisit the definition word of planning. We don't want a mishmash of homes. We want an organized plan for each community. I don't think that's asking too much. I don't think shooting a shotgun in the air and see where the pellets land would give a good outcome for locations of the new RCG developments. The homeowners of Calgary deserve to be listened to, and their opinion should matter to you. Please give Calgarians the time, understanding, and respect that they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Natalie St. Hilaire, please.
I have a slide presentation. Did you get some? Oh, good. Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Natalie St. Hilaire, and I just wanted to come in tonight and express that I'm opposed to the blanket rezoning. I have heard a lot of really well thought out arguments on both sides of this issue, and I want to comment that it seems to me that the two sides are not even talking about the same thing. The pro side wants affordable housing and is arguing for density. The opposing side is arguing primarily about how this is being accomplished. It's exhausting to watch this continue in this way, so I can't imagine how you're all feeling. I'm going to try to take a different approach and explain why I am opposed to blanket upzoning and why those in favor of it might want to reconsider the concerns we on the opposed side have. Just a little background, I have a commerce degree with a major in law and economics from the University of Alberta, and I moved to Calgary in 1993. Aside from attending university in Edmonton, I have lived in Calgary for nearly 30 years. My family moved to Calgary because my father was driving 3 hours a day in Toronto to get to and from work. We lived in Aurora in a house by a creek, and we valued having a yard and space for us so much that it wasn't until a doctor told my father he needed to change his lifestyle or risk heart attack that we finally made the move. Next slide. When we got to Calgary, our lives changed. There was a yard, and Dad drove 15 minutes to get to and from the office. There was nature, which we still get really excited about. We have a pet lynx. She comes and goes as she wants. There's some deer and a blue jay that likes peanuts that will fly right up to our door to collect peanuts. And grouse, which I didn't even know existed 15 minutes away from downtown Calgary in our backyard. Currently, I live in Inglewood. I have lived in West Hillhurst, the Beltline, and Signal Hill, and I owned a yoga studio in Marda Loop. I enjoy density. I enjoy being a part of downtown culture, and I really love our city. Next slide. At first, I was concerned about housing prices, and I think that's been expressed a lot. And what I found as I started to look into it was that land value will increase and the actual value of the house will decrease. So it's really hard to know, except on a case-by-case basis, what's going to happen to the value of anyone's house. I did a little bit of research about density and upzoning in general. And what I found is that it's not clear that density is either good or bad for a city, and that some of the results of blanket upzoning have been less than ideal or as anticipated, for example, in Auckland. And I have several links there from different articles. Next slide. So I came upon a National Geographic article about density in urban areas. I just want to read what this says. Poor air and water quality, insufficient water availability, waste disposal problems, and high energy consumption are exacerbated by the increasing population density and demands of urban environments. Strong city planning will be essential in managing these and other difficulties as the world's urban areas swell. Next slide. So, I ask myself, given all this information, what would I do if blanket upzoning happens in the city of Calgary and it goes poorly? There is a lack of infrastructure, there's construction constantly, there's traffic congestion, maybe there even becomes issues with water and waste disposal. What would I, just me being me, what would I do? Next slide. And with all due respect to council and my friends and neighbors and family in Calgary, I will go. I'll move to, I don't think I'll go far, probably try Millerville or Okotoks or some little town outside of Calgary. And I think it's actually going to work out differently for me than, say, for my father, because I'll be able to work from home. I won't need to come into Calgary necessarily for my job. And maybe I'll be able to order everything I need off Amazon, so I don't need to travel to the city. So, you know, that's just what I would choose. I don't think I would be alone in that choice if things become poorly managed in downtown Calgary, which would be a loss to me because I do enjoy culture and aspects of downtown, and I actually really like being around a lot of people, personally. So my question to you as well others, and just in finishing or in closing, oh, I'm out of time. I have one more slide, but I can, end.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Chris Marchuk, please.
Hello, my name is Chris Marchuk. I live in Ward 13. When I consider what we're doing with countless hours and effort put into rezoning matter, I realize that we're treating the symptoms rather than the problem. Symptoms like low income, unaffordable homes, out of control immigration, high rents, homelessness, high interest rates, censorship, dishonest politicians, high energy costs, incremental tax increases, food insecurity, an untrustworthy media, a prime minister who praises the communist model and despises those who should stand up for their rights, and a city council that has ignored the democratic process and the will of the people. Those who are struggling and can't afford the independence they receive by owning their own vehicle, can't afford to buy a house, can't afford rent, can't afford to feed their family and pay their utilities, are the recipients of restrictive measures, just as the rest of our population have witnessed decline in the quality of their life. None are the fault of the people, but the fault of the sinister agenda. Rezoning and the destruction of well-established areas and the character of communities, and the city does nothing to fix the larger problem. All symptoms we see across our country are created by the source, a tyrannical agenda by a prime minister and federal government. They are, in fact, just the distributor of the sinister agenda created by unelected non-governmental organizations. It doesn't stop there. Across our country, municipalities since 1992 and 1994 devoted their efforts towards implementation of troubling agenda that we see in our cities and towns. The United Nations-led Global Covenant of Mayors, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, International Council for Local Environmental Initiatives, and many more, all of them that Mayor Gondek is a member of, have used their influence to manufacture disturbing policies that we now see in our municipalities. These policies have created difficulties and are the symptoms that we see across the country. They are not an accident, but rather a sinister agenda that leads to poverty, destruction of the system, and the subsequent control of all world resources and people. The difficulties we see in our city are just a small example of how globalism does not work. Create the problem, we've done that. Encourage the reaction, something we're doing now, and surely we'll create a solution. When you look at the provinces throughout Canada, every major resource in every province relies on, what every province relies on for their prosperity has been seriously constricted. Incomes destroyed. It is a sinister move towards world insecurity and globalism. Thankfully, we have a strong premier who will not allow either the tyrannical PM or his allies in unelected non-governmental globalist organizations to destroy our province and our major source of income. If you think things are unaffordable and bad now, if we allow globalist agendas to persist, things will be far worse in the future. They want control, including in our municipalities. We need to have a strong municipality that is willing to stand for the people and not bow to the takeover of our city and the country. Calgary rezoning initiatives throughout the city without the approval of the residents is very disturbing at least. That is, that it's undemocratic, tyrannical, and dictatorial. I witnessed the dismissal of the voices of people in Glenmore Landing and Fish Creek. Non-governmental organizations have very disturbing plans for countries and municipalities throughout the world. I would suggest that those unelected organizations created the idea of an $87 billion tax on Calgarians and like the idea of rezoning and densification in our city. If it doesn't feel right or natural, it is because it's neither. It's manipulation, authoritarianism, and it leads to oppression. We need to seriously look at the problem and quit being distracted by the symptoms it caused. We can start by stopping the destructive rezoning agenda. Next, we can We need to stop the globalist organizations who are attempting to take over our city and country and return our lives to a place of love and respect, progress, innovation, increased ability to afford an abundant, extraordinary life, and invest in our efforts in the betterment of society and humanity, not the destruction of it. We all have a choice. It's imperative that we think seriously about how we arrived in the situation that exists, identify the origin, and stand up for our dreams, our families, and the abundant life.
Thank you, Mr. Marchuk. You're just at time. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Sarah Nicholson, please.
Hello, thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Sarah Nicholson. I started a rental business in 2003. Have tried to run that for 20 years. We lost a majority of it during COVID, and are down now to only one rental left in Calgary. So I think that after 20 years of experience running numerous rental properties, I am equipped to speak to that topic. And I firmly stand against the blanket rezoning. So I wanted to address a couple of things that have come up already. One of the first things I did when this was brought up is I spoke to my realtor because he would know about housing prices and the impact of all this. So going by my gut was not necessarily what I wanted to do. When I discussed this with him, he was actually outraged. He said that it would reduce property values, overburden resources, make residential traffic untenable. And like many others here, he wanted a plebiscite and some form of planning if there was anything going to be done, and was upset that there was not prior consultation or investigation into this. And his comment, and this is not mine, this was his, is that this is being done under the fallacy that quadrupling residential densities is in existing communities and concentrating all the vehicle exhaust and emissions in existing neighborhoods with water, power, and sewer infrastructure never designed for such uses is somehow more environmentally friendly than simply building modern homes in new communities outside of existing neighborhoods is false. And he actually called this a sham public consultation process that will not change the minds of Mayor Gondek or the Calgary Council. That was a very strong response to me, that he gave to me. And from what was just said by the Calgary Real Estate Board, clearly they've looked into this, and blanket rezoning is going to do damage. It's not going to fix anything. So I want to respond to, I'm sorry, I've forgotten the name, but the councillor for Ward 11, who, in my opinion, disingenuously compared homeowners to the unrepresented renters who would be commenting because there aren't that many of them in her ward. Well, those homeowners are the taxpayers that are paying the salary of this council. And so I want to address the fact that the rezoning of an existing neighborhood clearly damages the homeowner's property value and quality of life and overburdens what's already there. But to claim that your ward is the only ward that would be viable to expand, and that you should listen to these renters that do not exist in your ward, when buildings can be placed in areas outside of your ward, in areas that are as yet undeveloped, and we have an LRT system to bring people in. So I want to also speak to the fact that not only can you build in the outskirts, but I want to speak to the rental increases. So I keep hearing people saying that rents have gone up 30 to 40%. Rents have gone up 30 to 40%, and this is not acceptable. Well, my rents have gone up infinitesimally, intentionally, because I want to keep my tenants. And the reason that's gone up is because mortgage rates have gone up, costs have gone up. So to try and act like me as a landlord or any other landlord in this city is raising the rents because we're getting a cash grab is not true. I am actually supplementing my tenants I have to pay a mortgage on that house, but because they're good tenants and I'm trying to keep them there because I have experienced so many tenants destroying my homes and I don't have recourse. The attitude of government is that me as a landlord, I'm very rich, and so I should be able to pay for the repairs. But more than that, I can't even sue them because I can never recover the cost. They move. They don't have anything. There's nothing for me to get. So there's no protections for me as landlord. I can't tell you how many times I've literally had my houses destroyed, had to completely cover the cost of repairing them. That can cost me as much as a year's worth of rent, which means I'm paying it to my mortgage. So at the moment, I have an up-down, and I have, for both of those tenants, I'm paying a portion of their rent. So, and I also want to address...
Ms. Nicholson, you're just at time, so thank you very much for your presentation. Please stay on the line on mute in case there's questions for you. Let's go to questions, starting with Councillor Spencer, please.
Thank you, Mayor. My question is for Ms. Heller, or St. Heller. Thank you for being here today and for your presentation. I appreciate that you went through the effort to put the slides together. On the studies that you referenced, I'm curious if you know what kind of density they were studying when they were making those observations.
Okay, well, it might be easier if you pull up that slide, but I will pull it up on my computer either way. Oh, I have the printout right here, actually. Well, for National Geographic, I mean, I think that that's a generalization. So if you go back one more slide. Yeah. So that's just from a general National Geographic. So it would be like global observing of world density. But this is a Wendell Cox study. The second one, evidence that increased density actually creates worse affordability in 53 major US cities. So that's over time again. The next is a article about the, The next study is rather an article about the traffic and livability implications during construction in Auckland after they upzoned. And then the next article, this one's actually been referenced a few times during the hearing already. Cameron Murray, he did a pretty exhaustive examination of what happened after the upzoning in Auckland, and he actually said it's arguable that it actually decreased the amount of housing when you take out, I mean, you could probably talk to him. He's available. I got in touch with him on Twitter, but I just felt it wasn't worth my time to do the deep digging with economists.
It'd be a lot of work.
Before coming here.
Sure. Okay.
So many people have so much good information for you guys.
I did just click through, so hopefully you submitted these slides to, they had them, they put them up, okay. I had a hard time finding, hopefully, we will take a look at. The reason I asked the question, and I just wanted to make sure we weren't conflating like real high density in terms of, obviously that's going to be the impacts of that in terms of the access to green space. We had a speaker come and talk about, when you don't have trees, grass, things of this nature, and was lamenting the fact that we would lose a bunch of that. Obviously it's a wide delta, right, between living in a high tower, working from your computer and going out on a concrete walk once a day is quite different than where I live in Mahogany, deep southeast Calgary, where I go out my front door and I walk around a wetlands, but arguably has some really high density. So I just want to make that observation that, obviously we're talking about degrees, and there's some pretty wide degrees there when we're talking. Are you aware, I'm sure you are, but are you aware that like cities are basically essentially slated to double in population by 2050, just by straight up the continual move, population trends, and all the rest?
I don't know the exact, I'm not aware of that exact number, but it's not surprising for me to hear that. And I have heard that there's a lot of expected immigration to our province and our country in that time period. So it's not surprising to me. And in my thinking about it, I was sort of just taking a big step back. I was thinking, well, there's more people coming. There's this amount of space. You can build up or you can build out. Yeah. And I think that my comment on that is that both are going to happen.
So that's awesome. So the city of Calgary, we very specifically have an an established area growth plan and a greenfield growth plan. So I'd like to say that we're trying to do a very nuanced approach to that to make sure. But we have the point I just wanted to surface in that question is like it's a lot of people, right? If we're going to double the population, and Calgary's headed to 2 million very soon, right? So that's essentially this conversation, is like it's the trade-offs of the really yucky stuff that comes with growth. There's also benefits, right, as well.
I mean, I agree. Like, I love big cities. The last slide I have on here is a commentary on Chicago versus New York. I was actually at the opportunity to be in Chicago a few weeks ago, and I went on a architectural tour down the river in Chicago. I don't know if you've ever been. It's such a beautiful downtown. And one of the things that the person giving the tour said is that they're on the same city plan that they've had since the fire in 1870. And they're just finishing it now with River Rocks. I don't even think they're finishing it. But one of the other things that he said is that they looked at New York and they said, we don't want to be like buildings smashed up against each other. We want space between buildings. We want really big alleys, so there's places for garbage. And so they have really big alleys in Chicago, and when you're walking down the street, you don't have the same kind of issues with garbage as they see in New York.
Right.
And so in these two pictures, the difference is like the sunlight that gets through the buildings when there's spaces between buildings.
I like that.
Versus when you have buildings that are joined.
Okay. Well, I love that, and I think one of the things that I'm weighing is the fact that, like, we have to figure out where to put people in this city, and arguably the established communities can do more just in terms of the loss of population. This will, if this went through, one of the merits, and I'm weighing the pros and the cons on both sides, the policy merits with the pushback of the community. One of the potential outcomes is we actually get better conversations about some of these larger projects, right? In that we actually are in a place to absorb some of that population game in a thoughtful way in our established neighborhoods, and we can have better, because we were kind of stuck, right? Arguing over where it goes in our city. And if we can kind of get over a hump, it allows for a lot more long form, nuanced, great conversations about hopefully getting Chicago type outcomes in our city. So one last question, if I may. Were you aware that Okotoks, so you were talking about like the small little communities, and they are all growing faster than we are, just due to the costs. They have a slight affordability edge. Are you aware that Okotoks has already upzoned their entire little town?
I mean, I think going into a place that's already upzoned isn't the issue for me. Knowing what I'm getting into is okay with me. The other thing is the infrastructure. So my commentary is really about, with blanket upzoning, the concern I have about I don't want to say mismanagement, but lack of management and foresight and planning over infrastructure changes that will be needed to manage both the construction and the livability once there's higher density in areas where higher density hasn't been already planned for in infrastructure plans.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so just in closing and responding to that, like another one of the policy merits I'm looking at is that I think we are selling a false promise right now to Calgarians.
I'm going to pick on you.
Okay, go ahead, and I will stop.
You're in my line of sight.
Yeah.
Are you now doing a debate to close something?
I am. Yes,
you are.
Yeah,
It's not
I
a
will
question,
stop.
is it? Okay.
Thank you for your presentation. I appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, let's go to Councillor Putmans, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. St. Hilaire. If I could, you were kind enough to share your personal views on a wide range of issues, and if we could organize those a little bit, it would be helpful for this politician to understand your behavior a little more clearly. So if you were to leave Calgary, what would be the top 3 issues that would cause you to consider leaving Calgary?
Right. Congestion in traffic, like really loud construction around me all the time, and infrastructure issues, water, waste. It can be even as bad as sewage, electricity, all of those things. If they started to compound, I would decide to leave, as well as if I lost, the animals in my parents' backyard.
Top 3 reasons to stay.
My entire community, but I don't feel like I'd be losing that because I feel like I could still connect, being that I would plan to be close. Downtown life, culture, probably wider range of culture.
Thank you. The reason I'm asking this, for those that are wondering what the devil I'm doing, is that I used to be at economic development and attracting young people that are interested in opening businesses and have had businesses are a huge target market, so it's helpful to understand your thinking on this. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Carra, please.
Yeah, Ms. Hilaire, as an Inglewood resident, interested in the conversation you've been having. I appreciate your raising Chicago as an interesting model because they did density differently. Have you been to the neighborhoods of Chicago? Like extensively out? Like Chicago has an incredible downtown core, but it is a city of neighborhoods that stretch out.
I actually lived in Chicago for 4 months. And so I lived in South Chicago, which is actually, it was like outside Chicago. So I'd take the train from outside South Chicago through these neighborhoods into downtown Chicago. So I'm aware of the missteps.
Okay, I'm just curious about, like, Chicago is one of the most affordable cities in New York, in the United States. And one of the arguments that's made is that the missing middle is not missing in Chicago. So I'm just curious as to, what your impression is of the density profile of Chicago neighborhoods.
I mean, I think that there's also, Chicago is a massive city and massive project, and I'm not an urban planner and haven't studied it extensively, and I know that there's upsides in Chicago, and I know that there's real downsides there too.
I agree. I would note that you can take a lot of faith that the infrastructure situation in this city is way better. But that's all. That's the only question I wanted to ask you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thaliwal, please.
Thank you, Mayor. And my question is for you too. You left me confused. You came in and you said there's one side arguing affordability. The other side is there's a fear that how this will be implemented. And then you said you will leave because there's no infrastructure. So you are for density.
Yeah.
Okay.
With appropriate infrastructure.
Okay.
And planning.
So what is, if you have a crystal ball, what are you envisioning? If this has to grow through, how do you see this city changing?
I mean, great question. I really have only involved myself in this process in the last little while. And I've come to understand it really extensively in the last week through watching the proceedings. So I think what I've been hearing is that there's some really good planning that includes plans for density and includes plans for the changes that are needed to support that density. And I'm left confused and not confused, but just without the right information about why those plans are insufficient or what is stopping those plans from moving forward faster. I'm also, I have questions about if the kind of density that we're creating with these row houses is really going to make an impact in supply such that price gets impacted. And I haven't been convinced that that will occur.
So you haven't seen the empirical evidence showing you that this will help with the affordability, prices will go up, or prices will go up, but they will go up not, they won't be on steroids.
So if I were going to make a guess, I would say you're adding supply of row houses, and those row houses are going to be, I've heard, anywhere from let's say 600,000 to 1.5 million, somewhere in there. And the people that are going to buy those row houses are going to maybe even be coming from other places, and they're just going to kind of snatch them up. And then I don't think that that's going to add supply to the market such that it impacts other prices going down.
So you would be more...
Bring people coming in for prices to go down.
So you would have been more supportive. I'm not talking on your behalf. I'm just trying to understand of this plan, if there was a simultaneous implementation plan so people could see the journey that this is how it's going to look.
Well, I think the problem with blanket upzoning is that you don't have an ability under this plan to plan the infrastructure needs around what the developers are going to do. So there's no way to know where the row houses are going to be, and there's no way to, in advance, plan infrastructure changes for that. And in Auckland, that caused a big problem, and I can see, after hearing various commentary over the course of this week, and just in my own neighborhoods, that could cause some serious problems.
Yeah, okay. Because I don't know how much you know, I represent Ward 5, and as I said before, we are already seeing this. We've been living through this. Yes, infrastructure sometimes is lacking, but I also see very vibrant communities, right? I also see people coming from all walks of lives, and sometimes they appreciate that they can afford it. Have you had an opportunity to kind of go towards Northeast Ward 5 and look at how density looks like?
I mean, I've lived in Calgary for 30 years. I went to high school here. I like to think that I know the city pretty well. I worked in the Northeast. My first job out of university was selling trucking, so I had an office up in the Northeast. I know the area a little bit, but it's been a while. I guess like my comment about the difference between the established neighborhoods in downtown versus what's in the Northeast is that the difference in the age of infrastructure in those two places is probably pretty dramatic.
Okay.
So there might be an issue there. But yeah, to answer your earlier question, I do think that people would feel better if they felt like there was a plan for infrastructure along with blanket upzoning. I think people would feel better. I don't know if that would satisfy them.
Yeah. Okay, no, great. Thank you for answering all the questions, and thank you for all the great work and for your time. Thank you so much. That's it for me, Mayor.
Thank you. That's it for the questions for this panel. So thank you all for your presentations today. We appreciate the time that you've spent with us. I'm going to assemble another panel. First off, let me ask, is there anybody here that was on a previous panel, anything earlier than 107? Hi, what's your name? 97, okay. All right, Kelly, come on up. We'll put you on this panel. And there's somebody on the phone line. Is there someone that was on a previous panel that is here now? Okay, then let's go through the list. Do we have Darlene Neufeld? Do we have Paige Faulkner? Do we have Dana Miller?
This is Darlene. I'm here.
Hi, Darlene Neufeld?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Do we have Dana Miller? How about Lisa McCuish?
I'm here.
Thank you. Did I say that right?
Lisa McCuish.
Thank you. Do we have Scott Gilsher? Hi, come on up. Do we have Pamela Young? How about Frank Diker? Patrick Pavlika? Okay, we're moving into panel 110. Do we have Cheryl Friars? Hi, please come on up. Okay, so this panel will start with Kelly McDougall, we'll then go to Darlene Neufeld, then it's Lisa McCuish, then Scott Gilsher, and then Cheryl Friars. So, Ms. McDougall, why don't you start us off?
Okay. Thank you. Hello, Your Worship and Councillors. My name is Kelly McDougall, and I'm speaking to oppose blanket RCG rezoning. There have been many compelling positions on both sides that were well researched and concisely presented. I did not have time to prepare something quite as polished. Still, I hope to add something to this debate. I'm opposed to blanket RCG rezoning because despite all the information presented this week, as well as other research that I did, I still have many questions regarding the complexities and implications of this proposed bylaw amendment. Judging by the turnout and conflation of issues, I'm not the only one with many questions. For this reason alone, I implore Council to at least postpone voting on this bylaw amendment. I've reviewed the Calgary Housing Strategy document, and blanket rezoning, RCG rezoning, is just one of 98 actions to achieve the goals set out within it. I've heard comments this week like, why not focus on developing city-owned lands? Well, outcome one, the first one, is precisely this focus, and it's great to see how many initiatives in this area are underway. The More Neighbours representative a few days ago, speaking in favor of RCG rezoning, as a way to appease those opposed that feared an onslaught of rampant, profit-motivated development, showed a graph that estimated just how slow the development pace would actually be based on, current data. And I think it was around 3% annual increase. If that is indeed the case, and that was accurate, And with all the other actions proposed, many of which already have full support of Calgarians and would more directly and quickly impact affordable housing, why can't we pause on this action until we all better appreciate the ramifications and possible alternative approaches? A few other curiosities that came out for me. On the rezoning for housing page, I launched the interactive map. It was interesting to see several gaps. At first, I assumed it was due to areas that were already in the high-density zoning. However, I found an interesting anomaly. I zoomed in on Mount Royal, specifically Hillcrest to Durham, and then on the east, Hope to 14th Street on the west. This substantial swath is all excluded. Why is this? Why would so many of these very large inner city lots be excluded that would check off so many boxes for prime locations for higher density? I recall fair being used as a descriptor for justification for this RCG rezoning, and already there are exclusions that don't seem fair at all, and I would just like to understand this better. Similarly, Mr. Clark, who presented on Friday, indicated that certain curvilinear communities may only have 20% of lots that would qualify for conversion, whereas rectilinear communities would have almost complete conversion rates to the RCG zoning. So how then is that achieving a fair distribution of increased density throughout the city if some communities will be almost entirely excluded by this? Also, many in favor have cited excessive time delays, high costs for development permits when they were talking about the secondary suites, and implied that these would almost vanish or be drastically reduced under an RCG rezoning. Is the R1 process any different? I have not seen any convincing evidence that RCG blanket rezoning necessarily speeds up the planning, permitting, construction process for any build, any style of it. I was born in Calgary. I've worked and lived renting or owning in every quadrant of the city, and I can't think of one that has not had different land use zoning within walking distance of where I've lived. Our communities are not so expansive or exclusionary that we can't find solutions that preserve them and their core original developments and provide more density and services nearby without resorting to ad hoc development throughout the entire neighborhood. Evictions by developers, university students not being able to find apartments are disheartening stories, and I believe all Calgarians want to work quickly toward fixing this. However, we still need to ensure that these properties, whether new or renovated, are done so safely and with sound engineering and building practices. This is really one of my biggest concerns at the moment that I've witnessed a lot. I've seen 10 teardowns of existing bungalows replaced by new constructions in just my 2 blocks over about 10 years. Of these 10 new builds, only 3 of these would be homes that I might even consider purchasing. The rest of them were shoddy nightmares. Some developers that have had to dissolve and change their names to escape their bad reputations, but still are building today, and it's really scary. I also have a few points, with my 15 seconds, just echoing, rescinding LAPs. This would be tragic and wasteful. Please do not give up on this investment of thoughtful, engaged planning. Schools, lots of voices heard on this. The most alarming that I read was increased capacity.
Thank you very much, Ms. McDougall.
Oh, sorry.
Appreciate your presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Let's go to Darlene Neufeld, please. Ms. Neufeld, are you on the line?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, sorry, I must have pushed the wrong button. My apologies. Good evening, Mayor Gondek and councillors. My name is Darlene Neufeld. I'm a landowner. I'm representing my family, and I'm vehemently against blanket rezoning. My husband and I purchased our house in Ward 3 33 years ago. We purchased based on the proximity to schools, shopping, and most importantly, the fact that it was zoned as R1 residential. Since that time, we've invested significantly to maintain and upgrade our residence. My husband and I have rented for many years. We purchased a single detached home in 86 and then in 91. That was always our dream, our goal. Mayor Gondek made the comment, renting is liberating. Renting is always lining somebody else's pocket. The renter has no equity, is not able to do long-term financial planning without equity, and is at the mercy of the landlord whether their place will be sold or rent increased. I know many young people who went from renting to buy a single detached house from 2015 forward. I strongly suggest that these young people, like myself, never found renting liberating. Further, the desire of owning a single detached house is definitely current and not an outdated concept from the 40s, 50s, and 60s, as Mayor Gondek has said. It is vital to respect diversity and choice. Many Calgarians of all ages and cultural backgrounds want to preserve their right to choose, to live in a single-family neighborhoods. Blanket rezoning removes the choice for people to live in their homes during their golden years. Densification will require more infrastructure that costs to be on the people. Seniors on fixed income will be forced to move. Privacy will be impacted. Under the blanket rezoning, townhouses can be built as high as 3.5 floors, nearly 35 feet, and can be built beside a one-floor house with limited setbacks or zero lot line, which is also being proposed. Buildings with windows and balconies of multiple units can be looking down on a backyard. The choice for backyard privacy becomes a thing of the past. My husband and I exercised the freedom of choice to buy in R1 zoning, so I'm flummoxed as to why council would refer to single detached homers as exclusionary. It is perceived as negative,
Could you just pause for a second? Sorry, we're getting some feedback.
Sure.
If you're on the line, and could you please just check and make sure you're muted if you're not Mrs. McQuish? Okay, thank you. Please continue.
Okay. So I'm flummoxed as to why council would refer to single detached homeowners as exclusionary. It's perceived as negative, divisive, and impediment to open dialogue, which I presume was not council's intent. There was no mention originally made regarding the federal funding to support the rezoning initiative. This appears to be a strong incentive to proceed with rezoning as opposed to listening to the voice of the people and their wants for choices. Over the last few years, 3 homes across my house began renting out bedrooms. A single detached house had 2 to 4 renters per house. Each renter had their own vehicle. Parking became a significant issue. My husband is handicapped, has mobility issues, and was unable to park in front of our house. During the winter months, this becomes a safety issue. I believe it is a reasonable expectation and simply good neighbourly etiquette to park in front of my own house. This parking problem will be intensified with RCG's rezoning. The average household in Calgary has 1.75 vehicles. To provide 0.5 parking for each development is short-sighted at best. Will the other 0.5 vehicles gravitate to the alleys? Yes, they will, as that is what's happening in my community. This causes increased access difficulty for waste management and fire trucks, creating safety issues. Densification will greatly exacerbate the parking issue with a high probability of significantly more vehicles. The city has already been implementing in numerous inner-city, mostly detached residential neighbourhoods a requirement to pay a monthly fee to park their vehicles on their street. What is to stop the city from implementing this revenue source citywide? The city is only permitting 1 parking pass per household. What do people do where 2 people in a home require a vehicle to work? There seems to be a myopic view regarding parking and RCG development. A backyard suite with no parking provided is one more example of a view that is narrow in perspective without concern for broader implications. After becoming mayor, a climate emergency was declared and blanket rezoning is proposed. We do not recall that either of these were part of her platform. Both of these agendas are massively consequential to the people of Calgary. Landowners were never consulted on blanket rezoning, yet it 100% directly impacts our hard work for choices of owning our own home in the community we choose. I believe there are ways with citizen engagement to address the need for affordable housing. It has been mentioned by numerous speakers here that the city has land. That should be a first consideration, which must not include playgrounds. Further, it is imperative to recognize that every community is unique. So I urge Council to strongly consider a community-by-community approach. It is a myth that blanket rezoning will accomplish affordable housing. Simply look at realtor sites for the truth of the huge cost of the RCG developments. Only the developers will benefit. And lastly, there's an idea floating around here. Homeowners who do not increase residence on their property where high density is allowed could be given an extra tax. If there is any truth to this at all, it is reprehensible. I urge Council to vote no to blanket rezoning, and thank you to the presenter for the theme song, We're Not Going to Take It. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Lisa McCush, please.
Hello, Mayor Gondek and City Councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I am representing myself. My opinions are my own. I am a 27-year resident of the community of Lake Bonavista, and I strongly oppose the blanket RCG rezoning bylaw. I never thought I would see the day when I'd be attempting to defend the right for older, established, single detached home communities to exist, but here I am. Like many who have already spoken, I too have the same grave concerns about traffic, infrastructure, parking, garbage, recycling collection, and environmental issues. These older established communities were not set up for and were never intended to be RCG communities. Forcing these older established communities to fit into this RCG mold will do nothing but unravel the fabric of what makes these older communities unique in our city. Lake Bonavista is one of these unique older communities. Mr. Keith, the developer, had a vision for a community of single detached homes to be built around a lake and a park. This was unheard of at the time, and Lake Bonavista became the first man-made lake community in Canada in 1968. It became the prototype for all lake communities in Calgary. In his meticulous planning of Lake Bonavista, Mr. Keith set up encumbrances on each land title with mandatory membership to the Lake Bonavista Homeowners Association. One land title, one single detached home, one encumbrance, one membership. This rezoning bylaw will play havoc with the encumbrances on the land titles in Lake Bonavista. The lake and park, which are the centerpiece of Lake Bonavista, were created to service a set number of single detached homes, and as such, a controlled number of users of the lake. This rezoning to RCG could have a huge negative effect on the environmental aspect of the lake itself. This one-size-fits-all RCG blanket rezoning will not work in Lake Bonavista for all of the reasons that I've already mentioned, and it most certainly will not lend itself to affordable housing. There has to be some system of rezoning that could exist between what is in place now and what you are proposing should happen. There needs to be consultation, more study, and oversight of whatever the new plan would be, particularly in communities that have properties with encumbrances on them that were put in place for good reason. I believe the Council has heard numerous alternative solutions to affordable housing in the many previous panels. I'm asking City Council to explore these options. I'm asking City Council to allow for choice in the City of Calgary. Single detached home communities should always be an option available for Calgarians. Mayor Gondek and City Councillors, respectfully, I am asking that you not make RCG blanket rezoning your legacy to our city. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Scott Gilsher.
Good day, Mayor and Councillors. My name is Scott Gilsher, and I'm speaking today as an impacted landowner of Wildwood, Ward 6. I'm here to speak for my family in opposition of blanket rezoning. My wife and I moved to Wildwood from Marda Loop since we were overwhelmed by the density in the area. When moving, Wildwood drew our attention due to its RC1 zoning, the neighborhood charm, and sense of community. Being an expecting father, my wife and I were looking for quiet streets, mature trees, ease of parking, and a well-planned community focused on single dwellings. Over the years, living in a variety of neighborhoods in Calgary, we found the community that best suited our family. In prior panel sessions, it has been said, blanket rezoning will provide housing diversity. Marda Loop is a perfect example of the lack of diversity. Single-family homes have been overrun by condo development, fourplexes, and more. By blanket rezoning, all city communities will, over time, will experience the same result. The demolition of single-family catering to small multiplex unit with luxury tags. This is not affordable. This is taking away neighborhood diversity by standardizing density. Neighborhoods should intentionally hold different zoning options, providing choices for Calgarians. Providing diverse neighborhoods, the driving force behind where many people buy. There appears to be little thought put into the rezoning, purely reactionary. The entire city is being painted with the same brush. People no longer have the choice on the density of the neighborhood they will live in. In prior panel sessions, developers spoke to the fact that blanket rezoning will create certainty for them. It will do anything but that for citizens. Calgarians will be forced to live with the uncertainty of what development is built beside them. Densification will now become completely unpredictable. Furthermore, citizens have no control over the parking mess it creates surrounding their home. Proactive growth is a far more planful way to add higher density without ruining the integrity of existing neighborhoods. LAPs and greenfield communities can then be planned accordingly, resulting in less infrastructure upgrades coming from the pockets of taxpayers. Regarding rezoning to support underutilized school, the city should be making data-based decisions. For example, if schools in certain neighborhoods are under capacity and at risk of closing, there could be an opportunity to strategically densify. Meanwhile, there are many schools operating as a lottery. A data-based approach would ensure we densify the correct areas. Throughout the process, the city's consultation has been very confusing for citizens. Early in the process, there was a Wildwood Community Local Area Plan being pushed upon the community. Meanwhile, the city had other plans to blanket rezone the entire city. This has created a significant amount of misconception on what the actual blanket rezoning entails. Blanket rezoning will take away the homeowners' rights and voices. This change is significant, and once construction begins, irreversible. Throughout the engagement process, the response I've received from the city is, "What can I do to convince you?" instead of the mindset for which you were elected. "How can I represent my ward?" To date, all concerns I have brought up have been disregarded. For example, I was told by a sitting councillor to address the parking concern, it's as simple as sharing a vehicle with my neighbor. I hope throughout this hearing process, the city will come to realize they represent the people who elected them. If blanket rezoning is passed, it is clear the council neglects to listen to the voices of the people whom they represent. This weak consultation shows a complete erosion of trust between the council and the people. In closing, as I mentioned previously, my wife and I wanted to escape the high density of Marda Loop. For people like us, we had that option, and we decided to move to Wildwood. People can no longer choose a place they live based on what makes them happy. We can find ways to densify without destroying the integrity of our neighborhoods. Focused densification. Keep single family, keep neighborhood character and charm, and most importantly, keep a variety of neighborhoods. Thanks for listening to my concerns today.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Cheryl Friars, please.
Mayor Gondak, councillors, Calgarians, and the ones that are listening. My name is Cheryl Friars. I came to Calgary in 1980 because there were many opportunities for my career in the building industry. I lived in the Southwest, I lived in the Northeast, and I reside in the Northwest quadrant, and I've been there 34 years. I also want to note that I'm a volunteer on the Varsity Civic Board, but I'm representing myself today. There have been previous speakers that have addressed a lot of my concerns. I've revised this presentation numerous times, but I'm going to present on 3 points. I want to be clear that I believe in strategic urban planning and mixed densification, which includes RCG, but not, absolutely not, massive RCG blankets rezoning for the entire city. My first point, which was previously mentioned from another speaker, is charade engagement. Charade engagement. I personally attended a number of City of Calgary public meetings on RCG in 2023, 2024, and there were maps. They were strategically locating parts of Northwest Calgary that would show where these RCG locations would be. We had discussions. There were meetings with not just Varsity. There was University Heights. There was other subdivisions, Banff Trail. People in these meetings were talking about it. We thought these things were moving forward. And then I find out when the City of Calgary posts their website, and I think, you know, this is all this discussion, it's blanketed. What happened to all those months of discussion we had with our community and the City of Calgary officials? And I thought, they're just pseudo-listeners, and they negated any public feedback. It's now clear the community voices did not count. It was a check mark for the city that you did your community meetings, check mark. And I thought, well, where did this all come from? And then I noticed that this council voted in September 2023, based on a task force recommendations for blanket rezoning was a predetermined agenda. Because the public consultation had no value, but council approved 10 people with 6 city officials. You validated them, who compiled data in isolation, and was there any diversity in that panel? I looked at the names, there didn't seem to be any diversity. Half of them were city staff. And so where was the community representation? That's the question I have. My second point. City marketing continues to be misleading on this term affordability, and we've heard it over and over. What is affordability? Based on previous experts before me, these hearings, you've heard real estate agents, planners, community people, it's false hope to the people that you really need affordability. The city published information that our housing crisis and we need to build and there's not enough housing, and a UBC professor planner, Patrick Condon, reported, the thinking is that if you build enough new expansive rental units, it will free up the cheaper units in a process called filtering. One new high price frees up a moderate price, which then frees up a low unit, and so forth. But sadly, even though this Patrick Condon believed what you're believing now, he said there's indisputable evidence that Vancouver densified when they had a housing crisis, but housing prices quadrupled. And the city had the highest housing prices in North America. Also, it was led by developers. They decided. Another comparison is not far from us. We're looking at other places. Look at Cochrane. Look at Canmore. Those communities are exploding with diversification, and they're exploding. And you know that people that were born and raised in those little communities can't even live there anymore. So I believe the city produced a misleading market that it's affordable. My last point, the blanket rezoning, okay, I gotta really go fast here, about this tree business, canopies with large trees. I want you to understand it's not 1 or 2 trees, it's cumulative trees. Cumulative trees. The previous speaker said, oh, what's 1 or 2 trees? It's trees that are coming off of our fabric. And trees serve as a purpose on many levels. They filter the air of the pollutants, they reduce the heating and cooling loads of the buildings. The taller trees actually wave in the wind and cool neighborhoods by 8 to 20 degrees. They provide shade and a quality of life. I want to remind you that 619 people died in Vancouver from a heat wave, and they determined they died in their homes and they died in neighborhoods without green spaces. They died in their homes. And large cities. Okay, thank you.
Time is up. Thank you for your presentation. We've got a question for this panel from Councillor Sharp.
Yeah, thanks. Actually, I have more than one now. Ms. Friars, do you mind coming back up? Thanks for being here. So obviously varsity resident. How are you feeling about the engagement on the local area plan? Because I know you'd mentioned about being engaged in all the other stuff. Do you feel that's going well?
I do believe, and I really did believe, this is really going well. There's a lot of information. But the end result was they didn't even listen to us. They just had an agenda, paint the whole city blank. And we were also told, I just want to point out, we were also told, don't take any pictures.
Okay, sorry, you mean the local area plan or the Ward 1?
Well, the RCG planning that we did.
Okay.
And then, of course, when we have community, when we're having local area plans, that we're being informed about, but I do believe that they have absolute value.
The local area plan?
Yeah.
Okay. I wanted to make sure. I know that you're kind of involved in that, and I just wanted you to compare. I know it's been tough with the engagement. We're having like the South Shaganappi with Councillor Wong and local area planning, and then RCG. So I just wanted to make sure with the local area plan, our office has been quite involved, and I think it's been going well. Do you feel that if the RCG maybe engagement was similar to what the local area plan engagement, you would feel a bit better?
It appeared to be, but in reality, it wasn't.
Okay. Thank you for being here. Okay. And then Ms. McDougall. Yeah, hi. Thanks for being here. You didn't mention what community or ward you lived in. You don't need to. You posed kind of a statement that there are areas across the city that are immune to this.
Well, at least, yeah, I saw that. I mean, whether I read the map wrong, it was that interactive map, like how this will impact and you could input the address. And so I looked at different addresses, but you can also just zoom in on the maps and see, and that was excluded. Like it wasn't red, it wasn't orange, it wasn't any one of the colors, it was just white. So to me, like I said, I assumed that some of those are just because they're already dense zone, but this one was a really interesting anomaly. It was a very easy to see anomaly in Mount Royal, and very close to 17th Ave, and yet other parts of Mount Royal were definitely under the RCG, and those would be impacted, but that little, and it wasn't even that little, like to go all the way from Hope Street, which is, all the way to 14th Street, and from basically it was Hillhurst, but even Prospect to Durham, like Sydenham, like that whole swath was not listed as being going to be rezoned for whatever reason. And that I'm just curious, I would love to know information about why not that zone. And I didn't get to look through the entire city, but yeah.
I will shed some light. I mentioned this the other day with a speaker, asked him a question. So those are direct controls zoning. And so usually they're probably restricted residential, which means nothing but residential and not even semi-detached. I would implore you to look at other areas. I have a huge area in Ward 1, all excluded from this. Because you said you had mentioned you had done kind of research and specifically downtown. There's other areas across the city that have a direct control that excludes them, or sorry, only permits them to be single family, and they would not fall under this. So.
And how does that? Oh, I mean,
I know you can't
I'll
ask
look
me a
into
question,
it,
but
why they are not. So then they're really, the RCG zoning isn't going to be equally fairly applied across the city because there are already exclusions.
So from what has been given to the members, that every member that has, or every citizen of Calgary that was affected by the change would have received a notification in the mail saying that your parcel of land, I received one too, will be zoned RG or RCG. And so some communities and some residents would not have received that because they won't be affected. And so you can go back and do some more research. Happy to entertain any answers outside of this in the public hearing that we can help you with. But just because I heard you mention that, it's not just like Mount Royal.
Oh, no.
There's other pockets of the city. Yeah. So just for your information research, the other question I was going to ask you, because you talked about, you agree with a lot of the, I would say, recommendations of the task force and the housing strategy, as much as many of us do. When it came to this one specifically, have you been listening to the amendments that others have been bringing forward from the members of the public, specifically around parking and height and things like that? Has anything kind of, I don't know, sparked your attention and say, you know what, if those amendments came forward, I would support this? Is there anything that has kind of sparked your attention that way?
I can't say that I know, if they were just proposals or if they were approved. So yeah, if some
ideas.
things
They're
were
coming,
approved.
They're coming forward with ideas.
Sure. I guess before even getting to evaluate all of that stuff, it just feels like this is already just taking so much time and energy of many people and people that could be working on the actions. It's just such a contentious issue. It looks like it requires so much tweaking already. Why do it in this way in the first place? Or at least why not just pause to evaluate those things? Yeah, I just would like more time. I would just like the council not to vote on this right now. I think, yes, for sure, if there was amendments to it, but then to me, I'm the whole issue just doesn't feel like it needs to be brought up at all. It's taking away time and energy from other actions that I think are going to address these issues that we have with affordable housing more efficiently and quickly than this rezoning will do. So personally, I just would like it off the table, but I'm also open to at least just postponement so that we can maybe make some of those tweaks and stuff. But yeah, I'm for densification, I'm for evolution, but I still really one of my core points that I feel is that I think we can still maintain, the communities that we have and preserve the core designs of original communities that we have, and just, you know, with like the LAPs are doing already, like, and just continue with that. And all these other, like that outcome one will really work more quickly to address all of these really immediate needs for housing. So.
Okay, well, thank you so much for being here, and happy researching some things I gave you ideas on.
Yeah, I didn't get to finish, but I did say next engagement, I will be prepared with graphs.
Thank you for being here. Appreciate it.
Thank you for being here on a Saturday, Council, and Your Worship. Thanks.
All right, let's go to Councillor McLean, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I forgot it. What day is it? I can't remember.
Just day 6.
6. That's we'll just go with day 6. A lot of the questions that I had were asked and answered. And since we're coming up on break, and we probably have the next panels coming up, I can just withdraw, and we can set up our next panels and go for break. You want me to sing? No.
No.
Okay.
But if you have a question, you have time.
No,
to
I
ask
don't.
it.
They were asked and answered,
Okay,
so
perfect.
we're all good.
Okay, so we're going to take a break in just a couple of minutes here, but I'm going to try to assemble panels for after the break. First off, is there anyone in here or on the line that is from a panel prior to 109 that is now able to speak? Okay, so when we come back, we'll be on panel 110. So we'll be looking for Roy Byer, Jamie Martin, Josh Mann, and Craig Goodall. After that, we'll be on panel number 111. So we'll have Sano Stante, Anne-Marie Lurie, Stephen Shawcross, Marco Diaco, and Jason Yule. So that's what we'll be coming back to, panel 110 and panel 111. We'll be back here at 7:15. Thanks, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Welcome back to public hearing. Madam Clerk, could we do a roll call, please?
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Chu.
Here.
Councillor Demong.
Here.
Councillor Dhaliwal. Here. Councillor McLean.
Here.
Councillor Meehan. Councillor Penner.
Here.
Councillor Pootmans.
Here.
Councillor Sharp.
Here.
Councillor Spencer.
Here.
Councillor Walcott.
I'm here.
Councillor Wong. Councillor Wyness. Councillor Carra.
I'm here.
And Mayor Gondek.
I'm here.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. All right, I'm going to start assembling panels by going to number 110 and 111. But let me ask again, is there anyone in the room that was on a previous panel, anything before 110, and you're just able to get here now? So it doesn't look like anyone in the room. Is there anyone on the phone line that was on a previous panel and you're here now? Okay, I'm not hearing anybody, so we're going to start calling people. Do we have Roy Byer?
Yeah.
Hi, thank you. Do we have James Martin? How about Josh Mann? Craig Goodall? How about Sano Stante? And we've got Anne Marie. You can go on up to the front there. All right. What about Stephen Shawcross? Marco Diaco? Jason Ewell? Is that you? Oh, please go on up and have a seat. Stephen Jin? Marcus Steiner? Tracy Pinney? Tim Wall? Hi, you can have a seat at the front as well. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's go for 5. Michael Martin. Paul Augustin. Marco Diasco. Hi, who's on the line on the phone there?
Marco Diaco.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, so this is the order that will go in. We'll have Roy Byer, then we'll have Anne-Marie Lurie, then we'll have Marco Diaco, then Jason Ewell, and then Tim Wall. So Roy Byer, you can kick us off.
I'm on the line as well. Hello.
Hi, who is this?
This is Craig Goodall. I'm on the line as well.
Okay, so we're going to do 6 people on this panel. It'll be Roy, then Craig, then Anne-Marie, then Marco, then Jason, and then Tim. Everybody good? Okay, please go ahead.
Everybody good.
My name is Roy Byer. I'm a proud Calgarian living here since 2007. I love Calgary for its natural beauty, positivity, a place of opportunity. I live in Parkdale, a beautiful mix of densification and green. I am strongly opposed to the blanket rezoning being imposed on the citizens of Calgary. I say imposed because it looks and feels like a decision was made a long time ago by special interests and outsiders, and we're going through the motions of pretense that the opinions of Calgarians matter. I hope that's not the case, but it feels like it sometimes. For example, the involvement of Calgary's future, funded by public sector unions, contributed $1.7 million to the election of the mayor and 8 of the 14 council members. Their agenda specifically is inclusive zoning, or AKA blanket rezoning. This alone puts into question whose priorities are being served. Theirs are the citizens of Calgary. The other glaring conflict is that the blanket rezoning is being imposed upon Calgary by Ottawa as a condition of receiving federal funding for affordable housing. I'm, of course, referring to the letter of the Minister of Housing to Mayor Gondek of September 14th. Besides the fact that the federal minister is acting in clear violation of Section 92 of the Constitution, this letter is also an affront, an insult to the citizens of Calgary. It goes so far as to blame the problem of unaffordable housing on those who oppose blanket rezoning, saying about us, these kinds of attitudes are a major reason why we are living in a national housing crisis. These attitudes help explain why so many Canadians cannot afford the cost of a home. The insinuation is both nonsensical and a disgrace. Why in the first place is the mayor and our council allowing the federal intrusion on municipal jurisdiction? Even a bigger question, why would our mayor think it's okay, even for 1 second, for such a disparaging remark to be directed at the majority of Calgarians? It's not okay. Instead of rejecting the letter, the mayor proudly held it up as something Calgarians should accept. But let's be clear about something. Our national housing crisis has nothing to do with ordinary Calgarians holding an opinion about blanket zoning different than that of the minister or the mayor. Canada's housing crisis is primarily driven by government policy, some would say incompetence, both at the municipal and federal levels. Federal fiscal policy has led to high inflation with the consequence of high interest rates. We all know the consequence on housing for all Canadians. Average mortgages are up 250% since the Prime Minister became our Prime Minister. And then there's immigration policy. For the record, I am as pro-immigration as they come. But when the numbers exceed our capacity for our infrastructure, our capacity to build homes, that affects everyone. Why can we not tone back the numbers just a bit? Now that's federal policy. That's not anything you can directly do anything about, but that's where the blame lies. Municipal level competency is also questioned. Canada has the dubious distinction of being amongst the worst in the world for time it takes for achieving a building permit. World Bank data, we're not the worst, by the way. We're 36 out of 37. And the OECD ranks Canada 64th worst in the world for getting on with the job of granting building permits. This adds an estimated $240,000 to $400,000 to an average single-family home. The good news is we have solutions. We can shorten the process for achieving building permits. We can go back to executing on a plan that's already in place. I'm referring to the Municipal Development Plan and referencing the submission of Mr. Roy Wright, former CPC Commissioner. And he made the point we already have a plan to accommodate the growth for the City of Calgary. We just need to accelerate it. He went through a number of principles, including growth nodes, corridors, etc. But I was shocked to read there is presently land zoned within the City of Calgary, both greenfield as well as established areas, to accommodate 440,000 more units that follow the MDP plan. So why are we not focused on executing a plan that's already in place? Again, these new field communities are all inclusive. 30 years ago, maybe they weren't, but all the new subdivisions are inclusive. They include low income, middle income, high income, everyone. So there's no excuse for not building as required. Now, there's a couple of student housing and, of course, low income. I've run out of time, but I'd say focus on solutions. Build student housing, build affordable housing, and that's how you deal with the real critical crisis that we face. Again, I urge a no to blanket zoning.
Thank you. Let's go to Craig Goodall, please.
Good evening, Mayor Gondek and City Councilors. I'm Craig Goodall, and I'm in Silver Springs in Ward 1, and I'm also speaking against the rezoning proposal. And I'll just try to offer some possible alternatives as well when I'm speaking. Having reviewed the City of Calgary's housing strategy, the stated intent of the proposal is to increase the housing supply by rescinding single detached zoning across all communities within the city and replace it with zoning that also allows semi-detached housing, row housing, and secondary suites with no parking provision. This is a very heavy-handed approach, and if applied indiscriminately across the city, will lead to significant deterioration of the quality of a number of well-maintained, desirable older communities where pride of ownership is apparent from the curb. This will also result in an associated decrease in property values and will not provide much affordable housing. A more reasonable approach would be to propose rezoning on a community-by-community basis with input from the property owners from within this community. A plebiscite or a voting option in a civic election would be an alternate method to determine if rezoning is desired by some of the taxpayers. A number of these communities have or are undergoing upgrading by the homeowners as the residences approach 25 to 30 years of age. Once completed, the homes are modern and efficient with many attractive value-added features which serve to enhance or maintain the desirability of the neighborhood and associated property value. It is a fallacy to equate the age of a community with its suitability for high-density zoning, which appears to be the focus of this entire proposal. The housing need described in page 6 of the strategy paper states that Calgary presently has 84,600 households in need of affordable housing, where 81% are single or two-person households with a variety of difficulties and long-term challenge issues, but most are still of working age. The study is silent on what difficulties and challenges these people face, or if the 70% of working age people actually work. But this would indicate that the solution would be high-density, low-income housing constructed in close proximity to public transportation and probably focused on the rental market. If some portion of these 84,600 households had the means to purchase a low-cost starter home, it should be feasible to construct a supply of similar accommodation to satisfy that demand. There are communities in Calgary that lend themselves quite nicely to the rezoning being proposed here, but not all. A community that is so old or initially so poorly constructed that the existing housing is beyond renovating lends itself to the 4-unit infill revitalization that is being proposed here. In order to preserve communities from the deterioration that usually accompanies high-density occupancy and in particular high-density rental accommodation, it is recommended that the rezoning being proposed here be considered on a community-by-community basis with input from the property owners within that community. If there's strong support for redevelopment, the approval is easy. If not, redevelopment could still be considered on a case-by-case basis where consultation with adjacent property owners would be required. In conclusion, it's requested that the strategy paper be amended to include these proposals, which would A, allow property owners in each community to have significant input in determining if RCG zoning would come into effect in their community or just their property or not at all. And B, provide affordable housing in designated areas to focus resources dedicated to solving the root causes of the issues and challenges that result in these 84,600 households needing subsidization. And C, continue to provide the business environment and/or incentive programs to create affordable housing by building new fit-for-purpose structures or converting buildings such as empty office towers to affordable residential accommodation. And D is to refrain from ruining high-quality neighborhoods by force-fitting incompatible developments, lifestyles, and households into these communities. Thank you for considering these comments.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Anne-Marie Lurie, please.
Thank you. There is no question that there has been a shift in our market over the past 2 years. Supply has fallen and prices have increased. But I think it needs to be some perspective on the housing crisis in Calgary, where we're seeing the challenges, and how to respond to this. Calgary is not Toronto or Vancouver. We are far more affordable than either of those cities and have not experienced the same level of price growth. Since 2014, prices in Toronto more than doubled, a significant difference from our 17% gain over the same time frame, or 2% per year. In fact, from 2015 to 2019, home prices in Calgary generally fell and did not recover until 2021. So why are we more affordable and have been for more than a decade? Fundamentally, it's because we have land supply, which gives us the ability to ramp up housing starts when faced with a sudden shift in demand. This is not the first time that Calgary has dealt with limited supply, and each time a surge in new housing activity relative to the demand has helped support the shift without the need for upzoning. Home prices in our newer communities are typically at price points that are far more affordable than homes currently being redeveloped in our existing communities, helping to keep our market relatively affordable. This affordability advantage has also been one factor that has attracted people to Calgary, as home ownership is still attainable in our market. Much of the current supply challenge is related to 2 consecutive years of record high migration. International migrants have contributed to the rise in rental demand. At the same time, higher interest rates are keeping people in rentals longer. resulting in a drop in vacancy rates. The sudden shift over the past 2 years, along with the higher costs for landlords, have contributed to the rise in rental rates, impacting rental affordability. Rental supply has been rising. In fact, the rental universe has steadily increased since 2015, and last year alone increased by 6% with over 3,000 units added. However, the fact remains that it's not enough based on the demand created through the recent jump in international migration. Allowing secondary suites across the city and supporting development of high-density projects is more effective at adding a surge in supply that is needed. Some will argue that blanket zoning will free up units through the moving chain, helping with supply, eventually filtering to low-income households. However, that only works if the moving chain is long and not cut short by new household formation, or if people are moving from low-income areas to high-income areas. The reality is our challenge is due to the high number of new households being formed and the people seeking out affordable housing options due to the high interest rates. Addressing the most vulnerable in our society is critical, but the upzoning will unlikely improve access for the vulnerable. In the ownership space, the tightest market conditions measured by sales to new listings ratios or months of supply are occurring in the most affordable areas of the city and in the lowest price ranges of each property type. This is driving stronger price gains in most affordable areas of the market. This is where we're seeing the majority of bidding wars occurring. While new home starts hit a record high last year, it was not enough, and we will still be catching up for that shortfall that started in 2022. However, not all supply is equal. Supply gains have occurred in some price ranges. Last year, supply rose for detached homes priced above $700,000, apartment condominiums priced above $300,000, and even row-style homes saw supply improve for prices over $500,000. This has helped slow the pace of price growth for those higher-priced properties. Where there is a challenge in the ownership market is for the lower-priced homes. Much of the supply declines have been driven by the pullback in the lower price ranges of every property type. This is the area we need to add supply, and it's unlikely that upzoning as proposed will have an impact on affordable supply given our market conditions. By focusing on transit-oriented development, underutilized city or provincial-owned land, like you're doing with the housing strategy, rezoning of commercial areas to mixed use, and speeding up the process on new communities, we could potentially add the significant amount of supply required to address the short-term disconnect between supply and demand. Existing communities are already seeing densification, which is driving up the cost of homes where development opportunity exists. Investors are less sensitive to prices than the average consumer and are willing to pay more for a property with high-density redevelopment opportunity. Research on this one is clear. Upzoning can and does drive up land values from speculative investors. By identifying locations where density makes sense in the existing communities and allowing secondary suites, you're achieving your objectives of higher density and providing certainty for both investors and community residents. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Marco Diaco, please.
Good evening, Your Worship, members of council. I'm pleased to be here tonight on behalf of the Calgary Real Estate Board to share some perspectives on our opposition to blanket rezoning. I'm joined by my colleague, who you just heard from, Anne-Marie Lurie, CREB's chief economist. I am CREB's public director serving in a governance capacity on the board, except I don't work in real estate. I serve like any other board or director on the board, and I bring an outside perspective on governance and strategy as we work to serve CREB's nearly 8,000 members. I've also been asked to speak on issues affecting our members, citizens they serve, and the broader housing market in Calgary. Acknowledging the complexity and multifaceted challenge to increase market supply and affordable housing and the very difficult decision that you have at hand, blanket rezoning is not the right solution for Calgary. There's no concrete evidence it will solve our supply or affordability issues. As Anne-Marie explained, these zoning changes may increase supply in total market, but not in the more affordable areas of the city where it's needed the most. Real estate is local. Each community and neighborhood is unique. One size fits all doesn't meet the needs of residents, communities, and neighborhoods. Blanket rezoning is uninventive. It's a spray and pray approach that disregards the due diligence and the meaningful public and stakeholder input needed to develop an effective plan. Secondly, there's no definitive examples of success. We've heard about many cities, Vancouver, Auckland, Minneapolis, just to name a few, yet none are described as clear-cut success stories, leading to affordability for people who need it most. Auckland's government, in fact, is working to introduce reforms to back away from this ill-conceived agenda. Think about the increase in rapid development and radical alteration of neighborhoods, community character, quality of life. Think about the strains on infrastructure, schools, parks, roadways, utilities, accommodating a precipitous increase in demand and eventually incremental costs to the city of Calgary and its taxpayers. We're also talking about potential reduction in home value. Imagine a fourplex being built in between two single-family homes on a street, purpose-built for single-family homes decades ago, changing how people experience the street, eroding property value, even in sought-after locations. When a real estate agent works with a buyer or a seller, they showcase the home, street, neighborhood, character, community. Now imagine that dream, that promise, and the integrity of that deal sold to a Calgarian or even to a newcomer, changed today by blanket rezoning. The Calgary Real Estate Board is advocating for better solutions, grounded in thoughtful strategy to zoning and community development, evidence-based due diligence, collaboration with stakeholders, residents, community associations, real estate professionals, and industry experts, grounded in transparency and respect for the rights of property owners and community associations. Why not consider comprehensive neighborhood plans designed for specific areas of the city, considering land availability, infrastructure, community preferences, and population growth? Why not create a community land trust with a mandate to deliver affordable housing? Why not allow more municipal-owned parcels of land to be used for affordable housing? And why not encourage the use of more secondary suites and laneway housing, maximizing the existing housing infrastructure? These are all effective solutions and well-thought-out suggestions. Blanket rezoning is not. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate the opportunity to speak this evening. Anne-Marie will be available for any further questions from Kreb, and thank you again. Bye for now.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Jason Ewell, please.
I should just clarify, Jason Ewell, Calgary Real Estate Board. I'm the Director of Communications and Governance. I'd actually registered as staff support for Anne-Marie and Marco, so I won't be covering my 5 minutes. I'll just relinquish my time and move forward.
I think you just made everyone very happy.
There you go.
Thank you for that.
5 minutes back.
Let's go to Tim Wall, please.
Good evening, Mayor Gondek and councillors. I commend the people that spoke just before me. My name's Tim Wall, and I'm here representing myself, my family, and vicariously the majority of single-family homeowners per what I've heard during these proceedings. I will open by affirming that I'm solidly opposed to blanket rezoning, but am in support of urban densification where it makes sense and may actually help achieve the city's goal of creating more affordable housing. I'm a retired civil engineer, a tax-paying resident of Calgary for over 40 years, having lived in 3 of the city's 4 quadrants in multiple types of dwellings. I've managed the design and construction of numerous structures and large infrastructure projects and have some knowledge of what we're addressing here. The true objective of this hearing, in my opinion, is not to discuss the intricacies of zoning and municipal development. It is, or should be, to hear the voices of the majority of the city's population, its social fabric, its tax-paying homeowners, your constituents. Having been part of Calgary's tremendous growth since first arriving here as a new graduate in 1979, I can say that I've never feared for the quality of life and disposition of our city until now. We have heard many of the reasons for this situation, and I think most participants and observers would agree the root of the problem is the out-of-control and unrealistic immigration and fiscal policies of our federal government. And sadly, Alberta's long-standing reputation for being open and inviting to any and all seeking opportunity and a better life. The unfortunate reality of this situation is that collectively, we, the residents of Calgary, Alberta, and Canada as a whole, simply do not have the capacity to absorb limitless immigration and interprovincial relocation when it comes to the provision of housing deemed affordable by the target beneficiaries. Now that we find ourselves in this predicament, what can we do about it? As a seasoned engineer, the first question I have to ask myself is, do we tear down, in many cases, serviceable, modestly priced dwellings to put up unwelcomed multi-unit structures in their place, where individual units will cost the same or more as the original dwelling? For starters, this is a huge waste of energy and materials. It immediately displaces the occupants of the original dwelling and sees us going one step back to go 2 steps forward. If affordable densification is the true objective, then we must incorporate the key attributes that will achieve this objective. Here, it does not require a background in engineering and construction to understand that planned, purpose-built multi-unit developments of a scale that can incorporate parking, ready access to public transit, properly designed infrastructure, energy efficiencies, and thoughtful green spaces will have the most impact. The opportunistic random insertion of oversized multi-unit structures within mature existing neighborhoods is not cost-effective for a host of reasons that we have heard much about at this hearing, and almost always leads to the vehement opposition and discord in neighborhoods. Rather than go against the will of your constituents, I respectfully ask that you consider the host of other options that have been presented at this hearing, including finding efficiencies in the design, review, and approval process, facilitating the development of long vacant properties that are well suited to higher density options, example, the old Midfield Mobile Home Park, and zoning lands for higher density developments adjacent to existing and planned transit hubs. Redevelopment of old neighborhoods and industrial areas that have truly run their course, example Victoria Park, will always be on the table and are part of the revitalization of any city. Calgary's citizenry are not opposed to these types of redevelopments. The key is listening to the people and helping build a city that residents and taxpayers actually want versus marching in step with a grossly out-of-touch federal government and catering to the wants of opportunist developers. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to questions of this panel, and we are going to start with Councillor Carra, please.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Byer, could you join us at the mic, please? Mr. Byer? Oh, sorry. Oh, it's all good. I just, both you and the last speaker, Mr. Wall, went at length about the inappropriateness of the federal government dictating how we might zone our city. And I was wondering if you had any comments about Pierre Poilievre's shadow minister on housing, the Honourable Scott Aitchison, sending a letter saying the exact same thing.
Well, I'm commenting on a specific letter that was written to the mayor, and I've not even seen the letter that you speak of. I'd like to have a copy of that because I'd respond to that with the opposition. But to me, it was absolutely wrong to characterize Calgarians who disagree on blanket rezoning as being responsible for the problem. And this is so, again, it's inappropriate and it's just nonsensical. There's no correlation between, I can be against blanket rezoning and be for immigration, for densification, for solving the problems that our city faces. To put a blanket judgment upon me the way that letter did is just something that should not have been accepted at all. And I don't believe that the opposition is stating the same thing, but if you have the letter...
The opposition is, yeah, everyone has the letter.
I would love to see it, please. That would be wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah, well, the opposition has said they support the upzoning as well.
No, again, it's the characterization of those who disagree. That's the problem with that letter. It's one thing to say we believe this is a good solution. Everyone has that right. But to characterize those that disagree with you in the manner that that letter did, that's where I have a problem.
Okay, that's a good clarification. I appreciate that.
Thanks.
Thanks. Let's go to Councillor Wong, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Actually, stay there. Sir. Just you made a statement earlier about Calgary ranking 36 out of 37, I think it was. Was there a Canadian city better than us?
No, this was not Calgary. This was Canada that would ranked 36 out of 37.
Okay.
I didn't have the specific stats for Calgary relative to other cities. Again, Calgary does not have great track record or reputation when it comes to fast-tracking permits. And I think Canada as a whole has a problem. And that would be a place to really focus if you're looking for how to get more housing built faster. Maybe go to some of the countries that are on the top of that list, find out how they do that, and emulate those successes.
Okay. I think it's been proven that Calgary is actually faster than a whole bunch of other municipalities across Canada. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay.
Anne-Marie, please. So you said a number of different things. I'm going to go through a number of different things. So, and yes, no answers will probably work just the same as well. First one you commented was, we have a high demand because of in-migration, particularly of international. Were you characterizing international being students, or what type of international?
No, I'm just looking at international in totals, and it's not just international. I mean, we've had international and interprovincial migration, and it's about the sudden change that really happened in 2022. So we had, it was a sudden surge, and it's not the first time we've had that. I mean, we went through this in 2005, 2006.
Right.
And I just look at those international migrant numbers that are estimated for the province, and even just using a proxy for how much came into Calgary. Yeah, it went from, we were losing people from 2015 right up until 2020. We had people leaving this city and province to go other places in the country. And our international migrations were much lower at that time frame. And then we all of a sudden jumped in 2022, not just from international, from interprovincial as well. And that's partly why we've seen some of the supply challenges. And if we look through history with supply and how it's evolved over, in Calgary, it is traditionally associated with those sudden changes, because the reality is demand adjusted quickly and supply just hasn't had a time to adjust. It takes time to add supply into the market.
I understand. I think that's because of the Alberta Welcomes You campaign plus a bunch of other things, but that's okay. We'll leave that one. The second question I was going to ask is, you made a comment about secondary suites, garage suites, basement suites. How much of that will take up the demand that's out there today?
It depends on how much uptake there is. Okay, so again, the challenge we're having is because of the sudden shift in demand. So if we're at a shortage, and we have been at a shortage for 2 consecutive years, when we look at how many households are estimated being formed versus starts. So if there's an allowance of more of that, well, then that can help even on the rental side. And it also does aid existing homeowners who are facing the challenges of higher interest rate environments. So depends on the uptake. Now, again, it's not really the one solution. And I think that, again, when we look at housing as, the spectrum of it, there has to be a lot of solutions to add supply quickly. And I think that secondary suites is one of them. Is it the magic bullet? No. I mean, the reality is you need to add significant amount of supply that typically only comes with, frankly, newer communities, at least over the short term. I'm not saying longer term things are different, but when you look at a short-term challenge that we're currently facing, it's about how do we get additional supply up to meet those numbers. And in fact, migration numbers are supposed to come down next year. They are supposed to slow. We are supposed to see things come off. And if our starts stay at these levels, then we could start to see that supply challenge ease. But the challenge is not if we if our numbers stay this high and we don't see the demand or the supply really start the way that we've seen it, it's difficult. So secondary suites is one solution. But the reality is you need to add a significant amount of units over a very short time frame to adjust to the current demand.
Thank you. You made a differentiation of condos and high-value properties, having more supply perhaps, whereas on the low end, let's say below 600,000, that we're a shortage in that area. Is that what you're
Yes,
saying?
and I did supply a presentation. 5 minutes wasn't enough to go through each pieces, so I don't know if you have those reference materials. But I actually did a breakout of what has happened in supply for each property type. It's in there, I think, there's one. Yeah, go back. Okay, so in this one here, it actually shows you the supply changes for each property type. And where you can see is that there actually has been increases. So the detached sector, no question, that has seen the most dramatic drop in inventory. Much of that has been driven by the lower price ranges. So basically, that detached product in the lower price range, that really doesn't exist anymore. And because that declined, what we saw happen is a shift from detached to then semi. Okay, now we're starting to see supply challenges in semi. And this is an evolution, but where you can see there is that in those higher price ranges, we've actually seen supply growth. Even in the row sector, 400 to 500, it still declined slightly last year, but over 500, we've been seeing gains. The biggest challenge has been in those lowest price points of the market. So the question is, how do we get supply in those ranges? I mean, I don't think you can build detached in that market. Even when I did a scan of newer homes that were being constructed, you are seeing in the outer communities that some of those are priced at lower ranges. But getting that 400,000, it's just difficult. I don't think they can do that anymore. That's where really apartment condos have come in. And actually, that's been a sector that we've seen supply growth. On the whole, it's come down. We've seen listings improve. We're seeing more product in there. Where now that's become a challenge is the under 300,000. So again, it becomes where can you build product and that can come in those ranges, because that's really where we're facing the most difficult challenges. So it's causing the bidding wars in those areas. It's causing some increases in prices. We're not struggling in the upper end of the market.
Okay. On the lower end of the market, there's case study I've seen in Seattle, which somewhat emulates a case study a statement that we made here. But in Seattle, they basically say, if you take a house, let's say $800,000, single detached, it's usually double the price. If you take the same $800,000 house in a duplex or semi-detached, it's about roughly about the same each unit, even though it's smaller units. But if you go down to the row house, 4, 5, 6 units, theoretically it could be 25% lower than that $800,000 price. In Calgary here, though, is that the same?
We do have spreads, for sure. There's still spreads. So row is the most affordable is apartment condo, then it's row, then it's semis, and then it's detached. What we're finding, though, one thing that you have to remember is that there is also not just the spread between the product types, but there's a spread across the city, right? So the more affordable areas of the Northeast, that spread can be very different than what we see in the city center. So what's important to note is that while there is a spread within a community, there's also a spread across regions. And often a lot of the research does when we talk about, impacts of upzoning and what that can do, what you have to remember is there's relative spreads of prices. And what we're seeing right now in the market is people are flocking to the more affordable areas. In fact, in the city center, which is fairly diverse, has a lot of different product type, even with that is the least tight market. The tightest markets are happening in the districts outside of the city center, which typically have more affordable row relative to the city center. So it's not just within the property types, it's also the relative spreads between them. And what we're seeing consistently, and this has been since the reality is the high interest rate environment has pushed people out. So we're seeing much more activity, much tighter activity in areas outside of the city center. In fact, the strongest price growth that we've seen happening has been in the most affordable areas of the city. So in the Northeast District, the East District. And it doesn't matter what property type it is, those are the areas we're seeing the strongest growth. So it's also relative spreads of price.
So location.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess the question I have is that we talk about blanket rezoning and theoretically 300,000 owners, 500,000 properties has the opportunity to do this, but we're not going to do all of them all at one time. There'll be, 2,000, 3,000 a year. Is there a danger that we get to a point where we overbuild on roads?
Potentially, if you have a shift in migration. So again, it's about what does that starts number look like relative to your migration, how many households are being formed. We have been through periods of overbuilding in Calgary. think back, like I think I have a chart here in history. If you go back a couple slides here. One more up. Okay, so this actually looks at our supply pattern throughout history. Think back in 2007. So this is the last time we saw this type of level of migration, right? And actually even then we're well past that. But that was a sudden change in migration that we had. Our supply levels came down. At the time, there was a builder response. We saw significant growth in starts. So we had a sudden boom in housing starts, and our supply levels did start to improve, right? So it is possible that you overshoot it. It did overshoot at the time. We had too much supply. We saw the prices start to ease off a bit, not nearly as much as they increased. And I think that's another key point, is that even though we're talking about mitigating the pace of growth, but the reality is when you go through that additional supply, you will see prices come off potentially a bit, but they're always sticky on the way down. So you do have to be careful on that. And then what happens is the builders just pull back. So if they can't make that profit, then you'll see a lot less activity. And even then, we also went through this really post-2014. Now, that whole time frame, we had excess supply. A lot of it was due to condos. So really the market that struggled the most from 2015 till really up till the pandemic was condos products, because again, when they're adding supply, they're not just adding so many units at a time, they're adding thousands of units, right? And so again, when we talk about solutions to the current challenge with demand, well, you need to add that mass amount of supply to really adjust for it for now. But if you do something where you're continually adding that supply, then yeah, you could cause too much supply, but at some point, the builders will just pull back and there will be less activity.
But
it rebalances itself.
So thank you for that. In that situation, whether it be condos or row houses, in oversupply, does it create jeopardy in the the mortgage marketplace, where theoretically the debt ratio to the value of the house is different?
Well, that depends, right? So again, it depends on how much oversupply you have. And it depends if people are defaulting. I mean, the reality is, even through the toughest economic climate, we did not see challenges that people will leave. Their home will be something that they'll keep most, right? So they'll save it till the end. I think condos tend to be a little different. And again, what I think you see happen is that you'll just see builders scale back their activity, right? So if we end up with too much and people are starting to default, or there's challenges or they're not selling them, we'll see that pullback.
Yeah, I have experience on the condo market when it depressed, that a lot of people were trying to, throw the keys in on their condos because they just couldn't support the mortgage anymore.
Well, or they'll rent them. Okay, so we also know that a good share of the condos that are being constructed. So currently, all the product under construction, about half of it is targeted to rental right now. But we also know from CMHC studies that roughly 30% of that condo product ends up on the rental market. So people are buying them as an investment. They're putting it on the rental market. That's adding to rental supply. And I think that it is important to have a healthy rental market as well. You need that option. One of the challenges we're having today is, even if people want to list their lower price home and move up in the market, it's pretty difficult for them to do that without some of that supply choice. So you're also having a bit of a structural issue right now until more supply comes on.
Right. Shortfall in supply. We've heard provincial, federal shorts. How does it relate to Calgary and, say, the geographic region, all the way to Strathmore, Canmore? How does it relate to our shortage?
Well, nationally, we said the CMHC has indicated there's a $3.5 million, 3.5 household shortage across the country. Almost 3 million of that is in Ontario, BC, and Quebec. Alberta, they've only targeted Alberta-wide 130,000 units would be the shortfall until 2050. So put some perspective on that. Even if Calgary's only half of that, you're looking at less than 2,000 a year for shortfall over that longer time frame. So I think that's where sometimes the perspective on how Calgary sits relative to that bigger picture is important. And again, the fundamental difference is because we can add supply. We have that land, we have that ability to do that. And I think that's where some of that perspective comes in. That 130,000 shortfall, and again, CMHC's indicated themselves in some of the reporting that Alberta doesn't face those same challenges as what you're seeing in some of those larger markets.
Okay, but again, my question, in the Calgary marketplace, for the CREB realtors who deal not just within Calgary, but the surrounding area. Is Strathmore, is Canmore, is Okotoks, are they struggling with supply?
Right now they are. They're struggling with resale supply, for sure. So we are seeing that in most markets. Strathmore's actually been a little later, like they're finally now struggling with it, so they didn't see it as soon. Now they're starting to see some of that challenges with supply. We've seen it actually, their struggles in Okotoks and Airdrie and all of our surrounding communities actually struggled sooner than Calgary did in terms of supply shortages. And they are seeing some response in terms of the building industry. They're seeing more activity there. But yeah, they've been struggling a little bit sooner than we did, with the exception of Strathmore, which is a little bit further out.
And as a cost differential between Calgary and those metropolitan?
Well, they're relatively more affordable. So we have to remember that really when the pandemic hit, we saw a shift of people moving out. And again, it was that look for, some of it was property-based. We saw a lot more detached activity. It reduced the excess supply that we had in the market at the time. And then we got hit with the higher interest rate environment. So that, again, continued to push people towards affordable markets. So that's where we saw much faster growth in terms of demand in markets like Airdrie, which are relatively more affordable than what you have in Calgary.
So where I'm driving with this, do you think Calgary should work with the Calgary Regional Metropolitan Board on supply-demand housing as a strategy?
Absolutely. I think you do need to work with, like, the reality is these communities, they're not, these cities or towns, they're not that far away. And in fact, for many people, if you work at the airport, you're just as easily living in Airdrie. Like, that drive time or that commute time is far less if you live in Airdrie than potentially if you live in some parts of the city, especially in the south. So I think it's important to understand that it's not just the relative spreads in price between what's happening in Calgary. You have to consider those relative spreads in your surrounding communities as well. So it is an advantage to work with them to ensure that development is being done in a more sustainable way, and working together to see what really does make sense. I mean, the reality is there's been labor shortages as well. That's been a struggle of why it's been difficult to get supply on as well. There's been a struggle with labor. So you're trying to spread those resources.
So if I were to surmise then that demand supply shortage we've got, and as you said, the surrounding municipalities a little more affordable, land prices probably a little more affordable to us, that blanket zoning doesn't necessarily need to be the panacea to everything. We could actually look at multiple different approaches.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. And I think there's a lot of things the city are doing that are excellent. I mean, when you look at your housing strategy, there's a lot of different approaches in there that exactly address it. I think when we talk about blanket rezoning, it's not about, like, I do think that you need densification. It's more about the blanket approach that was really the struggle, not the fact that you don't need densification. Again, if we think longer term, cities naturally do this. They really do. Naturally, you see that level of densification happen as cities grow. But again, I think that you need to have that consideration of what's the most important thing to focus on right now to leave your short-term supply challenge.
Yeah, okay. I think there's also ways we can reduce our costs through efficiencies, but I won't go there. Last question is Mr. Diaco, and I believe you're representing Mr. Diaco's comments.
Oh, right.
Marco's.
That's right.
Marco made reference to land trusts. Can you explain what he was getting at with that comment?
I think that's more a Marco question, actually. I wasn't really involved on that side of things. I don't know if
Mr.
he's still
Diaco, are you
online.
still on the line? I don't think he's there.
Okay. Jason, do you have any context over the land trust?
If I just draw back, maybe I'll prompt you. A previous speaker had spoken earlier about creating a land trust, and the reference was the city has lands, surplus lands, and we could either put in the marketplace, for affordable housing, or for sale, or for leasing, right? Was that what he was trying to get at?
I think so. And I think it's really about how do we get the affordable product. So how do you get affordable homes built that really target the most vulnerable? And from my understanding, and again, I'm not an expert in this by any means, my understanding some of the biggest challenges is the high land cost, especially when you're trying to build in those ranges. So I think that idea was what's a creative way to try and encourage more affordable development to target that segment of the market that really is struggling. I mean, there's no question that it's much more difficult in that lower range. So how do we target them? And we're not just talking necessarily affordable ownership, like it's also affordable rental. And how do you address the low income sector?
Okay, I was just looking at, I just had one more question, I'm sorry. Again, when we talk about taking, let's say, Banff Trail close to the University of Calgary, taking a bungalow, creating, a row house situation, those row house situations, are they expected to be that low cost type of row house, or do you think they will be more mid or high?
They're often not. And what I did do is I think one of my last slides in here shows actually some of the, and again, this is just looking at just the resale data that we had. And what you can see is that, in the city center, for example, and again, this is a broad district, and again, just because of the data purposes, when you look at it and go, okay, so a newer build for a detached, yes, it's higher, 1.2. The row is definitely much more affordable at 677. But take that 677 and try and compare what that row cost might be in the north or in different districts of the city. And that's when I'm talking about that relative spread and saying that, yeah, in certain parts of the city, you're going to take that redevelopment. Well, you're not necessarily going to create something in the product range, the price type range that you're looking for. So I think it is important to consider that in that, and again, it has to make sense though for the developers too, right? So they're not going to do it if they can't make a reasonable profit off of it. So I think some of the challenges is what those relative spreads are. Yes, you're creating product and it's cheaper than the detached home, but relative to certain parts of the city, it's not.
Thank you. This completes all these slides. Are they part of the presentation?
They are, yeah. I put them in here for your reference, and I just 5 minutes was not enough to go through all of that. So.
Okay. Well, thank you. I appreciate all the info.
Yeah, thank you. You're done. Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Walcott, please.
Thank you. Anne-Marie, please stay. And please leave the slide up as well, too. When you're looking at these prices, how do you factor in which of these housing forms are in a restricted market?
What do you mean by restricted market?
As in, I think only about 10% of the city you can develop a row home, and yet there's still on average about $200,000 to $250,000 to $300,000 cheaper.
Well, okay, so to understand what I did here is I actually took the same methodology that the city did in terms of looking at anything that's been constructed in this time frame. Now, some of these areas are probably from greenfield development, and they've been transacted again on the resale side of the market. So it doesn't, when you're looking at these numbers, these are broader numbers, and especially as you get into the, let's say the northeast area or areas like the south, a lot of that new builds are really based off newer communities and stuff that is transacting. And this was really for the purpose of understanding what the price points were on a newer product relative to resale and get that comparability between different regions.
No, that's what I'm looking at, right? Like there's not a single row house on this chart that's more expensive than the other housing forms. But that form is a restricted product. Like again, 10% of the land in the city is zoned to even be able to build that versus just under 70 for the other products. And okay, cool. A second question to build on that was, you had mentioned in your comments about land speculation being kind of like a significant risk to the value of the land. Do you not see that as a risk if we were to further restrict where multifamily housing could be developed versus broadening it?
Well, the research on that is actually inconclusive, first of all. And what we have generally seen is that it already happens. Anywhere that you can do a higher density development, we're seeing that those homes are really selling for 30% higher than their comparable, right? So you look at any corner lot that has development potential, we're seeing those increase. Now, the idea I understand with blanket rezoning is that you can avoid some of that speculation, but the reality is that any piece of land, because what you're doing is you're essentially restricting, you still are saying there's still a land restriction. There's still a level of how much you're restricting development happening. Even if you open up blanket rezoning and you do that, you're still creating an incentive for developers to seek out those properties with the maximum development potential, which would increase it. I'm not saying it increases it everywhere, but it will do it on the areas that you can do the highest development.
And so when we isolate, that type of development only to those areas, does that not further increase that speculation?
It's going to happen anyways, but I mean, I'm also not suggesting that you just isolate it to, I'm saying plan out an entire community so you provide certainty. And any area that is already in a prime area of development, in terms of higher density, you'll already see those land values improve. What you're just doing is adding certainty for both developers and in terms of timelines, because then they know what they can do, as well as for residents that know what they're getting into with their homes.
And you don't believe the advanced timelines would reduce costs? Or let me rephrase, because I don't believe they'll reduce costs either. I believe they'll prevent the rapid price increases that we see in a currently restrained market.
Well, again, where's the rapid increase coming from? So when you look at redevelopment, some of the rapid increase in some of those communities is coming from areas that have development opportunity. If you take a look at the resale market in general and what we're seeing in pricing data, where the most rapid increase is happening in prices is happening in the most affordable areas, because that's where the demand is going, and that's where there's a lack of supply. I show several mappings in here that shows you where the most increase in prices, and it's actually more relative to the fact of where there's the most affordable areas of the city and where there is a lack of supply. And that's where we're seeing the biggest increase in prices.
And when you're looking at those more affordable areas, what's the kind of most standard housing form in the area?
Well, most communities have a mix of everything. So I wouldn't say it's isolated just to one property type. So I'm seeing 20% gains in home prices in the Northeast and East districts, according to our mapping system. And when I do it by row properties, it's the same thing. If I do it so it's happening across all property types, and it's because right now that demand is focused on the most affordable product, which is where people are going, and there's just not enough supply there. So we're seeing it across the city. Where we're seeing the slowest price growth is actually in the city center. Because that market is not quite as tight as what we're seeing around the outskirts of the city. And I think there is some maps in here that show you that.
Of course. What do you mean by the outskirts of the city, the market's tight, given our 3 years back-to-back of increasing construction starts?
So when we look at it, we're looking at relative to what's available on the market versus the demand. So we have a few measures for that. We'll look at things like sales to new listings ratio or months of inventory. That's really an absorption rate. So even though you've had these new starts, they're being absorbed very quickly. So when we say the market's tight, we're saying it's just there's not enough supply relative to the demand in that segment. So there's some indicators that we commonly refer to, like the sales to new listings ratio, like the months of supply. When those numbers are, so for example, sales to new listings ratio, if it's really high, so that's saying most of the product that is being listed on the market is being sold, then that drives up higher prices.
Of course.
Right?
And you believe that, can you help me, do you think that we have enough supply in the established areas or not?
No, the whole market is tight right now. I think that the whole market needs supply, but what I am seeing is that in the city center district, it's not as tight as it is in the other districts. So it's still not enough. There's no question we need more supply across, all levels, even within the city center. But it's not to say that it's just not as bad as what we're seeing outside of the city center.
And the difference because the greenfields are relatively more affordable.
They are, and they're adding supply there, right? So, but the demand is flocking to that, and I mean that is actually a trend that we've really seen since the pandemic, that we're seeing more of that shift outside of the city center. And
when you're thinking about kind of like the balanced growth of the MDP and all those targets, how do you, I guess, how do we argue or compare that about the good quality city planning if our major affordability strategy is greenfield growth?
Well, I think that's just one strategy. One thing I have to note is where's the most affordable product? It tends to be the higher density condominium products. And I think there is a lot of opportunity to look at your transit-oriented development and do that within, there's areas of the city that you look at and go, they're pretty underutilized. So how do you focus some of that and get that higher density that you need to alleviate the challenges? And I think there is a lot of opportunity that with condo apartments, and I say that because that comes in at a price range that is the most affordable. Okay, so I think that that's one aspect, and I don't think that there's just one answer to some of the challenges we're seeing, and I do believe in a balanced level of growth. I also look at what about some of our industrial areas, our light industrial? Like, is there an opportunity to look at that and see if there's some mixed use opportunities, like you see in a lot of other cities, where there could be other development opportunity? And I think a lot of your housing strategy does really.
Sorry, I'll kind of get to the crux of the question. Do you think blanket rezoning is not going to add to supply, which you've already stated is what we need in a constrained market?
I don't think it'll add enough supply. Not enough supply based off of the current demand.
And do you believe that in a scarcity market that the demand will decrease?
Well, demand is relative to how many people are coming in and all of that.
So you have your maps on interprovincial, but we also have the provincial government is actually demanded double the immigration allotments that they receive from the federal government. So we've got a province that wants more people. Mm-hmm. We've got a federal government that wants more people, and we've got more Canadians wanting into our market. You mentioned the 130,000 house gap. That's to 2030, not 2050. And so do you believe it's a good economic decision to restrain our supply in, based off of your maps here, one of the most affordable home types that's not an apartment?
If your objective is affordability, it's not going to achieve it with blanket rezoning.
Relative affordability, because
and
that's
in reality,
the
research is actually a little inconclusive in terms of how much supply you can add relative if that policy was in place versus not in that policy in place. One thing we have to remember is there already is redevelopment that's already occurring in many of these communities already. So you already are you're adding supply already.
Yes.
So it's not really, and again, some of that research is showing in absence of that policy, it's not necessarily adding that much more supply. So I think that you have to look at it on a broader basis and really what is your objective.
And in your professional opinion, land speculation will not be impacted by blanket rezoning because it's already happening?
Land speculation is already happening.
And it will not be affected by blanket rezoning is what you're saying?
I don't believe so. I don't believe that by applying blanket rezoning that it's going to change the land speculation model. And again, I did do some research on this, and I think, again, the research is inconclusive. So when I look at the facts before me today, I feel like there's a lot more research that needs to be done on this to really understand what the potential impacts are. Nothing I have read has shown conclusively that blanket rezoning will all of a sudden change some of that speculation. There is some indication of that, but there's no empirical evidence. And I think that's where I struggle.
And maybe if we even take speculation out, your professional opinion is that the additional supply would be meaningless because demand is too high already.
Well, yeah, you have to catch up with the shortfall. So again, if we think about the current shortfall, that additional supply, again, how long is that supply going to take to actually come on side? And again, the research here is showing that, that supply does not come on quickly. That supply takes years and years to come on. So if you're trying to address your current supply challenge, that blanket rezoning is not going to take care of it over the short term.
When you look at your maps, would you say that the best solution to our challenge today would have been building a higher rate of supply 10 years ago?
Well, 10 years ago was a different scenario. And again, when you had that supply challenge back in 2005 and 6, we did see that, and it did help. It did help do that, but it wasn't just this piece and this. We saw a lot of starts. So again, every time I look through history, starts have reacted in terms of the short supply, and it's solved the problem. I mean, we generally saw that, that problem went away. Again, it's relative to how much households are coming.
Just not for this.
Well, no, I still think that there is a lot of things that are being done that does support supply. My only argument is when you're looking at it a blanket rezoning, that's not going to solve the massive amount of supply that you need to deal with the current shortfall.
Sure. So it's just this one type of supply. You don't think we need it?
Well, we already are seeing supply growth in the higher price ranges. So again, it depends on where that development occurs. If that development is going to occur in the city center area or in price ranges that are at the higher price point, that's not where we're struggling with supply. We have had supply gains in the higher price points. So again, it depends on what type of supply you're actually constructing. Where we need it is in the lower price ranges.
Are those supply price ranges within row houses more expensive than the supply that's being added with single detached?
Single detached is more expensive, no question.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, if you go to the outer parts of the city and in the new developments, it still is more. I don't think you're going to solve that problem on the detached side. But the row properties in some of the newer communities is far more affordable. So again, where is the blanket rezoning? Much of my understanding is much of that redevelopment will come in some of these existing communities that are in the city center, where we haven't really struggled as much with supply.
So redeveloped row homes are less expensive across the city than redeveloped townhomes.
Semis, you mean, or? There's
Semis,
rows or semis,
detached,
depending on how you define it?
yeah. Any of the semis and detached row homes will be more affordable relative in every district that.
Right, and apartments are relatively more affordable than row in every district.
Okay. And you want more apartments though?
Absolutely. If you're trying to address affordability and knowing that a lot of them end up on rental, that's an excellent way to add to your rental supply. We've seen this throughout history. Our rental vacancy rates have gone up. We've only, again, seen the decline in rental vacancy rates over the past 2 years, which has driven the strong rental gains. So the apartment condo sector and that rental market for higher density, that really helps add to that supply, especially affordable supply. And I think that's really, if you're talking about affordability, that's a big part of it.
I hear you. Your professional opinion is that this one, the amount of supply it'll add is marginal.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor McLean, please.
A little quicker. I thought Spencer was before me. Excuse me. Oh, please, could you please stay there, Anne-Marie? First question.
Oh, I'm okay.
How are you doing?
I'm all right.
It's not technically on the lines of what we're subject matter, but thanks for coming down. It's actually your expertise. So I'm going to get insight that's maybe contrary to some other opinions, and I know it's been based on statistics and analyzing all the facts. And a short answer, what you're saying is Calgary Real Estate Board is saying they are opposed to blanket upzoning.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. Now I want to get another question. How much of this do you think is political? And the reason I say this, as Councillor Corral had brought up, the leader of the opposition, his minister, Scott Aitchison, did release a letter saying they're in favor of blanket upzoning, but then we saw a lot of backlash from members of parliaments like Rempel and McLean here. Other MLAs, city councillors were consulted, and things have changed.
I'm going to interrupt you for just 1 minute, and I'll tell you why.
Okay.
You're going to pose a political question to a presenter who did not raise anything political. So you're going to put her on the spot with a political question. But hold on, I know where you're going, so hang on. Councillor Corral's question was directly in relation to a political component of a previous presenter's remarks. So I just want you to be careful to please not put Ms. Laurie on the spot with a political answer when she needs to remain apolitical.
Well, that was kind of part of it, because CREB is, and that was where I was going with this, it is an apolitical board, but it has its own political, probably, components to it as well.
I stay out of politics as much as possible, to be honest with you.
Okay, yeah. All right. You know what, then? I will take your point, because I was going to use this opportunity to explain how things have changed, and there has been some different narratives coming out of political things, because, and I'll just go back then just to, I think what I really needed then, since I can't go down that rabbit hole, you put your expertise forward and your analysis coming from from Calgary Real Estate Board, and you said where you stand. And so I don't have to belabor it. I don't have to get a question until I get the answer I want. So we're good. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Penner, please.
Thanks. Please stay, Ms. Laurie. I'm trying to not have us be talking in circles, but I feel like we're talking in circles a little bit. So I really just want to be super clear on some things. So rezoning, you said it's not enough. So can you just, what does not enough mean?
When I look at the shortfall of starts, and again, when I think about it relative to household formation, we need to add much more supply. So, and it's about the short-term supply that you need to address. So when I'm saying blanket rezoning, should you do this today, it's not going to solve your challenges of supply anytime soon. Because that stuff still takes time to develop, and the reality is that it's not going to address your current shortfall. You need to have a significant addition of units to really meet the shortfall that you've had over the past 2 years.
For sure. So short term, clarify for everyone, what is that time frame? 2 years, 3 years, 5 years?
Well,
what is short term?
For me, that short term is in that 5-year period. So, yeah.
Okay. So if this is approved, so you've shown us it's a more affordable product. You've shown us it has contributed to supply. And so if we were to pass this and we essentially cut the time in half to put this kind of product on the market, how does that not further help supply in the short term, knowing that the inverse of that an apartment building, and I mean, I think we're talking something very different between a 6-story wood and a 20-story, right, concrete, that even that 6-story wood is, double the time of row housing and is not actually contributing significant compared to a 20-story concrete, which is, 2 to 3 years. So help me understand how this doesn't help fill a short-term gap as we also are working on those initiatives.
In part because that's not where the gap is. Okay, so where the gap is in the lowest price ranges, not necessarily in the higher price ranges. And I know you said it's more affordable relative to that potential district. It's not more affordable relative to other areas. So I think that's the first point of clarification, is that you're adding potentially supply in areas that we're really not facing a challenge. We have seen that supply has been rising in the higher price ranges. That's already been happening. It started to happen last year. Where we're not seeing supply added is in the under 500,000 for row specifically, okay? For apartments, it's under 3.
Okay. And if we had this land use all over the city and the lower land values that are in some of the established communities, I mean, if you can get it on a lower land value, you can deliver a lower priced product.
If the economics make sense for them to build that.
Okay. So I'm going to just pivot a little bit. So you said it's not going to be enough. So even with or without this change, the supply isn't going to overwhelm us. So can you maybe then help some of our friends who are concerned about our utility capacity or congestion and traffic sort of understand that rate of change isn't going to be so fast that the communities aren't going to see a drastic change?
Yeah, and I mean, I can't speak to how it affects utilities, and I just look at it on a broader basis.
Right, but
sure.
we're not going to turn around in a year from now.
And again, yes, by doing that, it doesn't mean that you're going to have all of a sudden a massive influx of that. I agree. I think that does take time, for sure. Now, would it happen more in some communities? I don't know. I can't tell you that.
Okay, thanks. No further questions.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Putmans, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your presentation. You've captured our interest in so many dimensions. I haven't figured this out yet. I thought I had a little more time to put this together. The question is an ask of you. I would be interested in knowing what, with your projections, understanding somewhat what the upzoning might have, the impact upzoning might have on further demand. So what the demand is as you see it, with more opportunities coming along from the upzoning, we could plug a figure in there. And would your model allow us to sort of see what the cumulative effect would be, what the delta might be different?
Again, that would require a certain level of number crunching that I'd have to do to see what that looks like. I mean, when I think about where demand is, again, part of it is where is the upzoning going to actually drive supply growth, okay? So that's...
You'd have to make some assumptions.
Yeah, we'd have to make some assumptions on where that supply growth is going to happen. If it's in the city center, again, that's not going to do much to alleviate where the demand is currently flowing.
Well, we could identify established areas, for instance, where we think
absolutely.
a lot of this activity will take place.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, to really do that proper assessment, first thing I'd like to do is take a look at really which communities. We have data right down to the level of community. We can tell you where the most shortfall is in every single community by every price range. Where we're seeing the most supply struggles, I have a lot of numbers in my head. I don't think I have that one specifically in my head at the moment, but I think that that's part of that research and understanding where are we seeing the most challenges in every community. You know, I do it on a district basis, but we can take that right down to the lowest level to try and understand where are the biggest supply challenges, where can there be some focus, where are we seeing the tightness in the market. I measure that everywhere, and by each price range and property type.
Is that a model you'd be interested in building?
Potentially with more time. Yeah, like that's, I'm happy to work, like I'm happy to, you know, anything I can do to help, I'd be happy to do that. I would just, again, need that time to look at that and process through that data.
We'll make some calls. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Chabot, please.
Wow, lots of numbers, lots of great graphs. So I'm trying to rationalize some of the questions that I heard from some of my colleagues and trying to kind of get it down to reality insofar as where do you see the demand, and would this blanket zoning have a positive impact on delivering the supply in those areas that have the greatest demand?
Again, from what I understand of where a lot of that development might flow to, that's not really where we're seeing the biggest challenge. So where we're seeing the biggest challenge in supply is right now happening outside of that city center district. Okay, so that's where we're seeing the biggest challenge. And again, it's not equal across all property types. We're seeing it in the lowest price ranges. So again, if blanket rezoning comes in, you know, where that development happens, we just might not see that growth where we need it. And I mean, what we've been seeing is a lot of those newer communities are adding product in those price ranges, not obviously the detached. I think that's a persistent challenge, right. But we are seeing it in some of those surrounding sort of communities as well as those outlying areas where we're seeing that demand actually being met out there.
In the greenfield?
You know, again, I look at it as once as it hits, it's not all, like Greenfield, we know that there's a lot of land that hasn't been developed yet. I'm looking at some of these newer communities and we're seeing a lot of demand push there. That's where we're seeing, you know, we've seen that flow. That's happened over several years.
A lot of that product that's already zoned appropriately.
Right. And those newer communities, they're great. In many ways, they have that full mix. We see that full mix, and we've seen prices in some of these newer communities really hit that price point. I mean, again, I looked at this on a district basis, but when you look at it on a community, there is stuff in those districts.
Okay. So in Center City, where do you see the greatest demand in the Center City or in the inner city type communities? Is it in this type of product, or where's your greatest deficiency in product in the Center City?
Right now it's tight. It's still pretty tight. Well, I'd have to look at my specific maps. I think, again, the detached tends to be the tightest market right now. It still is. It's
not condos.
Condos are probably the better supplied market versus some of the other ones. That's in part why, because they still are. They're shorter than they've been. Okay, so I guess part of it is also relative time frame. Right, it's really tight. It's tighter now than it still was last year, but you know, if we compare it to a couple of years ago, it's not the same. So I think sometimes it's preference, you know, regards to where. Condos are probably the better supplied market right now. They're still tight. There's still not enough supply there either, but it's better supplied than the other ones. And then from there, we have seen a bit of shift in row, again, because of that relative affordability. People are looking for more affordable product in the city center. In that district, we have tightness across all property types, not as bad as in the outer areas, but it's still tight in there too.
It's probably not a fair question to ask you, but I'll ask anyways, and if you can't answer it, that's fine. Do you know how much product is in the queue right now as far as the Center City in regards to condos and apartments?
I don't know offhand.
Okay.
I do track all that data, and I do look to see what is coming on side. and I also track where we've seen improvements in supply.
So in the past, in some of the graphs that you showed, you saw some overshoot in regards to product that was in the queue. There was a high demand fell off, but the product still continued on because you couldn't stop the project once it was started.
That's right.
Is there a possibility that we could go down that same path again in the near future?
Well, it depends on economic conditions too. So, I mean, the reality is Calgary does have a fairly strong economic position over the short term. You have to remember, though, if your economy changes, of course. We saw that happen in 2015. We went through, a massive recession with, the fall of the energy prices. So it's not just, just those fundamentals. We have to think about what's happening in the broader economy as that supply comes on. So if your economy stays strong, you can absorb that supply. If your economy changes, then that's when you tend to have the glut.
Okay, and bringing it back down to the RCG issue, so it's one thing to look at it from the condo perspective, but if we do a blanket zoning for RCG and those conditions reoccur, do you see this blanket issue as potentially exacerbating the deficiency that could create on a go-forward basis?
Well, if things change, again, when you come back to the blanket rezoning, it's about how much supply you're going to actually add. I come back to how much supply are we actually going to see of redevelopment. And again, if there's not that much supply and you have a shift, then you might not see much activity. You'll see some of that activity slow anyways in favor of potentially a more economically efficient housing type.
Okay, so can you see this blanket zoning as doubling the current amount of RCG units that we put on the market, or
no,
25%? Any order of magnitude that you give me?
I'd have to do far more research to understand what that magnitude could be. Just thoughts on how I would do that is I'd probably like to take a look at what's currently been done,
right, and
when did we really see the growth.
Right.
So to me, a lot of it is just more investigation and more time to really review some of these numbers to understand that impact.
That's fair. That's fair. Okay, thanks. No further questions for me. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Councillor Dhaliwal, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for all the data. Love data. Just a simple question. Why is Northeast so affordable?
Why is what so affordable?
Northeast so affordable.
Well, I think it's just because you can get the density on those units. And again, I don't.
You said you can't get the density?
Can. Well, with multis, they're more affordable because I think you're building up, right? And you're able to get many units.
So Ward 5, the ward I represent. Can you comment on the density there?
I can't offhand. No.
You're a data person. You should be able to.
Well, I'd have to look at it broken out by that. I look at a lot of numbers, but I prefer to have them in front of me. If I had my spreadsheet, I could tell you, but I don't. So I don't know how much density is in that market versus others. And how much is being constructed.
Okay, great. My next question is probably the last one. If this RCG product, how do you envision, if you have to guesstimate, if this product had to come on the market and it goes into Northeast, what kind of demand is there for this kind of product?
Depends on the price point. And depending on how much product you're putting on. So again, what we're seeing in certain districts, and I know our districts don't perfectly align with your wards, so it's a little different that way, but what we're seeing is that the most price growth has been happening in the Northeast and East districts, which are the most affordable. So again, if you're adding supply, it's about how much supply are you adding and at what price point, because now you're starting to see even the shifts in the Northeast and East that there's a lot of limited supply in the lower price ranges as well.
Okay, based on your data, you just said Northeast and East. How much of that demand is concentrated in those quadrants or that part of the city?
I'd have to pull that out specifically. We've seen a share of it increase. So I can tell you, and I don't like to report numbers, I don't have a specific number for you, but I have seen that share rise. So there actually has been more activity drawn into the Northeast relative to some of the other districts.
Okay, there was an earlier speaker here who said there's a huge demand for detached, single detached, semi-detached. So how do you see this unfolding? That if this goes through, I think the questions were asked, what kind of demand you see for this product all over the city?
Well, in my experience with what I've seen with our numbers, typically the first preference is detached homes. And when they can't find product in an affordable range, we see the shift to semis, then to rows, and then finally apartment condos. Now, again, it comes down to where are we going to add supply? What price ranges are going to add supply? And how much supply are you adding? I think that the demand right now is based a lot off affordability. We are seeing that shift towards more affordable product. And I think that is going to remain as long as interest rates remain higher. Even though they're supposed to come down, they're not supposed to come back down to the levels that we saw before. And it takes time for your city to adjust through this, right?
Great. Affordability. Is it function of just the price, or is it also function of amenities, transit, how close you're to schooling and all that?
There's a few different measures of affordability. I think that when you think about affordability, price is a big factor, of course, for the price of a home. But yes, there's also the factor of if you have to have a car, what's that cost? What's transportation? What are your amenities? And I think that that plays into a total package. And, I have looked at some of the research on, differences between how they measure affordability. And oftentimes they don't just look at potentially home prices. They also look at transport costs and other things as well.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. That is it for the questions for this panel, or should I say, Ms. Laurie?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to this panel for your presentations, and thanks for giving us your time tonight. I'm going to assemble another panel. But before I do that, as I have said the last few times, is there anybody in the audience or on the phone line that was part of a previous panel who's here now? Hi, sir. What's your name? Marcus Steiner. And which panel were you? 112. Sorry? 112. Okay, there you are. You said Marcus Steiner, right? Yeah. Okay, perfect. Come on down. Anybody on the phone line from a previous panel? All right, then let's start building the new panel. This is panel 113. Do we have Michael Martin? Do we have Paul Augustin? Do we have Breton Smith? Do we have Barbara Bonkowski? Hi, Barbara, you can come on down. Do we have Josie Kirkpatrick from 114? Josie Kirkpatrick? How about Vince Walker? Hi there, you can grab a seat up front too. Rachel Tulk. Wayne Karlowski. Murray Lorenzo. Okay, I'm moving on to 115. Do we have James Cugnett?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, thank you. Do we have Charlotte Kingsford? Hi, come on up and grab a seat. All right, so we are going to start with Marcus Steiner, then it's Barbara Bonkowski, Vince Walker, James Cugnett, and then Charlotte Kingsford. So please take us away, Mr. Steiner.
Good evening. My name is Marcus Steiner, and I live in Ward 7. I do not support blanket upzoning for many reasons. Most importantly, because it's not a solution for any of the problems we have, and there are no benefits for the majority of Calgarians. I'm generally supportive of population densification and the revitalization of the downtown core and inner city. I was the first person in our community of St. Andrews Heights to have our RC1 lot redesignated to accommodate our secondary suite. There are many changes that could be made to increasing population density and accommodating land use redesignation without a need for blanket upzoning. It's simply not needed. As a result of the hardships we've all been through in the last 4 years, I am now in a position where I no longer trust our elected officials to look after our best interests. Look around at the world we live in now compared to 10, 20, 30 years ago. Ask yourself if it's getting better or worse. Is life getting easier or harder? Do things seem more divisive now than they were just a few short years ago? Why is that? Are our municipal, provincial, and federal governments partly to blame? Do we have transparency and accountability in the regulatory agencies and/or various governments? We should all be asking ourselves these questions. Are the super rich getting more super rich while we're all crushed with inflation, increased taxation, unfettered immigration, funding multi-billion-dollar wars, one after another, while at the same time tent cities are the fastest growing housing option. And so Canadians need to ask themselves, is all of this coincidental or is it deliberate? Is there a group of people capitalizing on all this destabilization? How you can tell it is deliberate is, we're all here today talking about blanket upzoning, like it's the one and only solution. It's an illusion. It's like a magic trick. You put a single point solution in a box and you get people to focus on the box, and you distract people from the root cause of the problem, which in this case is inflation, taxation, immigration, corrupt fiscal policy on all governmental levels, and whatever's in the box is not a meaningful solution to the problem that's being presented. That's the basis of how psychological operations work. And they're incredibly dangerous because we build powerful mental models of reality based on the information we see. And to understand what's going on right now, we need to understand that there is a lot being hidden from us. Now the blanket upzoning appears to be a Trojan horse. To me, it looks like a puzzle piece that is a small part of a larger global agenda. By now, most people have heard about 15-minute smart cities. Could it be associated with blanket upzoning? Most people don't understand what 15-minute cities are, though. A 15-minute city is not a city. A 15-minute smart city is a geo-fenced, centrally backed digital currency with a social credit score, and will likely be replacing our Canadian dollar when it collapses from intentional overprinting. You'll be able to make local purchases with your 15 minutes, within 15 minutes of your residence, provided you comply with everything and if your social credit score doesn't suck. That's the future I see coming after about 1,000 hours of looking at this stuff. It's like a permanent vaccine passport system on steroids, and nobody is talking about it. You can put Agenda 2030 and other conspiracy facts aside and look at your life like you're in a giant game of Monopoly. At some point, if nothing changes, there will be a winner and an entire planet of losers. You will own nothing. I shouldn't need to tell you that the blanket upzoning is not a meaningful solution to what we're currently facing. I'm not at risk of losing my home in the very near future. However, nobody can outrun financial corruption forever. And so we all need to understand that our financial independence is under direct threat. So what are the solutions? Conversations, lots of conversation. Getting involved is critical to improving quality of life and holding elected officials accountable for their actions. I'm not happy with what's been done to us, and I'm not working, so I have time. And I have a genuine interest in making the world a better place for my children and for others. A couple of months ago, I got a phone call asking for help with the Gondek petition. I was tasked with organizing all the 4x8 recall Gondek signs. The recall Gondek petition was very effective at getting people talking. In closing, there are many other densification options and many economic stabilization opportunities that need to be addressed before blanket upzoning conversations even start. And for that reason, I don't care if the blanket upzoning agenda succeeds or not. I'll support anyone initiating a recall and any councillor that supports this change, because this change will not provide a benefit in this deliberately destabilized landscape. A lot of people are not happy right now with the decisions this panel has made on several sensitive issues, where our councillors are absconding power and control from the people repeatedly. All I see these days are lies and misdirection. I look forward to seeing how individuals vote, and I'm happy to stand up against globalist agendas. Good evening.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Barbara Bonkowski, please.
Your Worship and members of Council, I'm opposed to this blanket upzoning. I own a semi-detached home in Ward 2. Has the City of Calgary been engaging Calgarians? No. In 2005, the 311 system came to be utilized in Calgary. This was the beginning of distancing citizens from their councillors, as you either had to go through 311 or reception to get voicemail to your councillor. In my councillor's tenure, I've spoken to her twice. I've raised many issues with her assistant, but they remain outstanding. Next came the open house during Mayor Nenchi's tenure. What happened? Just as you're seeing at this public hearing, people are angry. Anger is a natural human response, But instead of allowing the process to play out, Mayor Nenshi closed down all open houses, saying that the protection of the employees was important. No more public hearings and no more open houses. Nothing like using a sledgehammer to deal with a mosquito. But I expect that Council realizes today that mosquitoes do not go away, and they can be very persistent. Next came the engage at the libraries, where you asked a question on a bulletin board, often without anyone there, and your response was to be on a post-it note. This was the city's idea of engagement, and here we are at the next level of engagement, your Engage Business Unit. The city uses its Engage Business Unit to engage citizens, but is it really engaging? I don't believe it is. And the public hearing before you is obvious to most that the survey system is not all that engaging because Calgarians have a whole lot more to give you. Let's do a deep dive. The surveys driven by this business unit direct the citizen to choose the items that the business unit inputs to get the result the city is striving for. The software, Social Pinpoint, is what the city is using. Then a third party, Advantis, collects the statistics to be used by the city. You're allowed a free-form part, which usually allows 100 characters, which is approximately 23 to 30 words. Most humans talk 150 to 400 words a minute. Are the surveys being driven to get a certain response? I believe they are. In the surveys, you're tied to only the responses that Social Pinpoint derives as acceptable. Definition of manipulated, the management of some situation, especially for one's own advantage. Using the example of when the city surveyed in the recent past Calgarians on increasing allowable numbers of animals in a household, there were special interest groups from Calgary and throughout the U.S. that were using the survey to further their agenda. Was Council aware of that at that time? Maybe. However, when Engage determined that the IP addresses were the same for many of the votes, they did not remove that from the statistics. Instead, there's a footnote indicating that there were a number of votes that were from the U.S. or the same IP address. Further, doing a deep dive into Engage process, does the city have all the statistics with regard to this polling? The city uses third parties to do this part, using Ipsos Reid and other third-party businesses to call Calgarians on issues that are important to provide information to support the direction of the subject point of the survey. When I asked Engage, given that these phone calls are made to random households, how do they collect which phone numbers is a number of a resident of Calgary? The answer was they ping off cell phone towers. I wonder why the city doesn't provide all the surveys as a PDF, but the need is to download each survey to tease out the statistics. What appeared was pretty consistent, averaging most surveys only utilized at most 5,000 people and at least 200 people who are actually surveyed. How does the number of people surveyed constitute a good makeup of all Calgarians? I asked Council, does this process allow for robust discussion of items? I don't believe so. Is the Engage Business Unit of the City of Calgary engaging its citizens? I don't believe they are. And now Engage is engaged in sending postcards to households. Does this provide, as I said, robust discussion? No. In fact, I believe it's outrageous. Is that the intent? I believe it is. How could it not be, as the design and the input of Council currently relies on this is what Council relies on to make their decisions. So now we have a public hearing of which you're asking the public for their input. I'm perplexed why so many not-for-profits and businesses and students with their funding that comes directly from the city, which comes directly from the taxpayers, are encouraged to try and drive up public opinion on this issue. I would direct Council to use the nodes around the LRT sites and also to sell off the city-owned golf courses along with utilizing abandoned schools and allowing charter schools to use them or lease them for other uses. Why not utilize abandoned buildings downtown such as the Board of Ed or Greyhound building for transitionary housing? How did we get here? I believe there is a directive that comes from ICLEI.
You're just at time. Thank you very much for your presentation.
You're welcome.
Let's go to Vince Walker, please.
Good evening. My name is Vince Walker, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself. Today, I want to speak to you about your most valuable resource, the people of Calgary. Calgary is, to me, the greatest city with the greatest people anywhere, and here's why we're great. We successfully host people from all over the world year after year as we put on the greatest outdoor show on earth, without incident. In contrast, Denver won the Stanley Cup in 1996, and there was rioting and fires in the streets. In the 2001 playoffs, they deployed over 800 troops on the 16th Street Mall. Calgary won the Stanley Cup in 1989 without incident. In the 2004 playoffs, we created the Red Mile on 17th Avenue. We hosted the best ever Olympic Winter Games, we hosted a G8, and we're the first Canadian city to host the World Petroleum Congress, all without incident. In the 2013 flood, we didn't loot each other. We put on our rubber boots, grabbed our pressure washers, and helped each other. We are passionate, caring, innovative, industrious, hardworking people who pull together and get the job done. That's who we are. I'm a born and raised Calgarian and resident of Parkdale for over 3 decades. To date, I'm a volunteer of 28 years on our Planning and Development Committee. I've learned the bylaws, the MDP, the MGA, and the infill guidelines. I've calculated contextual height, setbacks, and lot coverage. I've reviewed almost every DP and land use amendment circulated at that time. I can comfortably say that I'm an informed member of my community. There are 206 communities in Calgary, and they all have informed members as well. 52 of these communities wrote a letter to all of you effectively saying, upzoning does not create affordable housing, so don't take our choice, don't take our voice, and don't vote for this bylaw. This letter speaks for over 200,000 people, all of eligible voting age, that are represented by those communities. In context, that's over half the number of people who voted in 2021. On Saturday morning, Mayor Gondek met with 43 representatives of this group, and we had a civil, informed, and constructive conversation. It was made clear that we see no evidence that this bylaw will provide affordable housing. In fact, just this month, New Zealand, the poster child of blanket upzoning, reversed its 2016 blanket upzoning bylaw because after 8 years, they didn't either. The disorderly nature of where the AUP development occurred is hated by even the most strident supporters of the policy now living through it. Their analysis doesn't prove upzoning increased net housing supply, and the results have been disastrous for middle and lower income households. After 4 years, the Minneapolis 2040 plan does not show any attributable changes in housing affordability. If you asked me if I would support RCG in the local area plan, I would say no, simply because of the 0.5 parking stalls per unit. To put it in context, on my street, in a 1-block face, there are 4 single-family houses, 2 basement suites, 1 Airbnb, 2 4-plexes, 1 6-plex, 1 10-plex, and 1 20-plex. 54 units. We have permitted street parking, and it's not an issue. Why? Because of 1-to-1 parking requirements. We made it clear that we do support density and affordable housing and provided suggestions for how they can best be achieved. In fact, Parkdale's engaged in a 57-unit affordable housing project right now. We also made it clear that we have the skill and knowledge to add value to the process and want to be part of the process. We are actively engaged in a local area planning process, your process. We are not NIMBYs, we are partners, and we elected you to represent us. You have all used the line, your voice on council, and Councillor Sharp reinforced this to the media on Monday, and thank you, Councillor Sharp. This is our voice. Do not mute it with this blanket legislation. We make this city great, and will continue to do so with you, together, and we'll get it done. Show us you're in and vote no. No amendments, just no. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to James Cugnett, please.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and Madam Mayor. Good evening. My name is James Cugnett, and today I'm speaking on behalf of my wife and myself. My wife and I have lived in Calgary for the last 23 years. Over the course of my life, I have lived in a variety of housing in 3 different cities. These include rental units, a basement suite, an apartment suite, a semi-detached home, and for the past 20 years, we have owned a single-family home. It is our belief that blanket rezoning is a poor choice to address the housing needs and choices for the city of Calgary. This proposal may well be one of the most important votes in the history of the city and for the future of this city. The decision before you regarding blanket rezoning is highly important and thus requires an equally important consideration and foresight. As representatives, you have been entrusted with the well-being of your constituents and respective communities. Blanket rezoning is a serious issue that would have a significant impact on Calgary, each community, and most importantly, the residents who live there. Just as it sounds, the term blanket suggests something being implemented uniformly across a wide area without considering unique characteristics or the needs of individuals, neighborhoods, and communities. In addition to the significant impact on infrastructure such as water, sewer, gas, and electricity, other issues such as garbage, pollution, parking, and conservation of the tree canopy are very important considerations that require proper planning. In addition to these extremely important issues, it is important to consider people in general. What has struck me as the most surprising is the power of this government and its ability to take away people's choice. People deserve to have a choice. People deserve to have a choice in the type of community they wish to live in and the type of house they wish to live in. Applying this type of radical policy blindly to every community and hence every property lot in a city of over 1.3 million people is simply treating Calgarians with indifference. Calgarians deserve better than indifference. Elected officials in favor of such an important change should treat our communities and the people who live there with respect by listening to them and carrying out their wishes. A decision this big, one that would redesign our city, should be an almost unanimous vote. Anything short of this, consideration should be given to a plebiscite to let the people of Calgary vote directly on what residents really want. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Charlotte Kingsford, please.
Good evening, Mayor Gondek, members of council. The decision before you is rooted in a very complex issue, and it's a watershed moment for us here in Calgary. I grew up here. I raised my family here. I greatly benefit from RCG, yet here's why I oppose it. There have been three common themes in this debate, and they're so pervasive now, they've become the housing crisis dogma, and I believe this is misleading. I'm going to try to explain a different perspective about housing affordability, and I feel this may give everyone a little better purchase on the matter. Firstly, I widely believe that blanket upzoning will, it's widely believed blanket upzoning will improve housing affordability. Why do people think blanket upzoning will improve housing affordability? I can't explain this phenomena. I really can't. I just don't understand it. I fully don't understand the answer, and I don't know why people would believe this. And I've overheard overall from both sides of the debate that it's declining. However, as I understand it, it's income inequality that exacerbates the problem of housing affordability. Because when a significant portion of a person's income goes toward the cost of housing, this can lead to the cycle of poverty. And this increases the wealth gap between the rich and the poor. Wages are stagnant. The City Planning Department has correctly shown us that salaries are not keeping pace with housing prices, which have increased 2.5 times faster over time. The minimum wage has not changed in Alberta since 2018. Hardworking Calgarians are financially hurting due to inflationary pressures. Inflation in Calgary last month was at its highest since 2023, at 5.1% year over year, versus Canada at 2.8% over that same time period. And interest rates remain at all-time highs, creating barriers to entry to the housing market. The bottom 10% of income earners it's very emotional. I met a woman and it really upset me. The bottom 10% income earners represent 22.4% of the total income groups of Calgary, suggesting that a sizable portion of the city's population are facing financial challenges and struggling to make the ends meet. The median income in Forest Heights is $30,000 per annum. That's below the income criteria for home ownership. Secondly, there's a claim that simply more housing is needed. On what evidence? I quote Affordability and supply are not the same thing. Allow me to demonstrate. You ask a single mother with 3 children who works a minimum wage job as a caregiver, and that's the woman I met. A truck driver, a refugee, a new Canadian, a young professional, a retired couple, or a young family to add new housing, and I think you can expect very different answers from all of them. And this is perfectly rational because we're all seeking housing in a differentiated way to serve our own needs and desires, subject to our budget constraint. Instead, our focus should be on how to address these types of stratified demand for housing since it's more responsive to price. And I listened to Anne-Marie this evening, and I'm so humbled by her knowledge, and I really do hope you take her up on that offer to help. I'm more apt to reason that more affordable housing is needed to meet the needs of the bottom income decile and those most impacted by the increasing income inequality in Canada. And finally, the opinion that blanket upzoning will increase land supply. How does this address the immediate housing crisis in Calgary? Anne-Marie spoke to that. Increasing land availability by blanket upzoning will not significantly add to our land supply anytime soon. And like many, I'm planning to age in place. So you can expect my parcel of land to be available for development sometime in 2060. If I stay in good health, God forbid. There is strong evidence-based research by scholarly economists who show that increasing land supply by upzoning doesn't add new affordable housing supply. And any new housing supply added was driven primarily by higher prices. I quote their findings: robust increases in values for transactions on parcels that received a boost in the allowable building size, so upzoning. I also identify value increases for residential condominiums, indicating that upzoning increased prices of the existing housing units. They use that as their proxy. I find no impacts of the reforms on the number of newly permitted dwellings over 5 years.
Ms. Kingsford?
Yes.
You're at time. I gave you an extra 15 seconds.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I do not see any questions for this panel, so thank you all very much. Councillor Wong, go ahead.
Sorry about that, Mayor. I thought there was another speaker. Ms. Kingsford? Yeah, sorry.
I did have a presentation. Unfortunately, it never came up, so that's okay. But
sorry, you said you had a presentation?
I did have a presentation. I had sent it in, but I didn't see it. I didn't see it up on the screen either, but that's okay.
Was it significant to this, or?
Is it this one?
Only in that.
Is this it?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Did you want to just quickly run through any of the slides, anything in particular that was here?
Well, I think, Anne-Marie, I mean, she's an expert in this field. I certainly, what I did is I just did my research, and I just wanted to share my insights on what I found and the research that I did.
Okay. So your focus was around affordability from an income perspective. Ms. Anne-Marie, I'm sorry, I forgot her last name, but from the real estate board focused on supply on the low end of the equation, right? In correlate the two together, I guess that's what I'm trying to get at. Is that where you believe the attention should be?
Absolutely. And, I did a little bit, is this how I can select my slides?
Just please ask us to advance them for you, and we'll do it.
Okay, sure. So I think, first of all, this was the first slide, that I was relating to housing affordability, and you can see that just through, there's been a decrease in salaries, there's been a change or an increase in our lending rate, and our inflation rate has decreased, but it's from historic highs. So the net reduction overall is in our buying power, which is, something greater than 2% by my estimates, and this is very rough and just a snapshot. In aggregate over time. And I think it's worthwhile studying, and I'm sure there's lots of people in the city right now working on these things, so these are just my insights. You can advance the slide. I also, looked at the economic indicators that you had on the city website, and, we see that the residential MLS price has increased, and Anne-Marie went into great detail about that, but also that the rental price has increased by 14.3% year over year. And so, you know, I think that what we're seeing, and you can advance the slide again, that, and I saw Mr. Wilson's presentation here, and he spoke to the global market, and that there's a change right now in the market in terms of, you know, increasing demand and also some increasing supply. But I wanted to draw the attention really to what builders face, and that's a decreasing demand curve. And as such, they cannot necessarily, or they won't, because the price is lower than their average total cost, which means just by the profit maximizing rule, they won't necessarily produce the output needed, that equilibrium price that Mr. Wilson was showing us. And that's where we get the welfare loss, and that's that little triangle up at the top there. Anything under the demand curve and above the equilibrium at the price where it equals ATC is our consumer welfare loss. So that's why I feel that it'll exacerbate social and economic challenges for the most vulnerable, the lowest income decile of our community. You can advance the slide. So that's what I'm saying here, is just it's due to the profit maximization. It's no fault of their own, they need to profit. It's due to higher than normal average total cost curves, labor constraints, we've all talked about that, higher cost of materials. They will get priced out of the market. I mean, and Murray did mention about the price increases in Ward 5, and that's one of those areas that it's probably, there's a significant number of vulnerable people, and their incomes are not as high as they need to be to maintain their housing, and that will increase housing insecurity. So my ask is, if you've not already taken it into account, assessment of this welfare loss and what we need to do to support that. And I think social housing is needed. There's only 2.6% social housing in Alberta, according to Statistics Canada. So that would be an area of interest for me to see you work on. You can advance the slide now. So here's the housing needs. This is just a snapshot. I mean, again, really rough. I mean, this is not an economic model. It's just simply the information that you have on your website. So what I'm seeing is an annual growth of 2.96 with an increase of population to the year end at 93,000. I think that sort of correlates to what a lot of other people have been saying. Based upon some of the published materials that you've provided, the average household is 2.6, so there would be an estimated shortfall in 2025 by 23,000 units. You can advance the slide.
If you don't mind, sorry. The reason I was asking the question was I was touched by your reference to the person you met, and the only question I was going to ask is, what can we do to help that person?
Yeah, you need to focus and target the housing, increasing housing units in the lowest income decile. And that's not the lowest 5%, that's the lowest 10%. That means sort of anything less than 30,000, which, you know, is not necessarily, you know, a minimum wage. It's not 12,000. And I did get that information off the city website as to how you guys were doing income distribution.
So the below market affordable housing strata.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That was it.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Chabot, please.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. First of all, thank you for your submission. Very well put, and sounds like you do a lot of work for your community. Forgive me for asking, did you say which community you're involved with?
Sorry, what was the question?
Did you say which community?
Oh, it's Parkdale.
Parkdale. And through all of the work that you've done, what's your take on these proposed amendments to the land use bylaw as it relates to RCG?
I will say that I have not followed all of the, I know amendments are coming throughout this process.
But I mean,
but the problem is
just
it starts with blanket and that's where it ends.
Okay, just from the blanket perspective.
The thing with RCG, as I mentioned, is the 0.5 parking stalls. That is killing everybody, and that just will not work.
Yeah, I remember you saying.
What will work is existing zoning. The local area process should literally be granular. Go in, look block by block, and say, look, you've got a row of single-family houses here. Let's keep that. This one's got some doubles here. Let's do that. We've got an area in ours that's 26 stories, and all, you know, only thing we said about that is make sure that it's not in the flight path of the Stars helicopter. Like, those are detailed community engagements that you can do, and for each area, build what you want to build. Get the affordable housing in. The park and ride site has been sitting vacant for decades. We are now in the process of that affordable housing project.
Okay, let's bring it back just to RCG. So on the RCG, and you've been involved with assessing heights, contextual sensitivity, all that, and you are aware, of course, that the front yard setback is, the contextual sensitivity of that is all but eliminated by virtue of the 3-meter rule, right? That you can build up to within 3 meters of the property line.
Yeah.
Any thoughts on that?
Well, that 3 meters is the city boulevard. That's where the trees go. Is that the front setback? Is that what you're talking about?
So the front yard setback for a building to go in now with the RCG is it has to be more than 3 meters from the curb, from the property line, and unless I'm interpreting that incorrectly. But with regards to single-family residential, many properties are set back further than that from the curb.
Well, some of these bungalows, I mean, the bungalows are, they're like 30% lot coverage, right? They're set way back. So you talk about contextual setback, yeah, it's more than 3 meters.
So does the contextual sensitivity on the front yard setback isn't contextually sensitive, and is that a concern for you?
Well, to be honest, it's funny because there was a time when council, or I know particularly Drew Farrell, wanted to see more frontage, more wraparound verandas on the front of houses, and in that respect, then your front yard becomes more of an amenity area that you want to preserve. Now, for moving away from that, then the people care, but you have to have, if you don't have that setback, then does that mean we don't have trees?
Yeah, I think you pretty much covered that. So now going back to the local area plan, and you like that process?
Well, I do like it because it's an engaged process. It's got many flaws, and there's been a lot of criticism over the engagement because it hasn't felt like engagement. It's been very somewhat dictatorial, and we're not necessarily seeing the maps changed as we put in our input to reflect those comments that we have.
You're leading right into my next question. So if you can come to some agreement between the communities and administration in drafting a plan, and where you can clearly delineate what should go where, would you consider it appropriate to, at that point, do city-initiated redesignation to apply those land uses directly onto the maps where it's been identified that certain land uses should or should not go?
Yeah, 100%. Because what that is now, it's a local area plan. In a way, right?
With a specific land use designation. All right. Thanks. That's
sorry. What I meant is it's an ARP. Yes. It's we have one ARP, and it's already been changed twice. The land use.
Yeah, except that typically we cover a much greater area with local area plans.
No, well, exactly. But I would be very supportive of being able to, like, for example, I sit on the South Shaganappi Committee. That's 5 communities plus all of the surrounding areas. In fact, 21 years of consultation got to the university district. And if you're sitting there and you've got that level of engagement, you can say, yeah, here's where we have R1, here's how we have R2. But RCG, 0.5 stalls, doesn't go anywhere.
It's a non-starter for you. All right, thanks. No further questions. Thank you for being here.
Okay.
Thank you. I don't see any further questions for this panel, so thank you all very much for joining us. Thanks for the time you put into your presentations. We've got a couple of minutes. I'm going to see if there's 2 more people. We are on to panel 115. Do we have Naren Carr? Do we have Bonnie Petrovich? Is that you? Okay, great. Come on down. Do we have Maybu Kuwan? Do we have Philip Hancock? Ken McLernan? All right, you know what? Let's go ahead with Bonnie Petrovich. Bonnie, before you start, just 1 second. Is there somebody on the phone line?
Yes,
Hi, who is it?
Marie Lorenzo. Marie Lorenzo,
And which panel were you?
114.
114? Okay, you're going to go after Bonnie then. Please go ahead, Ms. Petrovich.
Points for pronunciation of my name. My name is Bonnie Petrovich. I represent myself and my family. I am against blanket rezoning, and I'm just going to elaborate on that. I'm going to give you a bit of a background. As a young professional, I chose to relocate to Calgary in 1982, which at the time was on or about 600,000 people. I chose Calgary for all the same reasons young professionals continue to choose Calgary, based on a combination of opportunities and lifestyle. And in 1982, no offense, we did have the best mayor in the city, honest and committed to people. He was one of us, he listened to us, he heard us, and he fought for us. It's important to note, even in 1982, this was not an affordable city. But I wanted to be part of the energy Alberta brought to all that called it home and was determined to make it work, and work I did to make it happen. 1982 was also there was a Trudeau in Ottawa, and we were in a part of an inflationary window that was historic, with interest rates exceeding 19%. For the record, real estate then wasn't cheap. It was 30% higher than where I lived before I moved here. Fast forward to 1985, we had a new government led by the Right Honourable Brian Mulroney, followed by a slow but steady climb out of the deficit hole, providing renewed hope for all of us. I bought the property I'm in still today. It was with a mortgage rate of 13.5%, hard to believe, tough, hard work, but we made it work. We worked multiple jobs, and we saved, and we made choices determined to build a future here. To this point, the city and the province have over-delivered on the promises I moved here for. Our small bungalow is in a community consisting of individuals with similar values, committed to investing to the long-term growth of our city. We paid for the value that accompanies this area, with schools K-12, ease of access to the university, developed amenities including an arena, a library, etc. We chose our one with the understanding this was the life contract, not one that we would be or could be bullied out of with a handful of elected individuals. When did we as citizens decide that a group of people at City Hall, most of whom we've never met, nor make the time to return phone calls, get to say, we don't care what the zoning rules were when you bought that house, we know better than you and we're going to change them now. With zero concern for, I've got to find a vehicle that's a 0.5 because I'm not going to fit, infrastructure that's aged and was only designated for low density. Be honest, people. Local traffic safety and aging in place disruptions and absolute lack of community engagement coming from a small group of elected individuals pushing this through. Not okay. Now, I've been watching, listening, and reading, like many citizens have, and to the very valuable inputs from some very incredibly smart, determined, passionate people in this hearing. And there are some very clear common themes. Number one, we all care and seemingly don't feel heard by our elected officials. Look at how you single-handedly have divided the city when people were already divided on so many issues. Trust is number two. You've successfully, in my opinion, eliminated any level of trust we had in you. Lack of transparency and a breach of good faith have erased any belief we had in you. We elected you, and you're cutting us out of the dialogue. It's directly affecting all of us. It's disheartening to witness how you have proceeded on this to this point. Number three, no mandate. It's been echoed, but I'm going to say it again. Not one of you campaigned on this change. A handful of braves stood up and recognized this, requesting a plebiscite. It is beyond me how something this important could be denied a plebiscite. Affordability does not equal density in this proposal. That's clear. I'm not going to get into it. You've got all the minutes, and so many have spoken to it. And finally, five, common ground. The speakers have all been aligned to the need for targeted, thoughtful density. We're all on both sides in agreement with that. But this isn't what's on the table as it stands today. The right thing to do is a plebiscite, and without one, you're taking away rights of property owners. And once this targeted plan goes through, a developer can buy my neighbor's property, put a 4 or 8-plex on it, and I have no ability to object to that. I go from one neighbor to potentially 12. And what about the $25,000 solar panels that are going to go on my house? I'm not going to have sun. You want me to put them in the garbage? Who's going to pick those up? I have zero commitment from you on what's planned next door, and you're asking for me to commit to what? Imagine when it comes time to rebuild the fence, what does that look like working with 4 owners? I come back to my opening statement. I bought the home I've lived in for 40 years because of a certain set of rules and restrictions. You were each elected to enforce and uphold those rights of property owners and not unilaterally take them away.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Murray Lorenzo, please.
Good evening. My name is Murray Lorenzo, and I am speaking on behalf of myself. I am a native third-generation Calgarian. My family has been out here for over 100 years. I own a single-family home in a southwest RC1 community, and I've owned that home for over 30 years. This bungalow that I live in is over 70 years old, and I marvel at the quality of the construction of my home. I take great pride in my garden and have planted over 50 trees on my modest lot and hundreds of perennials. I have over 20 trees on my lot that are over 40 feet in height. I have one magnificent elm that is 40 feet high with a 30-foot canopy. This beautiful, majestic tree and the rest of my beautiful garden, as far as I'm concerned, would be destroyed if I were to sell my property to a developer. In fact, my entire neighborhood, every home in my neighborhood has a tree like this. And I can't even imagine if these lots were redeveloped into 4-plexes or 8-plexes, that even one of these trees could exist on those lots. I'm adamantly opposed to blanket rezoning of our city. If this goes through, I will be constantly threatened that a 4-plex or an 8-plex may go up next to my home, and I will be forced to sell my home. I do not want to live in a city that has no green space, has increased crime due to increased density, increased noise due to increased density, endless parking problems due to increased density, and no privacy. This will affect my quality of life. I find it offensive that the city is holding a public hearing on blanket rezoning when none of the current councillors ran on this issue in the last election. This blanket rezoning issue needs to be debated in the next election, and then and only then should a plebiscite on this issue be held. What I am observing is manipulative and sneaky. The existing city council is trying to pass blanket rezoning because they think that this is their last chance to get this through before Calgarians understand this disastrous plan and what it will do to their city and their beloved neighborhoods. In fact, I do want to thank you for bringing this forward to Calgarians because you have woken up a lion. And I would be very afraid of what's going to happen if you vote for this in the next election. As I understand in October, a half agreement was signed between the federal government and the city of Calgary without any provincial government involvement. I believe the city did this behind the province's back and that this agreement violates the Alberta Municipal Act. Housing is a provincial responsibility and not a federal responsibility. Why should Calgarians be giving billions of dollars to the federal government without conditions to only receive a few million back with 60 or 80 conditions? This is ridiculous. This should be given to the city unconditionally, and it should involve the province. The Bank of Canada recently admitted that the housing crisis has been caused by mass immigration into our country. Over 1 million immigrants have been brought into the country in the last 9 months, and over 100,000 have migrated to Calgary, in addition to the thousands of Canadians from other provinces. Interest rates have more than doubled in the last few years, and people's mortgage payments have gone up by 50%. Housing costs and materials have gone up by 40%. This is why there's an affordability problem in Calgary. Calgary has 30 years of supply of greenfield land, so there's plenty of supply. Why is it the second largest country in the world with 4 persons per square kilometer has a housing crisis? Is it because 90% of the land is owned by the Crown and only 10% is owned privately? So why are we not looking at other municipalities like Houston, who has done what is called urban sprawl. They have done that to make sure that they can keep prices affordable and keep prices down. All I can see here is that the city of Calgary has been bribed by an unpopular federal government to make Calgary into a 15-minute city. 15-minute cities are the goal of the World Economic Forum and the United Nations Agenda 2030.
Thank you, Mr. Lorenzo. You're just at time. You're just at time.
Vote no.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Council, can I ask your permission to just finish up with the next speaker? Anyone opposed to that? All right. Thank you. Let's go to Ken McLernon, please.
Batting wrap up. All right. Good evening, Your Worship and Council. My name is Ken McLernon, a resident of the City of Calgary, representing myself, and a neighbor and a resident of the Alboya Britannia neighborhood. I'm here to oppose the citywide land use amendment commonly referred to as upzoning. Now, I say this with a bit of a caveat. By no means am I opposed to the concept of increased density within the City of Calgary, particularly within the developed zones of the inner city. And I'm certainly supportive of increases in affordable housing, specifically for the most vulnerable and marginalized peoples of this great city. But I find myself in opposition of this amendment largely because I don't fully comprehend how this particular proposal is tied to the solution which we are all seeking. In essence, I don't believe I have been made aware of or provided with enough public education on the proposed change. I've come to understand the zoning changes for residential neighborhoods is just one element of a larger housing strategy. Yet for it being only a small portion of the strategy, it has garnered outsized attention, including substantial opposition. If, like me, most Calgarians agree that changes to our housing makeup are required, why is there such a strong resistance for something that is purported to solve at least a portion of the housing problem? And the only answer I can conceivably arrive at is fear. Fear of the unknown. Fear of substantive changes to the makeup of our neighborhoods. Fear of parking shortages, loss of tree coverage, unchecked development, school access issues, and on and on and on. These fears are valid, yet they seem to be routinely dismissed as misplaced. And I know this because not too long ago, Councillor Walcott came to a community meeting in our neighborhood to speak with concerned residents. And I commend him on coming that evening, knowing he was engaging with a crowd largely unsupportive of this measure. Councillor Walcott spoke intelligently to the housing crisis, issues with density and affordability. His arguments were well structured, and he answered questions professionally and courteously. I found the meeting informative. In fact, perhaps for the first time, I felt like I grasped a measurable understanding of this topic, albeit ever so marginal. Yet it was also what Councillor Walcott stated at the beginning of this talk that stuck out to me, that so many of his constituents and other residents he's conversed with across Calgary are either uninformed, misinformed, or completely wrong about the proposed housing strategy, and in particular, rezoning. And I couldn't agree more, because that was, and still is, me. It's how I feel speaking here today. I, too, am only partially informed and left to fill in the blanks, often incorrectly, or so I'm routinely told. So this amendment is to win over the likes of myself, who believes that something needs to be done on housing, but unsure how a blanket change in zoning will lead to the results we seek. Then more needs to be done. As city leaders, it is your responsibility to ensure we are an informed populace. We need to understand the benefits and costs of your proposals and decisions. This is especially true for impactful strategies like rezoning, which directly affects residents across the city. This process should not be rushed. Take the necessary time to educate and inform both those opposed and those who are unsure about this proposal, including myself. Until this approach is embraced, individuals like me will continue to dissent simply because we seek to understand more. We need to understand more. Help us understand and help pacify our fears. And let's move together towards making Calgary a home for all. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you, Mr. McLernon. I don't see any questions in the queue for this panel, so thank you all for joining us today. We appreciate the time you put into this. With that, we are going to wrap for the day, but I will let you know when we are up next. That will be Monday, the 29th of April. We are doing this public hearing from 9:30 in the morning till 9:30 in the evening that day. Correct, Madam Clerk?
That's correct, Mayor.
Do you want to tell us what the next week looks like?
Oh, absolutely. Just one moment, please.
Thank you. While you're looking up the schedule, let me just say that on Monday, we'll start with the end of panel 116, and we'll go into panel 117. So for anyone that's following along, it'll be Martina Walsh, Nathan Byluck, Ian Job, Sandra Sobko, Ross Strong, Christine Wedgwood, and Melanie Swales.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. So the public hearing will be recessing today, and it will be reconvening on Monday morning, April 29th at 9:30 in the morning, and we are scheduled to go into the evening until 9:30 with the regular scheduled breaks. On Tuesday, the public hearing will be in a temporary recess so that council can hold its regularly scheduled regular meeting of council at 9:30 in the morning. Following the lunch recess, the public hearing will reconvene at 1 o'clock. It will run to 4 p.m. There will be a short recess, and then the public hearing will resume once again at 7 p.m. until 9:30. On Wednesday, which takes us into May 1st, the public hearing will begin at 9:30 in the morning, and it will go into 1 o'clock. There will be a recess, and at 2 o'clock, the Council's Community Development Committee on Civic Partners will convene. That is anticipated to last until about 5:30, so there will be no further continuation of the public hearing on Wednesday, May 1st. This public hearing will again resume on Thursday, which is now May 2nd, at 9:30 in the morning, and it will continue until 9:30 in the evening. And on Friday, which is May 3rd, the public hearing will continue at 9:30 in the morning into 6 o'clock in the evening. And that information is available on calgary.ca.
Great, thank you. So it's available on calgary.ca. Again, we're coming back to panel 116 and 117 on Monday. Thanks, everyone, for a very good week. Thank you to the public. Thank you to council, administration, especially the clerk's team, and your families.